Gravy, please.
Welcome in. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are ready to go and excited to have you today. Greg off today, should be back tomorrow. Everything's okay, just needed to take a day and get some things done. And so he's off today. It'll be myself, Speedy, and Helmsy over to my left. Adler will join us. Bubba here. Rick will join us here shortly, all for the next hour where the main show starts. So let's get everybody in here. And it is just Helmsy over to my left as he is dialing in, ready for another day. What's up, my man? How are you?
Hello, hello.
Hello, sir.
It's I'm a little frustrated with you right now because you just brought up something that we share at the house a lot, and evidently, and now want some of it. And that is the creamy jalapeno ranch dip that our wives are now making.
Yeah.
And we got the idea from Chewy's, Mexican restaurant in Birmingham. And so I'd kind of forgotten about it and for a few days because we've had some in the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
And now you just brought it up again, so now I wish I had it.
You know, when you go to the Mexican restaurants and they say, "Hey, you want cheese or whatever," and you say yes, of course. Who doesn't say yes?
Yeah.
I made the mistake of calling it that the last time we were at Chewy's eating, and it's
funny.
It's not the goat cheese, whatever.
No, it's not the Rotel.
No, it's not. It's a sauce, and I was quickly.
It's a dip.
Dip. Thank you. Yeah. I was quickly reminded of that and corrected.
Yeah.
And so
it's
your
delicious.
point,
I know
we
that.
just did this for the first time, so it's new at the Wilburn household.
It's
so.
funny.
Terry, I mean, she was like, "Hey, let's have some chips and dip and this, that, and the other, kind of a Mexican themed dinner type stuff." And she said, "I said, yeah, that's fine." So I'm tooling around doing my thing, and all of a sudden she says, "Hey, come here and try this." So I'll go over there and try that, and I just call it just a bowl of fun.
It is.
And I just went to dipping, and at one point I blacked out, and she said, "You got to stop. We got to eat dinner now." She got it.
Yeah, it's good.
She got it.
Good.
And so now that's part of the arsenal there at the house.
The first couple of times Amanda made it, it was very similar to what Chewy's does. And I asked her, I said, I don't know what this looks like. And if this messes it up, don't do it. I said, but I'd like to see you take the spice up just a little bit.
Ooh,
like take the heat up just a little bit.
Right.
And she did, and it's excellent. Now it's our snack of choice. She keeps it in a big jar or a big container all week. Like,
are you serious?
Oh yeah, this is our go-to thing. Like it's her snack during the day. It's my snack whenever I need a snack.
I didn't know this was such a big part of your life.
Oh yes.
So it's like a jug of water in the fridge, but it's this.
Yeah. It's this big container, and we keep it in there weekly. And we always yes, it is.
Well, every time we go
good.
there,
I want to say it's called creamy jalapeno ranch dip.
Okay. Well, every time we go there, it's just all
and don't think
all
ranch
over the table
like thick ranch. It's a thin.
Mm-hmm.
It's a thin.
Yeah,
dip.
it is. It'll roll right off that chip.
Goodness
Believe
gracious.
me, I know that.
I
had so much on my shirt last night. Terry said, "Well, you just gonna have to go ahead and just throw that in the laundry room."
I'll tell you how much I like it. The other night, for some reason, we had run out of chips.
Yeah,
and I was running some puffs that the kids had through it.
Because you just had to have it.
It wasn't the typical cheese puffs. It was I don't know what they're called, but they were the puffy type.
Yeah,
now, you can't even say it's a chip because it's a puff.
Right. Yeah. That's that discussion.
I was running that through it.
Are cheese puffs a chip? Chip. We had that discussion. Yeah. It's on the chip aisle, but people say it's not a chip.
Yeah.
Don't get that going.
And this was not it probably had a cheesy flavor, but it wasn't that red orangey puff. It was like a white cheddar type puff.
Okay.
But I was running it through the dip because we didn't have any chips left, and I really wanted the dip.
Well, you've just told me something I've got to do now. Now I've got to go back to Terry and beg her if we could have just a jug of that in the refrigerator
just get
for
a container, container, and
just
keep it in there at all
times.
times.
Anytime.
Yeah. And it'll go quicker than you thought it would.
Right. Yeah, I had to pull myself back last night and go, hey, you can't eat the whole thing. Because, see, now, right now, it's just the two of us at the house. Reese has been moved to another job location, and so the two of us are just at the house. So, I mean, I know that whatever's in the fridge won't be taken. And you know this with kids, especially with boys. Is anything in the fridge that you leave there, it could be the next time you open the fridge, it could be gone. And nobody knows who ate it. It's like, oh no, But now I know whatever is in there. With the next time I go back, she's like a bird. She's not going to get it, so it's mine, and it's kind of nice. To be honest with you.
And here's another thing about this particular dip at our house: none of the kids like it. I don't think they've even tried it. They just see it and they're like, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so Amanda will always try to talk them into having it. I'm like, hey, this is our thing. Don't get them into our container. Like, this is our thing that we do. And if they eat it, there'll be less of it. So hush.
This thing that we do.
I sat there the other day, probably, I don't know, it's been 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I promise you, I realized it was a gigantic bag of tortilla chips. And it was nearly gone. And I'd been sitting there for a couple hours binge watching something. It was on a weekend, and we didn't have a match or anything. And I'm serious. A couple hours later, I'm like, there's no chips left in this bag. Like, I've gone through this whole thing.
The whole thing, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's now at our house, and I love when Terry says, "Hey, come try this," and she never misses, and she dialed this in.
Listen,
and Pinterest, you can find anything there.
That's what I was going to say. So we're going to get emails about this. Just go look up Chewy's jalapeno dip, and you'll find the recipes out there.
And do they have more than one location? I mean, we don't endorse.
It's a chain. Yeah,
I thought so. Yeah. So it's just a chain restaurant that we eat that has this. And so, Terry said, "Don't thank me, thank Pinterest." But you still got to follow the instructions.
You do. You do.
I guarantee if I was making it, it wouldn't taste that way. But it's like we were there. All right, so we leaned it on 15 minutes past the hour. Greg off today. He'll be back tomorrow, Lord willing. Right now, it's the two of us, the Good Time Gang, minus Greg. We'll get you to the top of the hour where the main show will start, and Rick, Bubba, and Aller join us. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free, confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty-canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chilly season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You might disagree, but things aren't as dismal as they seem. Now, there's a point. Your family, their future, your future, you all deserve a chance. You all deserve the protection. Turn to self-reliance with My Patriot Supply. Start with 4-week emergency food kits by Ready Hour. These meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Get each Ready Hour 4-week food kit for $60 off and free shipping. That's preparewithbubba.com. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Hey folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HomeTitleLock.com and use the promo code Bubba. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 20 minutes past the hour. We thank you so much for hanging out with us. Greg off today. It is Speedy and Helms. We're the Good Time Gang for this hour today. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You're always welcome to call and join the conversation. Now, they'll be unscreened, and that does come with some limitations, as we've discovered over the past times we've done that. Rick, Bubba here. Adler will join us shortly for the main show. Busy show on tap today. Today is Leap Day. And, hey, we had that discussion yesterday. Good night alive. But there's leapers out there, Helmsy, and those are people that have their birthday today. And they're called leapers, and
they got 4 years of celebration.
I mean, but if you're a leaper, we'd love to hear from you. We'll jump out to that. Just email us or give us a holler. But happy Leap Day birthday to some of you. It's real, as we talked about yesterday. A real birthday every 4 years instead of just now. Here's the other one too, Helmsy, and I don't know where you are on this. If you're a full-time salary person, the other thing that's going online is, when you work today, are you working for free? People are like, okay, this is an extra day. If I'm a salary person, is just a free day, whatever. You know how they are on social media. I couldn't care less, but I'm just reading you the headlines of the day. Something I hadn't even really thought about.
Well, because you don't have to think about it. You just get up and go to work, like
right.
most people that want to do the right things. Yeah, if you're thinking about that on a Thursday, then you probably call in sick a lot, and you probably don't do a good job when you're there.
Well,
that may be it. That's a pretty dumb argument. I mean, that's a dumb argument.
Yeah, it's a dumb argument. There's actually
It's a Thursday. Go to work. Shut up.
Did you know that there's a Leaper cruise? people that have leap day birthdays.
See, I like that. I would actually like to hear from a leaper at some point today. And I want to know if they do make this more special than the 20. And do they celebrate it on the 28th or the 1st?
Mm-hmm.
Their birthday.
Yeah.
You know, and do they actually?
What would you do?
I don't know.
Is it the 1st?
To me, it makes you want to stay in the month.
Yeah.
I'd want to go 28th because I want to stay in the same month that I was born.
Yeah. I'll give you that.
But I don't know. That's just me kind of thinking about this for the first time. Maybe March 1st would be better. Maybe it depends on what day it falls in the week, and I can change it because I'm a leaper. You know.
Well, there is one extra day. For those of you that don't know, we broke down Leap Day yesterday, and we won't do that again. But basically, if you don't know, it's one extra day in February, and today's that day. It happens once every 4 years.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah, I'd like to know.
go.
Do they really turn it up every 4 years, or do they kind of like, whatever?
Yeah.
It's my birthday. My birthday's every year. I just celebrate it on a different day. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe they do it different. Maybe one day. Maybe if I was a leaper, I'd do one year I'd do the 27th, one day I'd do the 28th, one day I'd do the 29th, one day I'd do the 1st.
Yeah. Just especially as a grown man, because look, on our birthdays, it's like, whatever. You know, so it doesn't really matter. But as a kid, it would be interesting to see how the parents plan that. I guess it's whatever convenient day is on the weekend or time to celebrate. But anyway, today is Leap Day, February 29th, added day. Tomorrow is. Does it not seem like February's been the longest month ever?
Well, not for me because I've been so busy that it's just flown by. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm busy too, but it just doesn't seem like, I don't know. It just seems like it's the month that it will never end. It's crazy, but it does today. Today, the last day of February, if you're listening live.
Yes, it does.
All right, so we've talked about a couple of different things. Don't forget Greg off today, back tomorrow. I'd mentioned that Reese is living up with my parents right now in Huntsville, which is kind of cool because
a few days into that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and boy, the days are long. But let me just tell you. But his job moved him up there for a little bit. There's a huge facility being built, and there was a call out for the electricians and everything, so he got moved up there. But it was really a blessing, to be honest with you, because my parents lived there. He had a place to stay, and so he was able to take that. And so now he's up there and can see JC from time to time, who's at UAH. But my parents are loving it. And he took my old room, which is kind of crazy. So now it's like he's sleeping in my old bed.
That's funny.
And it is kind of funny, as my mom told me. You know, now he's back in your room. But they are just so excited, and I love it just because he's around, them, because it's tough when you have aging parents. For those of you out there that do, and you don't live in the same city they live in, and you're back and forth and just taking care of. I actually have to go up there today. My dad has a doctor's appointment later this afternoon. We're going to run up and get him too, but it's just nice to know that he's there now. But
he's stacking up that money too.
Yeah, yes he is, and it was really like moving him into college, even though we don't know how long he'll be there, because he could get called back. But I think this facility that's being built, which is massive. It's like a 3-year deal, but he won't be up there that long. But it was like moving him to college. We had to take enough stuff for him to,
I'd like
function.
I'd like to see Dad, Mr. Wilburn. I'd like to see him mess with him a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially since tomorrow's the 1st, and ask him where that rent check is.
Oh, let's do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to, and just be very casual about it, and to say, hey, we decided if you want to give it to us on the 15th, that's fine. But if you've got it on the 1st, that would be great.
Right. Yeah.
And just don't come off of it and see what he says.
Well, one thing that I've always wanted my parents to be able to experience is the ability to stream stuff. Right now, if my dad loves him some Mississippi State, some Hell State, okay, and he's gonna, he is going to be dialed in if they're playing any sport. He knows what's up. But
I'd like to see him follow the tennis program. They got a good tennis program.
Done. But he has to watch what's on like the SEC network or stuff, and I'm like, Dad, ESPN Plus, it has all the games all the time. He's like, well, they can't run that. Well, now Reese is there. I said, son, I want you to dial him in.
Help him
dial him into this new adventure called streaming and ESPN Plus and other sources where they can he can watch sports all the time, and he doesn't watch because of he really just listens. So a lot of times he knows the game's on and he'll just pull up the broadcast or something like that. But a lot of times that part's not available, and you do need the TV portion, but he just listens to the audio. But I tried to explain him last time about just putting in like one of the inputs and you plug in the source, and trying to explain that to him was a little difficult. But now Reese is there, so I was like, buddy, I need you to do that for me. He said, Dad, I'm all in. Of course, they hadn't seen him much because he's working so much. That's what I think it's 4 10s, 2 8s, and just a little bit of sleep.
And no 29th off.
No. Today is leap day, and he is working. As I just got notification, he's headed in. Maybe even listening. I have no idea. I told him, I said, the kickoff hour can get you to work because it's about a 30-minute trip to where he's got to work, and so we'll see if he is hanging out with us or not today. All right, so a couple of different things. We talked about that. Helmsy, I think you go over to Georgia, to Kennesaw State, right? With
supposed to go Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rain, man, the rain coming through is
I know.
It's messing a lot. I know it's messed
my day
baseball
up
too. Yeah.
I've got a couple of things. One, I got a windscreen issue that keeps the one windscreen. They're all blowing, but one of them keeps popping. And they're supposed to pop at the like you're supposed to put the small ones on the bottom so that it will pop, so it won't rip the windscreen.
Yeah.
But it's every time a storm comes in, small, gigantic, doesn't matter. It comes off.
And you have the real
fence.
thick ties on them.
Well, we have you put the thick ones up top and you put the thin ones on the bottom, because what you don't want it to sit there and you want it to actually, once the wind gets to start, you want it to break the little small zip ties to break. But I had to deal with that yesterday because we had a storm come in, and because the storm came in, it delayed practice. So I'm out there moving water around and all that. Finally, we got under the lights last night and practiced. It was chilly. It got cold.
It did.
It got cold quick.
This rain coming in brought some wind and some cold weather with it.
I just told the ladies, y'all gonna have to. It's gonna be the next 3 days where y'all need to embrace it.
Yeah.
So
we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like everyone else, I'm always on the go. And you know what's the best thing to bring with me wherever I go? My Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands. Their optimized gel tips are designed to fit comfortably in your ears and to actually stay there, whether you're working out at the gym or just doing chores around the house. My Raycons come with me everywhere so I can listen at any time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, I don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode, so they're perfect for listening to anything. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews right now. Get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find that link by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors. But if you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code Bubba at hellofresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code Bubba at hellofresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my
It is
knees.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. This portion of the show sponsored by cbdistillery.com. You know, it's leap day, so let's take the leap together. If your medicine cabinet is crammed with stuff that doesn't work, or you're still not sleeping, you're hurt or stressed out, make a change with cbdistillery.com and use promo code Bubba. That's promo code Bubba at cdistillery.com with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee. This is a source you can trust as a listener of the show or viewer. If those of you that are tubers, we've secured a 20% discount to get you started. They even offer pet products, too, so look into that. But the website is cbdistillery.com. Put all that together, cbdistillery.com. Save 20% with promo code Bubba. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and then once you're there, still use that promo code Bubba to unlock that 20% savings. All right, so we're rolling back. There were some other stories. We don't want to just be real sports heavy today, the last half hour, but there is some NFL news today, which I thought was kind of interesting. The National Football League Players Association, I guess, rates all of the teams each year, and the scores have come in ranked from the top to the bottom. And the Dolphins and the Vikings have earned the top grades in the NFL's report cards, while it looks like there's been some other A's handed out by some head coaches that maybe didn't go too far off into the playoffs or anything like that. But one thing that struck me as odd is your Super Bowl champions were the second lowest graded team.
This is very interesting to me because when you break down this report card and this is graded on all kinds of categories, not just on the field, okay, but all kinds of categories like family treatment, the food service in the facility, the nutritionist, the locker room, the training staff, weight room, strength coaches, team travel, the ownership, and just about the only place I see an A for an A plus, I don't even see another A on this, is the head coach.
Yeah.
Everything else is D's and F's and some C's.
Yeah.
For the Chiefs. And like, for instance, family treatment is a D plus. And what they say is the report notes Arrowhead has a family room, but the club does not offer daycare on site for children except on game day. So evidently other teams do these things. So these are the kind of things they're reporting on. Nutritionist, an F.
Well,
I mean,
do you know that I was sitting here looking at it doesn't look like they have a full-time nutritionist
which
on
blows
staff.
my mind.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
What the heck?
And so they say the food service, the report indicated that the food taste and freshness are below league average. They said that the food service got a C minus, okay? But they also said that grade is actually improved from last year as they had a D plus.
Wow.
So the food must have really stunk last year. But I just find this interesting that you're a dynasty. You're the Chiefs. You just won a Super Bowl, and your facilities and the things that happen behind the scenes with not only players but the families and the environment is next to last when it comes to the Players Association report cards.
It is crazy for that organization to be so successful and finish 29th out of 32 teams. It really is, to your point. Team travel is even a D.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I mean, you mentioned it. The only thing above a C is the head coach with an A plus, and he's first in the league.
And listen, if you've ever been to the Chiefs facility, I'm sure we would go in and be marveled by everything.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're comparing it to.
No.
We're comparing it to everybody else in the league. And so now the Chiefs may be okay with this and just go, listen, we're going to serve subpar food, and we're not going to have a nutritionist, and we're going to win Super Bowls, and y'all can like it.
Yeah.
I don't know their stance, but I would think if you're that big of a brand and you're making that type of money, you would be able to improve. I mean, goodness, let's get some daycare on site for your players.
Well, owner Clark Hunt that was giving a 4.9 out of a 10, which is the worst in the league. It's an F. He says, I'm investing into the facility. We're going to upgrade some things. That could correct maybe the weight room that gets a C+, or maybe the locker room that gets an F, the training room that gets a D. But one thing that facilities have nothing to do with is the nutritionist and dietitian, the food, the travel, the strength coach, all the training staff. Those all got terrible grades, and it's just bizarre to me to see the Chiefs and their success and know that things are run so poorly.
I feel like if we went through the next 2 days, we just took 48 hours and we went through as an employee at the Chiefs, we would be just marveled and amazed at what's going on around there. But when you compare these things to what everybody else is doing, it seems like they're not on the same level.
No.
And you look, like, my guess is the Dolphins is probably one of the top teams as far as grade reports. And if you watch the HBO behind the, whatever it's called, Hard Knocks in season, you see a lot of the things that they're talking about, the behind the scenes things that they're talking about, play out in that. It's just not on the football field.
Right.
So my guess is their report card's pretty good based off facilities and what I saw food-wise and just the way they treat family and nutritionists and stuff like that. It's probably – I don't know what their score is. I just found it interesting. This was very interesting.
That's what jumped out at me.
That the Chiefs, who have been on this unbelievable run, best team in the land, and they get such a poor report card.
Yeah, it is crazy. But we're sitting here talking about the NFL's report cards. The Dolphins and the Vikings proved to be the standard of the league. The Dolphins placed first in 6 categories, including weight room, team travel, owner, food, and cafeteria. The Vikings, meanwhile, earned top grades in treatment of the facilities, like nutritionist, dietitian, locker room, and strength coaches. They got really good grades there. So they seem to be the standard, finishing in the top 2. And some, other notables here. You got the Eagles and the Cowboys. Their head coaches got an A, despite both ending the season on the hot seat. And it should be noted that this survey was conducted between August and November, so that's before a lot of that played out.
Well, and a lot of it is, if it's the Players Association, then we're talking about actual players. And so when you're talking about coaching, I don't know that they're checking an A for their success. It's probably the treatment of the people that are around you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Would be my guess.
Other categories, the Bills and the Raiders, their weight rooms were given an A, while the Eagles, 49ers, and Texans ranked near at the top for the best food. I know food's important. The Vikings and Dolphins, Eagles, Packers, Broncos, Jaguars, Ravens are also given A's for their owners. And it says despite their seasons being a disappointment, the Giants, the Panthers, and the Cardinals head coaches were also given A's, A-minuses for grades. About 1,706 active players, 77% of the league responded to the survey in full. So there's your grades. I know you want wins on the field, but just a little glimpse of behind the scenes of how some of these organizations are run and what the players think.
I wonder if there was a radio players association, what kind of grade we'd get.
Yeah, I know.
Like, would somebody go around, travel to 10 radio shows like ours?
Yeah. Yeah,
and just do a playoff and give us a report card.
That would be kind of
on
cool.
all those things that matter in that world.
Right, food,
how we treat people that come in, and food that comes in.
Right. Well, we get an A+ for food for sure.
Probably.
Thank you, Edgar's, for breakfast.
I think we handle the people pretty well.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. It is a multitasking kind of day when they come in, but we hope that all of your experiences are great here.
Yeah. But like, would they look at our equipment and go,
yeah,
or hey,
right,
wow,
right. Facilities
okay.
are
hey, they've all got Mac computers.
Then the walk to the bathroom, it'd be like that would be probably
that would be the
an
F. Yeah, that would be the
stuff
F
like that
for sure.
So there you go. A little that's a cool little behind the curtain into what the players think, how things are ran. I think the shocking one to the two of us stands out of the Chiefs, as we discussed. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. It is 15 minutes until top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do overthink everything.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I should just get fake plants.
It's the President's Day sale at Mattress Firm. Get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. See a lower price? We'll match it. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without them.
All right, we're rolling back. It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Greg off today. Lord willing, back tomorrow. The Good Time Gang here today. Speedy, I'm Speedy. Hello, how are you? Helmsy to my left. Adler will join us here shortly. Rick Bubba already here. Busy show today as it's Leap Day. It's for all of you leapers out there, happy birthday. February 29th is Leap Day. We've added a day, and that's today. Don't forget, Read Across America is observed tomorrow. The actual birthday is for Read Across America. Dr. Seuss's birthday is March the 2nd. That's Saturday, so it's nationally observed tomorrow, which means that we'll have the annual reading of Green Eggs and Ham at 8:20 a.m. Central Time if you're listening live. So please make sure that you join us and show us how you're part of the world's largest classroom by tagging us on social media. We always love to see those and get feedback from y'all and how that has been handed down. We were talking the other day, Helmsy, about how the schools would come at our other location and sit with us, and that was, years and years ago for some of the first kiddos to come do that. A couple of years did that.
Yeah.
And now, if you added up all the years, some of them are in college and are getting about to be in college, and so those are great memories. And Read Across America is observed tomorrow, so we'll have the Green Eggs and Ham annual reading at 8:20 a.m. Central Time. So please help spread the word. If you're a parent to a teacher, the parent, just make sure you notify the teachers. And if you're a teacher or maybe an administrator there at the school, please help spread the word. That'll be tomorrow at 8:20 a.m. Central Time.
I've had something going on for the last couple of weeks, and I can't seem to defeat it.
Oh, no.
And it's getting frustrating, and I'm going to make one last effort today. So in the office at Jacksonville, I have a whiteboard.
Okay.
And it's a big one. When I say big one, it's like probably dry erase board.
Mm-hmm.
And love the board. Like, there's a lot of planning that goes on the board. Sure. There's a lot of discussions. We even put Gamecock of the Week, Most Improved. You know, we have a section for that on the board.
Right.
Well, the board won't stay on the wall.
Uh-oh.
And
what do you mean it keeps?
It keeps falling off the wall.
Like, or is it coming at what's holding it coming out of the wall? Is it falling off of what's
completely falling off the wall?
Oh, okay.
Like it's probably about 72 inches by 40. Like it's a big one.
That's a big one. Think about that if it was your TV.
So we started off. So we have it's a cinder block wall.
Okay.
And it's painted. And so my thought was I do not want to have to drill holes into the wall. So I'm going to get this really thick 2-sided tape that is supposed to hold 50 or 60 pounds.
Right.
And let's try that. Because the whiteboard's not 50 or 60 pounds. It's like 15 pounds. So I had, at first, I didn't go that route. First, I found some tape in our office that hadn't been used. So I just used it.
Okay.
And it said on there, it'll hold 30 pounds. And I thought, well, this is perfect. And so we put it on the board, put the board up. And so picture the Rick and Bubba logo behind you.
Right.
Picture that, the board. Okay. And it's nice, and we come in every day, and Valeria, the graduate assistant, and I will put practice plans.
Sure.
And we'll have much different. Up. There's so much. And when we meet with players, we're writing things on, and it's just we love the board. Okay. We have a countdown of how many days that we have left in the season to tell the team, hey, give me 60 more days. Like, that's all I'm asking you to do. And so that's up there, and there's quotes and all these things. But every once in a while, every week and a half, we come in and guess what? The board's in the floor.
It just falls.
Just staring at us right there in the floor.
Gosh,
and I'm like, there's the board. It's in the floor.
Is it broke? Is it cracked yet?
No, not yet. Luckily. Now, one corner bent up this last time. And that bothers me because I can't stand
That's all you see
That's
now.
all I see now.
You want a new board now.
And so yesterday, so it failed. We put it up. I went and got Gorilla Tape. And this was like Gorilla Glue tape.
Yep.
Holds 75 pounds. I thought, no way this thing will fall holding 75 pounds. So I bought extra, put it on there, and then I put it in the middle. Did exactly, because I didn't read the instructions the first time. The first time I just put the tape where I thought it would be okay to go. This time I read the instructions and put the tape, and the thing fell again. So yesterday I went to Walmart yesterday, and I thought, all right, this is going to be the last time I buy tape. It's probably going to fall again, but I'm going to buy more tape, and I'm going to buy the thickest, heaviest holding tape they have. So
I don't know that it's that. It's losing it. It's losing the. Let me ask you this.
I think
this
the
is
cinder
important.
block paint wall is what's killing it. I don't know.
Here's what I was going to ask. When it falls, is the tape on the wall or is the tape on the board?
It's on the board.
That means it's losing.
I know.
It's losing
I know.
off of the wall.
I know.
But you got it.
But I got a different type of tape.
You need a masonry nail or something and just hammer it in there and hang it.
I got a specific tape for like that kind of wall this time. And I'm just going to try it.
Okay.
One more time.
Because
it's like I'm like frustrated.
Will you get in trouble if you nail in?
No. I can do whatever.
Yeah.
I just don't want to have to because it's blocks. Like I don't want to drill into a brick block wall.
You could hammer one of those nails in that I just mentioned. I have some at the house.
Yeah, that'd be the easiest, most simplest thing to do.
Yeah.
For some reason, I am so caught up in taping this thing because it's now gotten personal.
Well, now it's a challenge, and I get it. But you're going to come in and it's going to be completely cracked.
Probably in a week and a half. It's going to come in. It's going to be in the floor again.
It's going to lose.
So when we get back from Kennesaw, it'll be laying in the floor.
Do you go up to it sometimes and just press on it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's kind of a running thing that we do around there. It's like I'll ask the
hey ladies, how you doing? Could you press on that real quick?
Larry, you pressed on the board today?
Yeah. Please go press on it. That's funny.
So it's owning us right now.
Yeah.
Like we can't. We've defeated a lot of things this year. We can't defeat this whiteboard.
It would do the whiteboard that won't stay.
It will not stay. And I know it is what it's been in the past is, to your point, it's the tape not locking on to, because it's locked on because I can't pull it off the board.
No.
But I have bought what I think is some special tape that's supposed to be indoor, outdoor, doesn't matter where you put it, bricks, blocks, whatever, and we're going to
It's cedar blocks.
Yeah, cinder.
Cinder, excuse me, I said cedar. Cinder blocks, okay. Yeah. And it's the paint. So
I'm assuming that's what it is. But this is supposed to be an outside, outdoor tape.
Right. But when the tape comes off of that, are there pieces of the of paint on the back of it? No?
No.
So it's, just asking these questions.
Like, I think it's the paint that's undefeated.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's what's killing us.
That, so it just won't stick to it.
No.
You know?
But I'm going to, for some reason, I'm going to try it again.
Right. And if not, I'm going to bring in what you need. You go in, you hammer one in, and then you're done.
What I'm hoping this time is when it falls this time, it breaks so I can go get a new one, because the corner that's now got that little bent place on it, to your point, that's all I'm going to see now.
Mm-hmm.
And
does it have a wire on the back to hang, or do you have? Does it have?
Oh, I could easily.
Have two little teeth on
Speedy, I could easily hang it today in 5 minutes.
But no.
But I'm so frustrated at what's going on, and I like it being just clenched to the wall because it's easier to ride on, doesn't move around, and all that. But I know I'm going about this the wrong way. I get it. Don't have to email me. You know, you can call me whatever, dumb, stupid, DA. I get it. Okay, I get it. But I'm going for it one more time. I think I have found tape that's undefeated. We'll see. If it can hold this board up, it can hold anything.
You have spent in tape.
I've spent $100 in tape.
What a new board
in
would
3
cost.
weeks. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. And that's why I'm kind of punishing myself.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we want updates from that. Let's see what happens.
Got to have the board up. We got to have it up.
Oh, you got to have the board. You got to sit back and look at the board.
Yeah. A lot of planning goes on the board.
You got to write on the board and step back. How's your writing on the board? You happy with it?
It's not bad. Now, Valeria makes fun of it a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Because she thinks hers is better than mine, and it probably is, but mine is still good.
Yeah, maybe she needs to stand at the board and write, and you just talk.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Today, busy night tonight. I'll tell you a little bit about that.
Sure.
We have a lot going on. Wow, a lot of stuff over the weekend. Just a lot of stuff. Had the big fight. We actually went down, saw a little baseball, a little basketball. I'll tell you about that. Caught a movie this weekend. Getting caught up on.
So. When'd you sleep? Yes, saw somebody that was going to convince us the Earth was flat. Saw that story.
Rick,
that's awful.
Rick,
I know.
Rick.
I know. It's terrible.
Well, we'll look at what's his name, Mad Mike.
That's Mad Mike.
Oh yeah,
Mad Mike and his attempt to prove that the Earth is flat. Again, I don't know. What's the end game there.
I honestly don't know what to do about this.
But Rick, he he's working his way up in different size rockets. He was making it home. Now this is a homemade Rocketeer. And the next flight,
it's like astronaut farmer.
Yeah, exactly. The next flight he was going to take, he was going to get up high enough to take a picture of the ice wall that is holding the seas in. And apparently, I guess this bunch thinks that every picture that has been shot from space is fake.
No, they have to think that.
They do.
Bubba, they have to think
so.
that.
He was going to
all the big money grab.
He was going to get up there and take his own picture, and this was the flight before that flight. So he was supposedly making money to build bigger and bigger rockets through sponsorship on this, I guess. So
if your plan is to parachute down and the parachute comes out as soon as you take off, that's not good.
Well, Rick, how about this? My first priority would be that parachute.
Oh, yeah.
If anything worked, it would be it.
It was
he lost it the minute he
strangely
left.
it was strangely reminiscent to me of Evel Knievel trying to jump Snake River Canyon. You remember that? And boy, when he comes in hot.
Worked.
Oh,
well,
boy.
it did. It deployed too soon. You know,
but at least
didn't
it
let him
stayed
go.
attached to the rocket, or Evil would have had the same fate this guy had.
The Eagle has landed.
And that, I
that'll
think,
do it.
Greg, I think blood, sweat, and tears said it best. What goes up must come down.
They're looking. Didn't it look like, though, that there was a parachute that, like, he had ejected, they thought?
I think he had another one that he could eject, and it didn't.
You could see it floating up there for a second.
It didn't work right. I don't know if you saw. We'll break it down, but there's, gosh, what channel was it? Somebody had done a story on him, and you hear him talking about it, and see some of his successful launches leading up to this.
I think we covered his last one. You remember he got gimped up. He was banged up a little.
When
bit.
they were getting him out of it, he thought he broke his back. And
I think we covered that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Y'all, I know
this will be the end of the run, though, for Mad Mike.
Yeah. But look, hey, these people out there, these explorers, and this does happen. This is part of it. But I will say this: I know the flat Earth people well enough now. This will be nothing but
conspiracy.
Galvanize them. They killed the people who don't want you to know that the Earth is flat. Killed Mad Max.
Yeah.
Or whatever. What's his name? Mad Mike.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you know that's what that's going to be.
Or
hey, Greg, they didn't want you to know.
Or they had to
or his
him
parachute was just ripped off when he launched.
Either one. Mad Mike was just about to get us the picture. You know what? That was going to prove it.
I'm going to say,
and the round Earth people, who nobody can explain to me what's the benefit to the round Earth people, how they're benefiting by convincing our world that the world is round, what their end gain is.
Right.
I don't understand how if the world is round, certain people make more money than if the world is flat. I'm totally lost on that.
Yeah, we got that to cover. I don't know if y'all saw the footage too of the coyote at the airport that they were chasing with a helicopter.
Yeah, didn't see that one.
Yeah, he was out on the runway causing a little problem.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah, so
man, we just got all
there's
kinds
a lot.
of
Tyson Fury,
Bernie on 60 Minutes. Anybody see that?
No.
Oh yeah, y'all got that. Wow.
You will not believe. When he was talking about Fidel Castro, he said, not that bad.
Yeah. I heard that
The
clip.
guy who murdered, no telling. I tell you, I fear for Bernie Sanders if Teresa Suko gets her hands on him.
Amen. We got a lot to unpack. That was a heavyweight bout, too, as I said. We got more coming back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't remember when we covered this before, him saying the Earth was flat. That I don't remember.
No, I don't remember that either.
Yeah, but
have you noticed too in personal rocketeering, it appears that parachute deployment has always been an issue.
Yeah, it's important
with the him, with Evel Knievel.
Right.
We just don't have our parachute deployment technology where it needs to be. It's either too early, too late. But let's look at the shot this weekend.
Mad Mike is now deceased because he would not
come from Skype out on
he
this
would
one.
not leave it alone. And is there anything language or anything in this when he crashes? So
I don't think so.
He's
I
gonna.
just think there's a lot of oh no. I think there's a lot of oh no.
All right, so here he goes
Here's the
again.
wind.
Now you hear how it went last time. Flash Bubba, use the code Bubba to get on this buy one get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal. Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour starting now. Kickoff hour is done. National anthem gets us started this hour. Let's go. 7.5 minutes now past the hour. It is a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you, Speedy and Helmsy, for the kickoff hour. Greg out today. Eddie Van Adler is in. And here we go. The tubers joining us with all the enhancements now live. Welcome. If you're watching, if you're listening to America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, thank your affiliate and thank you for being here. Maybe you're catching us on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, streaming live. Glad you're here. Maybe you're catching an archive, either off our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. We're glad that you are here. Or maybe this has made that best of hour for Blaze TV. Whatever the case may be, however you're here, live or archived, we are thankful for you. And we will go forward by bringing in the silver-tongued one. The man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
It's like a freak show in your neighborhood. So there's Toby. Toby.
Yeah, Toby.
You talk about just a little pack of energy and just turn him loose.
He's still out playing basketball.
Yeah, isn't he? He's in his 60s, right? And I mean, he throws down like there's no tomorrow.
I think he's a little bit older than us.
Yeah, I want to say he's in his early 60s, maybe.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Last time we looked, I remember being surprised that he was that age.
Yeah, you can't tell it.
Yeah, he's 59.
You can't tell it.
Oh, that's a good age.
Yeah, I love
59.
that. I was asking Bubba. I don't even know. I'm even doubting I have the guy right. Is Richard Lewis who I think he is?
Yeah, the actor.
The comedian?
Yes.
/ actor?
And he doesn't have kind of long flowing hair.
Yeah, and he was always rubbing his hair.
Yeah. He was on Curb Your Enthusiasm, I believe.
Yeah,
too.
but he's been on a number
He's been
of
on
things.
number
Had
of
his own
things.
show at one time where he was like the male lead in it. And I can't think of the name of it. It was a sitcom.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's I didn't think he was 76.
No, I didn't either.
Yeah.
So he didn't look it.
Yeah. So Richard.
Last time I saw him.
Richard Lewis is dead at 76. So I doubted that's even who that was when I saw 76.
Yeah.
So, but then I forget how old we are. So there you go. So anyway, that's another celebrity passing today. Bubba not allowed to mention it, but I want to go ahead and get it out.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Dare I mention it is February the 29th today as we do the show live. It is Leap Day.
It is.
Of leap year.
Leap Day.
And we're not going to delve into the numbers again.
Not again.
But we will say this. This is a make good day to fix the calendar.
It is.
It is. Do you know what they call people that have birthday today? Leapers. There's a leaper cruise today too, where everybody's got a birthday today. They get on this big cruise. Anyway, we've seen tons of stories today about leapers and delving into their lives about when do they celebrate their birthday, what's today like for them.
And in the back of my mind, all I can think it's really March 1st. But anyway,
sure. Well, you realize though how much you have to really, really enunciate. I'm a leaper because people can say leper.
Yes.
And you're like,
That's
you're
right.
unclean.
Yeah.
I would like to hear from a leaper today. I want to know two things. I want to know this year, every 4 years, this year, do you celebrate more? Do you make it more special, or is it just another? And then I want to know Do you celebrate when it's not the 28th or the 1st?
That was my question.
Or do you just do whatever's best for you?
I got to know.
I thought Helmsy brought up a good point in the kickoff hour. I would probably go 28th to keep it in February.
Yeah.
I agree.
I would like to hear from people who, one, have a birthday today, what they've dealt with that. Also, people have anniversaries today.
Yeah.
And decide to do that.
Well, I could.
And as we learned yesterday, as we dug more into this, little known leap year facts, it's not every 4 years.
It's not.
On some of the years, if it's a,
here we go.
I'm not going to go in.
Here we go.
It ain't every year. There's a formula, and I'm not going to go in.
I'm coming down the first big hill on the roller coaster.
But isn't it pretty standard that we say it's every 4 years?
Yeah,
that's what I've always thought.
Until you get to a century mark, it has to be divisible by 400.
It's one of those things that isn't completely accurate, but I'm still going to keep saying it.
Right.
Yeah, well, the stories.
It's close enough.
It is.
It's close. We talk in general terms, guys. Come on.
Yeah, we
Can I ask you this on leapers too, and we'll find out? Are you finding yourself kind of almost saying we're not going to allow you to vacillate? You either got to be the 28th or the 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay? It would bother me if they don't make it consistent. I want them to either on the date, on when it's not leap year, I want it to either be the 28th or the 1st. I don't like them to go, well, it's according to what the year's like.
Well,
which one falls on a Saturday?
I'm gonna actually give them a pass because I feel like this is something we do to them that we shouldn't have to do to them.
You're right.
And I feel like if they want to have their birthday whenever they want to have it.
Because of what they've been through.
Because of what they've been through.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like if
That's
you're
my
born
approach.
at a certain time, and now we change the time
Yeah.
at different times. You don't know when you're born.
No.
You know, I mean, it's just a mess.
It's
just a dadgum mess.
Think about this. How old are you? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. By the way, another update.
I know how much I feel, but I don't
President Biden's still alive.
Yeah,
Still alive.
got a great
Yeah.
physical. Y'all should all just rest easy.
Yeah, hey, he's good. He's fine.
Now, he did not take a mental test because the quote is he didn't need one.
No, he did not.
So, we have to ask the question, where did this doctor go to school?
Right. Well, and those are the kind of things that anger me because just anyone at 81 probably gets their cognitive skills tested if they start to slip a little bit.
Yes,
but not the leader of the free world.
No.
How dare us ask that to be done for him?
So they needed this to balance out the Department of Justice comments about he was just a babbling old man and nobody would convict him. So
correct,
even though he was guilty.
Well, we have the breakdown.
Yeah, so
paperwork.
Okay, so we got updates galore today. We'll hit that for you. It looks like we may have some leapers calling. We'll see if they're there. We can go ahead and do that now.
Yeah.
We've got another state taking Trump off the ballot, and the Supreme Court has agreed to hear one of the Trump cases, which could have election implications.
And Putin says he's going to nuke us.
Right.
All that still to come on the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
The best.
Right.
So now he's going to do it again to get a picture of the polar wall.
This is a bigger rocket.
Okay. Oh, he's in trouble already. There's one parachute. There's one parachute.
So when that parachute just came out like that, is it over?
He has others, I think, but they didn't.
Oh boy!
What? See coming down through the cloud?
Yeah, I see.
the
Here he
dot?
comes. Yeah.
Follow it in.
Yeah, there it is. And that'll do it.
Rick, that's what they call coming in hot.
That's that there is
No parachute.
There is no need to run toward that. Wow. Just that.
I tell you what Mike did. He used his luck up on that first one.
He certainly did.
You can get away with it once, but he used all of his luck. He didn't have any left.
If I think my back is broke from the first time I tried it, it's hard.
So it's like, so you're gonna do it again?
It's hard to get me back in that again.
I don't know what the G-force is, but when that thing takes off, it's getting out of there. I mean, that's not the slow climb you see with most of the rockets that have astronauts on it. That seems kind of
right
under
there.
control.
Mike built a good rocket. It's just a parachute.
I got to ask a question. So the parachute that came off, it looked like it got burned up and ripped. Okay.
So you see it blowing in the foreground.
I think it got hung on the launching.
So at that
mechanism
point,
there.
is it over at that point? Like, okay, we have no.
The story I read was that was the main parachute, but he had a backup, but it did not deploy either. He could manually do on the way down, but it didn't.
Okay.
So the second one just didn't work.
It didn't work at all.
The first one, as we see, is gone the minute he takes
Gets ripped off as he's taking off. So it's already coming out.
It's over.
Too.
So about now he realizes
he's only getting the successful launch we saw only went 1,800 feet. which it's impressive. You can launch yourself that high, but it seems to me if he really wanted to get up there, he could go with the balloon thing. Like the guy that jumped from the stratosphere.
Yeah, why didn't that guy take a picture while he was up?
Yeah.
Well, we have pictures.
Yeah, but of the ice wall.
But I'm talking about
it shows
there is no ice wall.
It shows the Earth is round.
Yeah.
But
I don't know how to break this to everybody, but really the flat earthers are telling us that every single person other than Mad Mike, they got a picture of it. They are lying about their pictures.
Yeah, every single one of them.
Right.
But
and the reason
round,
why they're lying to us, I still don't know why.
Round or flat, we do have gravity in play. And
now that one,
we saw that.
And look, I'll tell you this: there were a lot of people looking at the men's conference this weekend. They were looking for Ryan from Dothan, and when does Ryan?
No, it was Randy.
Randy from Dothan, asking if he was there.
Mm-hmm.
And
did Randy come?
I did not see him, but as
I was so hoping he would drive his wind turbine car over.
Right. Yeah. Well, I tell you, people were looking, seeing if he was sitting out front of the Civic Center, but I didn't see him. But I tell you one thing, remember his second idea was a warehouse where you could store gravity.
Yes, yeah.
No need for that there.
Yeah, we had plenty.
There was plenty.
We got a bumper crop right there, Rick.
There was a bunch of it.
Yeah.
The joke we used to always tell it when I worked for the power company when you were climbing stuff that the fall won't kill you, it's the sudden stop.
That's right.
Oh, that's
correct.
exactly what you saw there.
Yeah. See, he probably doesn't know he's lost the first parachute, but certainly when you keep pummeling down really, really fast,
the sudden stop.
I bet you're pushing every parachute button you got.
Oh yeah, you wearing that button out.
Yeah.
And you ain't got a lot of time. I mean, there ain't a lot of time to affect the repair right there.
Right. Yeah.
So anyway,
but I know the conspiracy.
I hate that for Mad Mike.
I do too. But that's one of those things where you go. People always say he died doing what he loved.
One of my favorite movies is Astronaut Farmer. Greg brought that up.
Look, Billy Bob got all the way up in space and was talking to his son.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. He was tracking him.
Based on a true story.
But, he's not going to get a picture of the ice wall at 2,000 feet. He's going to get up like 60 miles,
right?
To do that.
And trying to get a picture out of that thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to float a little bit.
Guys, there's a reason he's called Mad Mike.
That's right.
Rick and Bubba.
Good morning. It was one of those things because Sherry had spoken at a women's event Friday night. I was there for the Pursuit Men's Conference. And we both got back together Saturday afternoon. Both got home, and I will just tell you this: by 8:30 that evening, Mr. and Mrs. Burgess were sound asleep and gone. So I was like, so I get up Sunday morning. We're getting up, getting ready to go to church, and I start seeing all these texts from y'all about the Tyson Wilder, a Fury Wilder fight. Mm-hmm. And at one time, I thought I had seen a modern day miracle.
Yeah,
I thought to myself, well, the miracles this weekend just continue.
Yeah,
I thought that it looked like one Bill Bubba Bussey had stayed up and watched the fight, but I understand quick. He corrected that quickly. No.
I got up early and just started seeing the highlights.
I thought. And here we go. So we're back. Phone calls now, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Leapers only. This is your birthday. You were born on a leap year on the 29th of February, or you got married on the 29th of February. We need to speak to you about how you manage this. This year may be simple, but we want to know when this year happens, and then what do you do in the other years? We need this information. We've become very intrigued with leapers. So, and this whole leap year thing, because it's odd, and you can barely wrap your mind around it. So, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Speedy will take your calls now. I do want to mention you heard the great voice of Ken Osborne that has been with the show for many, many years, and then went away, and now has come back for the 30th anniversary and the final year of the Rick and Bubba Show. And he said 3 decades of radio gold, and we are celebrating that. And there's a brand new shirt today. Now we're going to go back. There's a lot of the store was overwhelmed on announcement day, and we've been waiting for them to come up for air before we were putting anything new out there. So a new shirt is there today, and it is this one featuring the 3 decades of radio gold. It's a really cool shirt.
Yeah, I love the logo.
Yeah, and we love that. I love this shirt. Really cool, and it is available. Keep in mind, like most things that are hitting the store now for obvious reasons, they'll probably go quick. So if you want to get one, they're in the store today. Some of you are already moving because we put them out on our personal stuff and on the Rick and Bubba social media today. So look at this, 3 decades of radio gold, 1994 to 2024. Got the Rick and Bubba logo there, the big 30 in the middle. Really, really cool shirt. Wish I had one. So we'll get one too. So, and then I told Bubba on Tuesday we had a caller that said, "Are y'all going to do any vintage shirts like the logo you see in the studio that has our faces on it?" That was one of the original logos from the beginning. And we had a shirt with that on it, but I think they're all gone. She said she looked and they were. So yeah, we'll also take some vintage stuff and release it over this year too. So just pay attention for that. So thanks for your interest in that, by the way. And it's available at rickandbubba.com under the store. Also, a Rick and Bubba, I don't know how long Read Across America has been going on, and Rick and Bubba's World's Largest Classroom. I don't know how many years we've been doing that. But Read Across America is tomorrow. So teachers, if you're getting ready to go to class today, just go to your social media platforms, give us a picture of your class, or you want to give us something that lets us know your class is involved, and then you just tag us on your social media post, and you'll join the largest classroom in America. You just go to @RickandBubba on social media and tag us, and that lets everybody know you're part of it. We'll read it live on the live show only. Now, if you want the archive, you can play it anytime you want to, but it'll be live at 8:20 Central Time tomorrow, as we'll read Green Eggs and Ham, as we have for many, many years, with Rick and Bubba's World's Largest Classroom. All right, so Leapers, let's go. Let's go to Carol.
Leaper.
Now, Bubba, this is a anniversary leaper.
Okay.
So Carol is having an anniversary today. Carol, hello, and welcome to Rick and Bubba. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
So let's walk through this.
We only get to say that every 4 years.
Yeah, except on that, whatever you said a minute ago. So what do you guys do? First of all, let's throw the questions out that have already been asked that we don't have answers to. Do y'all really turn it up when it actually is the right day? Is it a different feel, or does it feel the same no matter if it's a leap year or not?
Well, after 32 years, we try to do something. This would be our 8th leap year. So we try to go out to eat, do something a little more special. But we always go out to eat, but, we try to kind of ramp it up.
So this is only your 8th official
leap
day.
Year.
Right.
Yeah. So when it's not leap year, to Helmsy's question, would you likely to celebrate the anniversary on 28 or on 3/1?
Well, my husband always said, and he said this from the beginning, well, now I'll have a day to remember and a day to forget.
So
again, what day do you
what does that
celebrate?
mean?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, a day to remember and a day to forget, meaning it's not there much. So would you? Took me a while to track with you there, but I think that's what you're saying, or he was saying. So would it be more likely on the 28th or on the 1st, on the day to forget years, which is most of them?
Okay, so if he forgets it on the 28th, then we can celebrate it on March 1st.
So y'all don't have a set date. Y'all just kind of figure it out as it gets
some freedom in that.
Yeah,
there's some freedom in that.
Yeah, especially if you're the husband.
But if we make it to March 2nd and he hasn't remembered, then he's in trouble.
Then it's official. Then you've officially forgotten.
Yeah.
So really, this is the beauty on Leapers, guys. Yeah. The husband hasn't officially forgotten until March 2nd.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Happy 8th anniversary.
Thank you.
There you go. So how about that? A little freedom in it.
Yeah.
Do you like the freedom?
I do.
Okay.
Especially as a husband.
Amy says she's not a leaper, but
it's a lock on 28th and the 1st.
How do you? Hey, twice. How do you feel about someone being a vicarious leaper? She's not the leaper, but her son is. Is that okay?
Maybe we can get the information of how they do it.
Amy, how do y'all handle your leaper son?
Well, my mom's birthday is the 1st, so we usually celebrate on the 28th, but really he's still a kid to us, so we celebrate all month.
The entire month, yeah. So kind of like
now, Helms was telling us there's some legal issues if you're born on that day.
Oh, and that's true.
Is it your son? He's born on that day, or is it an anniversary? I'm sorry.
He was born. Yes.
Okay. So
he was born on that day.
So technically, from a driver's license standpoint, legal paperwork, he cannot renew things that would be date sensitive until March 1st. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. He turned 16 on the 29th. He did have a birthday that year. So he usually renews every 4 years. So I'm not sure about all that.
Okay. Right.
So, like, somebody had emailed me and said that their daughter, when they went to get their permit, had to wait until March 1st, that the government, and there's some passport issues as well. So the government recognizes March 1st.
How about that?
According to these people, now I don't know.
We didn't have to wait for the permit. We didn't have to wait for that.
You did not.
But he's been listening. He's been listening to you guys since he was potty training. Y'all helped us with that. And so he's still listening today. It's his 6th birthday. And I wanted y'all to wish him happy birthday.
Oh, he loves you for saying that.
Yeah.
That he's 6 today. That's hilarious. He loves you for that. What's his name?
Sometimes he acts like he's 6 more than 24.
Well, we all do that. What's his name?
His name is Bryant.
Hey, Brian.
Hendrick.
Happy birthday. And
we're going to allow a few birthdays today for the poor leap year people that don't even know how old they are.
And please put 6 candles on his cake, please.
Yes, always do. I remember when he was in kindergarten and he was learning the calendar, and he ran home and he went to the calendar. He said, "Mommy, I can show you where my birthday is." And he looked on the calendar and he said, "It's not there." So I felt like a mom fail.
It's not there.
I just told him he was so special that God allowed him to be born on the most special day of the year.
There you go. There you go. But you had the legal part because, a lot of, when everybody wants to know your birthday and things time out, like every 4 years for the driver's license and all that. So, but then they give you some room on the driver's license. Though. Like mine's October 6th, and I got to have it done by my day's actually the 3rd. So I guess that works.
If it all fell in line, I guess he would only renew on leap years where there was a 29.
Well, that's true.
But you'd have to have that line up just perfect.
Yeah, it would. Well, there you go. It sounds like these leaper people just do whatever they want.
Yeah. I mean, I think everybody feels bad for them.
Right. It's an interesting thing that we do.
Another oddity.
It is. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It would have been.
So, I didn't see any of it. I had no chance.
Look at Fury coming in there.
But I heard y'all text.
To Patsy Cline. That's the background music.
What?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy about Patsy Cline.
Yeah, I saw all your text that their entrance to the ring took a half hour for everybody.
At least. I think 10:55 Central is when they were ready. It's like all the other fights were off. They had given them the countdown of, hey, here's when you're coming out. And I think that's when they started, and I thought, well, man, this ain't going to be too long. This is good.
You didn't realize it was going to take them
and it took
a good
forever
hour.
For them to come out. This is Wilder. Here.
Wilder is dressed as a transformer.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
in the world is this? I mean, he has no idea his eardrum's about to be burst.
No,
he doesn't. No, he doesn't, Rick.
So
I'm not sure what that get up he's got on.
He kind of looks like Groot.
Yeah, he does.
I am Groot. Yeah. He kind of look like Groot, like a black Groot.
I am Groot.
Rick, we talked earlier. Of course, me. I mean, that's fine. I like it. Bigger the better. Let's all have fun with it. But I like when Tyson would come in with a towel with a hole cut in it around his neck and take it off and beat the crap out of somebody trying to leave.
Those were the days, Greg.
He didn't wear socks. He had no socks. He had a towel with a hole cut in it with his head stuck.
Yeah, those days are gone, Greg.
They are. Boy, we've took it to a new level here.
Yeah.
Hey, and you got in bed with plenty of time left because Tyson's fights only lasted about 20 seconds.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Well, you know what? A lot of people quit watching because they'd rent these pay-per-views or whatever, and it wouldn't go anytime.
Do you think when his eardrum was burst and they were doing the TKO that he felt silly about having that on?
I was thinking that same thing.
Probably.
You don't put that back on. And walk out with it, do you?
Well, it might hurt your ear now.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah. They
man, that's quite a punch to bust your eardrum.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I heard all this.
That's two big guys.
Where Fury, both of them I saw put weight on, but Fury said he put on like 30 pounds.
Yeah.
And to have a little more punch.
Yeah.
And
like the guys that were calling. I watched the highlights of it this morning because I just couldn't drop $80 on it. I know that sounds. So I was watching on YouTube. They had the highlights, and the commentators making a point how Fury's leaning on him. They said a big body leaning on you that, it just wears you out. Even if he's not hitting you, you're just holding him up.
Well, Bubba made the point, usually when Deontay Wilder boxes someone, he is by far the biggest person in the ring.
Yeah.
And now he's got somebody that can push back, punch back, same size, and really a better boxer.
Really good.
As far as boxing.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that. That's what all the experts
No, he's a
say.
good technical boxer.
Yeah, Wilder, was kind of the home run hitter, had the big punch, knocked a lot of people out.
Everybody who's ever faced it.
Yeah.
Except, he knocked Fury down the last time. He didn't knock him out.
But that's the thing. He knocked him down twice last time. I thought maybe he would make adjustments this time.
I thought he was going to knock him out early.
Be
that
ready
was my
to go.
prediction.
Yeah.
And he's from just down the road here from where the studio is. So I was shocked that he got beat that bad that quick. I really was.
Well, think about how close he was to winning, guys. I mean, he knocked Tyson Fury down for 4 seconds.
Right.
He's completely out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. Let's come back, Adler, because we're close to the break. Because I know Adler watched it completely. You watched it completely.
I
Speedy.
did. I went over to
You
best.
did not. You didn't.
Till this day, no.
Yeah, till this day.
I went over to best friend's house. Rumor had it that at the Fields that he's getting it. Scott's getting the fight.
Did you give him any
really?
money towards it?
Yeah.
Huh?
Did you give him any
And
money?
everybody brought stuff and all that.
Did you pay some money towards
Did you
it?
chip
No,
in?
I didn't. No.
Speedy.
He wouldn't take it. Nobody did.
No.
He wouldn't just leave a 20 on
something
the
he wanted to
counter?
do.
When I heard you saw it, I knew you didn't pay for it.
Well, no.
No, that's the first thing
Did you bring a 2-liter Coke?
Yeah, Scott did. Scott paid for it.
I know. He hosted it.
How about
he
a
wanted
bag of chips and a 2-liter?
Yeah.
There you go.
Do you feel like you've
Yeah,
got to
had
give
Italian food
Do you feel
there.
like there's pressure to give Scott more than you would normally give him because of what unfolded last week?
Yeah.
Well,
I feel like there's a little
that's
bit
the
of that.
joke amongst all the buddies of mine now. They're wanting to come in like, why am I not best friend?
Right. Yeah, you went on far with that.
Well, I did. I panicked.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And a new shirt there today, 3 decades of radio gold. Grab it before they're gone. All right, so let's update you on a couple of things. First of all, you came into this year. Here we are, about to wrap up February. We got that extra day today, the last day of February. Is debt still haunting you? I know. You went into Christmas and you're like, all right, we got a new year. Hey, new beginning. I'm gonna take care of this debt. I'm gonna get this off of me. And you still have it. And some of the reasons may not be just on you. The system, when you get into these high interest credit cards and loans, that system is set up to keep you in there forever and to keep sending them payments and that high interest. They love that. So let's get you out of that. Here we go. You ready? Everybody ready to get this? Zap, Z-A-P, zapmydebt.com. Now, this is not like the old school debt relief company that strings out your debt over many, many years. They've got new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Think about it. Now you can cut or even eliminate interest, find programs that write off balances so you'll owe less, stop those threatening phone calls, and you can do it all without bankruptcy or another loan. In short, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. A lot of you are responding. Let's get this done. Before you do anything else today, why don't you go check out zapmydebt.com, talk to them for free, and find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. You'll thank us for this one. Go to zapmydebt.com. That link, of course, at rickandbubba.com under sponsors as well. Now, when you click on that website, it's going to say Pivotal Loan Solutions. That's the name of the company. This is just our URL to get you there, okay? Some of you have been confused by that, so I want to tell you that. Bubba, coming up today, we're going to record another, Lord willing, another podcast, and we're going to talk to a fascinating man, and I've had the honor to meet him. He played for Pittsburgh, the college, and then went on to play for the Cincinnati Bengals, Gary Burley. Fascinating story, but he and a couple of co-writers have written a book called Glory, The Struggle for Yards, and the book is out. It's perfect for the last day of Black History Month because the book goes back to these incredible men that, they were the first to step into key roles in professional football, not just as players. We got the first black official that ever called an NFL game, that incredible story. Gary's story, of course, he played on the first Super Bowl team the Bengals had in the early 80s. Remember 80-81 when the Bengals were in the Super Bowl? Gary was the defensive end there and was quite the menace. I was reading his story. Let me tell you, when you know that you're off to an aggressive start, would you like to know the man that first invested in Gary for him to aspire to be a professional football player? Jack Tatum.
Really?
Okay.
Wow.
When the
assassin.
When you go to the Assassins football camp, as an unrecruited player, and he's trying to help you get a scholarship somewhere, Jack Tatum is the one that got you ready to play. You think you didn't hit the field wide open?
You better.
So
you better.
So anyway, Bubba, have you ever heard of the Black Cyclone, Charles Follis?
I have not, Rick.
The first paid African American black football player ever. The Black Cyclone. What a cool nickname. Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard of Motorcycle McDonald?
I don't think I have. Rick.
Okay. Well,
these
then
were all prior to my days.
Yep. Then you don't know about the first Haitian to ever play.
No, I don't.
So
that's why it'll be educational.
Yeah.
Today.
What about the human tornado?
Don't believe I do.
Fritz Pollard, the first black coach in the National Football League.
What year was that?
I don't know. We'll find out today. So there you go. And there's all kinds of cool pictures in this book, Glory, The Struggle for Yards. These are all those turn-of-the-century African-American unsung heroes of professional football. So that'll be an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff in there. So catch that coming up this weekend wherever you get podcasts. And got a chance to meet Gary. He's also had some incredible struggles health-wise, kidney transplant, all kinds of stuff he's come through. So we'll talk about that. Bubba, speaking of health.
Where did he go?
Where'd he go? Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's riding in the... Come on, everybody say, does anybody know? I say, Basement Joe.
Hey, Basement Joe.
Bubba, in the fake world in which we live, because only in the fake world could this even be said.
Yeah.
Right? Because remember, we're living in a time, I know everybody's overusing the term gaslighting, but anyway, we're living in a time when even though you can clearly see something to be true, you're told it still isn't. So it's going to happen again. Biden 81, this is what they want you and me to believe. There are no health concerns whatsoever involving the president. He, in his physical, they have deemed him active and robust and fit to serve. And you know why he didn't have a cognitive test? You've already mentioned it, Bubba.
Said he didn't need one.
Said he didn't need one, and they said, okay, sir, fine. And we all know that when people have responsibilities and are showing signs of dementia or Alzheimer's, there's no need to check it out, especially if they're the president of the United States, because it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. If he was your granddad, would you let him drive?
I would not.
No, sir.
I would not.
Nope.
I would not. That is a good point, Mr. Bussey. Also, he has a new sleep apnea mask.
Yeah.
He has a fresh contact lens prescription, so he can wear his aviators. Bubba, here's what they're saying, because I guess I would underline the word virtually. Virtually a clean bill of health. The president is fine. They did say something about his gait, which was interesting.
Yeah, a little stiff.
That he has a stiff gait. Yeah, we've seen that.
Yeah.
Some people call that an old man shuffling, but they can say stiff gait if they like.
I'll tell you what it ain't.
Could they read this without smiling?
No, I can't. I can't read this. I think if I was his doctor, isn't there a time where you just don't want to look stupid?
Right.
When you're saying, I know y'all need me to say this. I can't go out there and say this.
No.
Now, I would say this if I was the doctor. I will go out there and say this if y'all will quit showing him on TV.
Yeah.
Okay, can y'all find some way where nobody can see him? Can y'all stop letting him talk?
Please.
Then I might do it. But I'm not going to go out there and say this, and then everybody start showing clips. It makes me look I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a paycheck now, but this is going to haunt you the rest of your life because you're going to be like Baghdad Bob. Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Telling us that the U.S. was not there and the soldiers were parachuting behind him at the time.
Yep.
You remember what a comedy bit that became?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's I like that the report said this. President Biden, now I want y'all to think about the real world versus the fake world. President Biden is a healthy, active, robust. I don't think robust was needed. You know, sometimes when people go too far and they're trying to sell you something,
add a little bit.
Yeah, like the time one of my kids says, I think that was broken daddy before I was ever even born. If you hadn't gone that far, son,
Right.
you know, if you just said you didn't do it. 81-year-old male who remains fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency, to include those, Bubba, as chief executive, head of state, and commander-in-chief. No responsibilities there.
I will say this: that doctor, we need to really look at his the certificate he's got hanging on the wall.
Yeah,
is that thing from the Virgin Islands or something? I mean,
okay, I just honestly want to ask this. I honestly want to ask this question, and I
did
know
you get one of them mail-in jobs
from the University of the Dominican Republic.
Yeah,
I'm going to go back to this again, and I know I shouldn't do this to myself. Rick, don't do this. I honestly would like to hear even people who vote for him and want him to be president. You don't believe this either, right? I mean, I know you're anti-Trump, evil. Trump gonna get us. Orange man get us. I understand all
Orange
that.
man bad,
but you don't
always sad.
Orange man. Oh no, Orange man. But tell me you don't really believe this report, right? We all can see it.
Right.
I mean,
because Adler has Jean-Pierre saying that he passes a cognitive test every day. Every day.
Yeah.
Running this country.
Well, he must have it up in Delaware.
Yeah, yeah.
See, I would disagree.
He's very, very seldom at the White House.
Well, I would disagree with Jean-Pierre because he does get tested every day, and I see it. Right. So my diagnosis is different, but here she is. Okay, here we go.
I think folks need to understand that the president passes, again, a cognitive test every day. If you look at what a clinical cognitive test is actually, what it actually does, it is a 15-minute appointment that is administered by someone that most of the time people don't actually know. And the president has a team of doctors that is with him 24/7. And he is able to do the work every day that is rigorous, that is more rigorous than it would be for any 15-minute clinical appointment.
No, see, that's where you're just wrong because the press, we're not doctors, or the press. None of y'all not going to allow somebody to ask him if he knows what season it is. No one's going to ask him that. See, when you go take a cognitive test, these are doctors that know the questions to ask to see if you have control of your cognitive health. They have a whole questions lined up to get answers. Y'all don't let anybody ask him those kind of questions. So no, he does not have a test every day.
No.
Y'all, I counted. She blinked 8,000 times during that 4-second clip.
Yeah. I noticed that she's a big blinker when she's kind of fudging a little bit.
Maybe it's like Morse code, like please help me, please.
I thought that silver eyeliner was just weighting down her eyelid.
Yeah.
It was like the garage was going.
Like,
down.
is he passing your cognitive test every day? Because she says you can test him every day.
Every day.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back. We'll come back and take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Anybody believe this report? Anybody? Even those of you that are supporting him. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, talking about the fight, it was a lot of pomp and circumstance. If I have it all right, it appears that Tyson Fury hit Deontay Wilder so hard in the side of the head that it burst his eardrum, affecting his equilibrium. And his corner finally thought he was at such risk, they threw in the towel. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, and if you look at some of the scores the judges had up to that point, Fury was winning that fight hands down.
Adler, were you surprised?
I was very surprised in how dominant Tyson Fury was. Guys, I didn't realize this, though, and this is when I started to worry for Deontay Wilder. The last time they fought, Tyson Fury was only 3 months kind of back into healthy life, and not.
Yeah, he had a bad
training,
battled depression, and
alcoholism, and all kinds of stuff. He was only training back into this seriously 3 months for the last fight.
Really?
I didn't know that, and I heard that on a podcast coming back from the men's conference, and I'm like,
Great job.
Wait a second here.
Well,
this might be bad.
Wilder knocked Fury down in the last round, almost knocked him out, and he needed to do that just to get a draw. So Fury,
knocked him down twice.
Yeah, but I mean that last one was.
Oh, he was out. He was out. I thought it was over.
So you knew that Fury had the physical ability to go toe to toe with Wilder, which most people don't. By the way, he's a very large man. He is. Very large. But Fury is a beast.
Wilder's normally not looking up at somebody.
Right.
He's 6'7".
Right. Yeah, and Fury's 6'9".
Yeah.
6'9".
And at one time he was 400-something pounds.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the putting on the extra weight? Both of them did. They both felt like they wanted to have more power this time, didn't they? And undoubtedly, he did.
He really did. You could see it too. Fury. I was talking with the guys in the kickoff hour. Fury is 6'9", 270-something pounds, and he moves like a cat. Yeah. He slips and jabs. I mean, the dude is slippery. Goodness gracious.
So, do you think the best man won?
No doubt. You gotta box with this up here, guys. You gotta box with your brain.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta use your mind in there. You gotta be smart. And Deontay Wilder, he was in the press conferences leading up to this. He's like, I'm gonna knock him out in the second. I'm knocking him down. I'm knocking him out in the second. Fight's gonna be over. And you could kind of see that effort take place in the second.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're Tyson Fury, you know that's coming. You're gonna adjust your game in that round, survive that onslaught. And then it was lights out, like you said, Rick, once he got hit with that eardrum. And I saw, when you see blood coming from someone's ear, it's just a bad thing.
It wasn't like a cut earlobe or something. It's like the inside of his ear was full of blood.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like they would have to dip inside the ear and try to get it all out between rounds. And
Look at that right there.
Oh, yeah, it was insane. But after being somebody that hasn't watched all his fights, I wasn't sure what to expect. But I was with the crew, and a lot of the guys had. Every one of them they've been watching. They're like, this is so not him. Ever since he got hit, he looks totally different. Now, I don't know if he'd have won or not, but you're right.
It would
it's
have been
like
his
legs were like noodles, and it's just you could tell he didn't have his balance or anything.
There was one clip too, Rick. I don't know if you saw it at the end. After they have thrown the towel in, and Wilder is asking his guy in the corner, why did you throw the towel?
Yeah, I heard about that.
And he's trying to tell him, and Wilder can't hear him. You see him turning his head back and forth.
You're right.
He said, why did you throw the towel? And look, he's trying, and you see he can't hear what he's saying. He keeps turning back and forth trying to hear.
Right.
And up until that point, somehow Deontay Wilder had survived. So up until that point, somehow I kept thinking, all right, this is it. This has got to be the last round.
Yes.
I'm texting Dave, the guitarist from church or whatever. He's like, this is the last round. Oh no! And it was pretty close to the end at that point. But somehow he kept going, kept surviving. But he was on the ropes a good bit of the time. And then what really did it, you could see his corner, see him. He got pushed into the corner, and when you're in the corner, you got nowhere to go. And he just took some big blows in that corner. And I got to give props to Deontay Wilder's team when they threw in the towel. That was the right thing to do to protect the fight.
That was my next question. Do you think
you want
to
fight again another day?
Yes. Yeah. For sure.
Hey, and this will draw big money for round 3.
Yeah.
Well,
and it's Wilder's choice if they fight. He's got 30 days to implement that clause.
Yeah,
so.
a rematch.
And then I don't know what the time limit is. A year or something before they'd have to fight?
I don't know. But the rematch clause, I didn't even realize. I'm pretty new to this boxing world.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. All right, phone calls and phone troll. All right, so we're being told that the president's fine. He is fit. He is robust, and there's no need for a cognitive test. No need for that. He takes one every day. I mean, of course, we think he's failing it. So we're asking you, what do you think on this? And of course, you can ask other questions. I see some others.
I need to go to that guy for my physical.
Yeah,
he'll have me graded as an Olympic athlete. You know.
Here's that's a good point. Here's the thing I want to hit too, and I know sometimes the few there are some Democrats that like our show. There really are, and they're going to vote for Biden. And they don't like the political part of our show and not the spiritual part very much, but they just like the other stuff we do. And thank you for that. Danny, I know you're out there. Danny, the Democrat. Danny, please, I have to talk to you today. Danny, the Democrat, I know you'll email Bubba and I today. We know that. But if you could call the show and explain, and at least you can even say Orange Man bad.
No, Rick, I would like to hear your take on this physical without using the word Trump.
Thank you.
Because he really has nothing to do with this physical.
I agree.
Okay.
So just that.
Now, we understand your disposition, Orange Man bad.
Right. Yeah. So we got that. That's a foregone conclusion. And we know you're still going to vote for Biden. We just got to hear you say, yes, it is true. This man is not what they're presenting. He is losing his cognitive skills. He is not robust. Can you just please?
If they're lying to you about this, what else would they lie to you about?
Danny, come on. I know you've never really called, and you only email. I like to hear from Danny, the Democrat.
Danny D.
And just strictly speak to the physical and the cognitive. That's it. All right, to the phones. To the phones we go. Let's go to Cole, Russellville, Alabama. Hey, Cole, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Cole, sup?
So, why is he having to take a cognitive test every day if it's coming out the same result? That makes no sense. It's the definition of insanity, really. If you do the same thing every day and he's getting the same results.
Well, they tried to cleverly say that if you can be the president, you're proving yourself every day. You don't need a test. But that's really not what we're asking. We're asking for a test so you can know that he is actually the president and executing those duties.
And don't you have to say what I know we're all thinking? Just take the test, and then everybody stops talking about it.
You remember Trump did
actually have a test
when they were getting on Trump. Remember, he went and took one.
We continue. Mike in New Jersey, 30 seconds. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys, this special prosecutor or special counsel or whatever this guy heard, he said that Joe Biden he's guilty, but we're not going to prosecute him because, this guy can't even tie his own shoes. Well, not according to Biden's doctor. This man is in great shape mentally and physically. How come this indictment is not back on the table?
Yeah,
good point.
That's a great question because you can't have it both ways. You can't have a prosecutor go, well, this is a dawdling old man. No jury will ever convict him, even though clearly he broke these rules on handling these documents, and then turn around and go, no, I'm fine, politically elect me again.
You cannot have both.
Somebody stayed awake late at night coming up with this plan.
Either he should go right back to, okay, the doctor says he can.
It's either or.
He can be tried.
It's either or.
Let's go to Donald out of Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Donald, go ahead.
Hey, this is Thomas. This is the second time I've got to work on speaking or something. It's Thomas.
Yeah.
It sounds like Donald. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted your opinion. Mitch McConnell stepping down. Who would you like to see as the Senate, hopefully majority leader when January comes?
It's a good question, and Mitch McConnell needed to step down long before now for the same reasons Biden needs to step down. So I don't know, but what do you think?
I think there's several there that are ready to take the reins. I don't know which ones actually would want to do it. We went through, this agonizing thing over Speaker of the House, so I don't want to get too far out there. But, they have some leadership roles set up. There's a second guy in charge. Usually they just kind of bump them up, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't even know who that is.
I don't either.
No.
Right. But look, the turtle needed to go.
Yeah.
I have no ill will toward the turtle, but he cognitively shouldn't have been there.
Well,
either.
we saw how he was.
Right.
He had some moments that he clearly was struggling.
Yeah.
And he doesn't need to be in that. Look, I commend him for stepping down and realizing that. Apparently no one else will.
Right. Joe in Alabama. Joe, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Y'all don't worry about old Biden's age. They looked at his other birth certificate, and he was born on February 29th. He's only 20 years old.
What if he was a leaper? That's how they use it.
Oh, yeah, really.
Let's go to Chris in Tupelo, Mississippi. Chris, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, good deal. far as Biden goes and Jean-Pierre's speech, they tried to tell us that he has no physical issues and no cognitive issues, and then in the next statement she said he has a team of doctors with him 24/7. If he's physically okay, if he's cognitively okay, why do we need a team of doctors 24/7? Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Well, in all fairness, the president probably has that no matter who it is.
That's correct. We need the president to have doctors around him at all time, no matter who it is. What if he goes into cardiac arrest? What if? I mean, anything could happen.
What if?
Yeah. Well, the thing that he has a doctors around him 24 hours a day shows you how important the job is, which also shows you why we can't take this lightly, which makes the way he's acting even more dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, we keep talking about how important it is for him to be on top of it, which is why it really alarms us when he's not.
It's bizarre, Rick. One, that he is still doing this, but two, that he's running for 4 more years. I mean,
nobody
I
believes
cannot
that.
believe that
Not even Danny.
we're at this.
Not even Danny.
He actually commented about that. If you guys want to hear it, it's really quick.
All right, here we go.
Well said.
He's fine. He's fine.
He's good.
He's perfect.
He's good.
He's fine.
He's good.
Let's go to Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
We're great.
We're good.
We're great.
Hey, I just want to see if y'all seen the footage of where Biden is doing the Selma March, and he's look like he's reenacting the weekend at Bernie's.
Anything we see looks like Weekend at Bernie's. I mean, in all fairness, but I have not seen that. If I probably have, I just don't remember it because we do see most of them.
Oh, here it is, right here. If you want it, Rick, it's really quick.
Okay, all right, here we go.
And I don't want to. Well, maybe choose my words.
Please do.
Please. He's fine. He's fine.
He's good.
He's fine.
Apparently not sleepy.
No. Seth,
ready to go.
Seth, go ahead. Fine.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I was just wondering what y'all thought the odds were that they did administer this cognitive test and they saw the results and said, whoa, we cannot let this out to the public.
Well, I don't think that's it. I see that could happen.
I can't believe the people around him don't have this conversation and go, look, we got to prop him up.
Yeah.
If they really believe that, they need to test themselves.
Yeah. And we had a caller that didn't get in. She said, we just went through the cognitive test. It's about 4 hours. It's not 15 minutes. So anyway, top of the hour.
I wouldn't take that one either.
No, top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Putin's kleptocracy. Yeah. It was in January, after being elected. The late January, early February.
– watch very many boxing matches, so this was a totally different thing to me. I don't wanted to watch it beginning to end, but y'all mentioned some of the early fights, Speedy. Y'all even changed the channel during some of the early fights. I'm really surprised they didn't have a better put together card. For this big of a fight.
It was really boring.
I can't go through all that.
Very boring.
Or was this all they had to give?
Right.
And boxing's never been like UFC. They'll give you a full card with the main event. Boxing's always had the undercards were never that good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They
like Apollo Creed fighting somebody.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe not know the name, but I thought it might just be a better match.
A good match.
Yeah.
Yes.
But like Helmsley said, maybe that's the state of boxing right now. Maybe they had.
know.
But boxing, as Greg says, always had that reputation of our main event is a true main event. Everything else prior to that a warm up act.
Yeah.
Did Wilder think on that first knockdown he got pushed or something?
He thought he got
complaining
because
to the referee
he
about
got
it.
tripped or slipped.
He's like, man, come on.
Yeah,
you
but
can tell he
that was that
upset.
shot there in that ear. Whoo.
Bam. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And some people are saying like that was that an illegal shot, but it wasn't. It wasn't. You're not supposed to
can't
punch
hit below the belt.
Yeah, you can't hit below the belt, but you behind the head. That especially if your opponent is facing you and you're facing your opponent, how can you call that an illegal shot?
Rabbit punch.
Right, exactly.
I mean, it may not score with the judges, but it's a legal hit.
But speaking of Rocky, speaking of Apollo Creed, I felt like I was watching a Rocky movie with those entrances. I'm like, this is the most over the top thing I've ever seen. Deontay Wilder comes out and he looks like Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then he was and then for like kind of Black History Month thing, he was invoking these images of Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks and Nipsey Hussle, Greg's favorite rapper.
Yeah.
Right,
So
Greg?
you
love
mentioned
him?
Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King, and you're throwing in Nipsey Hussle.
He was in the montage. He was in the montage.
It was.
And it made the loss even worse.
By the way,
it really
it just sounds strange to say that the heavyweight champion of the world's from Britain, though. We had what was the other one?
Lennox
Lewis. Yeah,
Who was on
but
the call.
it's been a while back for him.
I didn't know there was a rapper that is doing a version. Remember Nipsey Russell, the comedian we were all growing up? So he's called Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah, and he got shot and killed.
Did he?
Yeah, remember we had that story a week or two.
Yeah, I just didn't know who it was.
I know. You're right.
Now, and you were talking about now Wilder. Like you were talking about during this time. Now he had some kind of issue where something involving marijuana and everything. Who was that?
It's Fury.
One of them. I knew one of them had a marijuana issue during here not that long ago.
Fury, I don't know about that. I know that Fury had the whole bout with like alcoholism and drugs and everything. He was the heavyweight champion of the world back in 2015.
Yeah.
And then he had to relinquish that because not fighting.
Didn't fight for 3
and
years.
failing drug tests.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But somebody emailed me and wanted us to discuss the song that D Smoke is this rapper. I'd never heard of him, but he rapped in front of Deontay Wilder as he came out. So we talked about Tyson Fury being on the throne here. Tyson Fury being on the throne, coming out to the Patsy Cline's Crazy,
which is just
and then
so funny.
And then you had Deontay Wilder come out to a rap song about black everything. And it's
everything.
Black Habits by D Smoke is the name of the song. And somebody emailed me and said that was racist. The song goes like, black tux, black chucks, talking about Chuck Taylors, everything black. Black habits, black medicine, black love, everything black. And you had the rapper holding his hand up in the sky and stuff like that. What is y'all's thoughts on this? Is that racist or is it okay?
Listen, all week in the press conferences leading up to this, there was and Joe Tessitore asked it a couple times, or several other people. They tried to make this into a race thing, and Fury wouldn't bite. He said, "Look, this is not a race. Y'all talking about black man versus the white man. It's not about that. It's about two athletes that are in their prime going toe to toe. I have full respect for Deontay Wilder and everything he's done. He's a champion. The way he handled, because he was the one that had to handle the question. Nobody was asking Deontay that."
I can't speak to. I don't know enough about the song and all that, but to me, that almost feels childish.
It was.
I mean, there's no race element to this match at all.
Yeah. Well, I had a ton
unless you just have to make it one.
Unless you want it.
Can we ever get to the point where a person who happens to be Caucasian and a person who happens to be African American are competing in anything that we can not make it a race thing?
Yeah.
I mean, at some point,
for real.
I mean, haven't we? I mean,
was Tyson's camp trying to? I mean, Wilder was his camp trying to use that as motivation.
Maybe.
I think so.
I guess so. I know that watching it live, it might have just been the TV setup we had. You couldn't really hear him rapping. All you could hear was black. That's all you could hear. It's like black, black.
Right.
That's really all you could hear. I couldn't catch the lyrics. So
isn't Deontay Wilder just the world champion boxer who lost a title match?
He was incredible
to
champion,
to the best contender.
That suit, by the way, cost $40,000. That black suit. He looked awesome. I will say he did look awesome.
6 minutes now past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour starting now. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler here. Greg out. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Mr. Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is a little party we call Rick and Bubba 30 years plus.
30 years and plus one. So, Bubba, do you want to go shout out first and update, and then we do have an email from Danny the Democrat.
Yeah, we'll need to cover that. It'll take just a second on that.
All right, there you go. Tornado recovery update. Tornado recovery update from one Bill Bubba bus. Yeah, somebody say, ride in the storm out. Everybody together say, ride in the storm out. Bubba, do update.
You know, Rick, this has been an educational process.
I bet it has.
All of this.
I bet it
you know,
has.
who says at 60 you can't learn something new?
Well,
and here I am just learning away.
Just learning as we go.
I mean, just learning.
Right here on the Leap Day.
Rick, I do want to send a shout out, and we're trying to thank some of these folks as they get done with the project for the job they've done. Nick Howell, Eagle Electric out of Auburn, Alabama. His crew really came to our rescue in this, and they've done a tremendous job. Now, Big Zach Wood was the guy in charge at our location.
Now, is he the one that doesn't want to shout out?
Yeah, Zach doesn't like shout-outs because he says his phone gets to ring and he can't get any work done.
Okay, well, today I'm sorry.
Zach is about work, but he is focused.
Sorry about that, Zach Attack.
But his guys, they did a great.
Zach's number right now.
They did a great. Don't bother Zach today.
Yeah.
Don't want
So
no
call
phone
Zach,
call.
everybody.
No one calls Zach.
Blow it up,
here.
folks. Blow it up.
And please don't text. Please don't text.
Zach's busy.
Right.
Don't be bothering him.
He might get in the ground.
And part of his crew, Shane Clark, Jared McDonald, Brandon Barros, and Chris Bond.
And what's the name of it?
It is Eagle Electric.
Even
though that's a hawk, but you know,
well,
it gives
it's
it
the only predator call.
Bird of prey.
But they got after it. And I think we're done with electric.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute.
I think.
You sure? Should
well,
you say that?
That's
Walk
what we
that
think.
back.
That's what we think. Everything's wired up, plugged up.
As far
we
as we
tested
know,
breakers. As far as we know.
As far as we know.
And even they admitted that. I was talking with Zach yesterday, and he said,
"You talking about Zach Attack?"
He said, when you do a remodel, it's a lot more difficult than a new build.
Oh, I bet. I've heard that.
Because you got to go in, and part of the thing is tearing out, and you don't know where everything is.
Sure.
And, that's basically what this was a remodel courtesy of a tornado. And
well, now, how's he doing? Because I know this is your area. And so he met your seal of approval.
Oh, yeah. They're doing great. They're doing
okay.
great. I was impressed with them.
I'm sure the face was standing there going.
Well, I was in earshot. Just keep an eye on it.
Was it electrician or plumber that you couldn't keep around at the?
Wow!
We had
bad blood.
Brought it up.
It was a couple electricians.
Okay, so they finished the job. They got it done.
Yeah,
Zach,
they got in there and got it
So
done.
it means more.
Yeah, so that's why you should text Zach.
Bubba said the ones that ran off was called Crimson Tide Limit.
Rick Burgess.
Don't bother Zach today. Big Zach does not want to be bothered.
No.
So don't bother him. He's busy, Rick.
Right.
He got places to
Nobody
go and
calling,
things to wire.
Nobody getting Big Zach Attack. Just leave him alone.
Zach can get it done.
So the microwave works, huh?
So
yes, everything.
So
appears to be working.
So now next step.
Plumbers today.
Oh, crack me.
Hopefully finish that up. So
Ooh,
you get there, you're in good shape.
Have you run into and you were the first person?
We're not going to talk about yard. That's later.
No.
Oh, hey, you don't live in the yard. You're fine with that.
No, we don't. Thank goodness, because it's a mess.
It is.
Yeah, oh boy.
Yeah.
Looks like it was a parking lot for Talladega.
Well, the good news is Dynamic Doug Travis is ready to go.
Doug has been there,
Ooh,
and
Doug.
he's been around, and Doug's incredible. And I don't even want to start Doug yet, but that's
So text Doug and Zach.
We'll get to Doug later. But those guys did a great job. Nick, thank you for getting us on your very busy schedule and getting that done.
So they walked
plumbers
out.
are next.
So you mean they walked out and said, "And
we're done."
And we are gone.
He said, "I think that's it." And
Oh,
we walked around, looked at everything, So
that's awesome.
Hopefully that's it. They got after it, but they got in there and they had people running everywhere.
You know what the last thing they said to him?
And they flew
As they
away.
headed out.
Yeah. So what about
And how late is Kalijah open?
That's right. But you were the
Who's
first.
hungry?
You were the first person to bring this to my attention, and it went on and on and on and on through various projects, and that is the famous. Whenever a crew comes in, well, I don't know who in the world did this before us, but they didn't know what they were doing.
Rick, it's
are
incredible.
you running into
It's
that
incredible.
in this, or not as much?
to me, I guess I realized it more when we built our own house because I was there every day and I, was hearing them talk about everything. It's funny. I mean, it starts out with a guy grading the lot.
It's so true.
And he goes, well, why'd you pick this lot out? It's terrible.
It's terrible. Who sold you on
the
this
grade,
lot?
the water, and all that. I go, well, we got it. Just grade it.
You can tell this is a lot that he's trying to get rid of.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And then the guy comes to dig the footers, and he goes, I don't know who graded this, but he didn't know what he was doing. That water's all messed up.
What
That
idiot?
grade.
What idiot? You get to grade this thing. That's going to mess my. And what they're trying to do is you not to think they did a bad job. They want to blame it on the guy that was there. Who framed this?
It just goes on. You have the people do the foundation and pour the foundation, and then the framers get there. Well, this thing ain't level. I can't make these walls right. And it just goes on.
Then sheetrock shows up. What do they say? Who framed this place?
Oh yeah.
Well, most of the time I don't really understand what they're saying.
Well, that's true.
But they're very talented.
Yes, they are.
Amazingly
fast.
Let me tell you what. I have seen some work being done. I am amazed. I am amazed at how good some of these folks have worked and how hard they've worked.
Oh, yeah. But what they can do is I don't understand how people can know how to do these things.
Yeah.
I mean, we got a couple of guys. They can sheetrock a wall by the time I walk around the house. I've never seen anything. I go in there. I went back. I didn't know where I was.
Well, if you're not careful, they'll sheetrock you right in.
I know it. You better keep moving. Better keep moving.
I mean, business. They're on the ground right now.
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
They're doing good.
I'm in here.
Yep. That's I've seen some of those. And there's you definitely see the difference.
Yeah.
You can tell the difference in the crew and you can really tell.
And we'll tell you more. We're putting some decking down in the attic, for storage.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, they were doing a great job yesterday. But I'll tell you more about that when I get done.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you, Nick Howell, and your crew from Eagle Electric.
That'd way to go.
Very, very much appreciative. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So we have heard from Danny the Democrat.
Did you say damn it, the Democrat?
Yeah, well, it sounded like it for sure.
A shout out, a tribute.
Probably rightly named.
A tribute to Sigmund Freud.
Well, look, we were talking about construction.
Well, we're Danny the Democrat. Danny the Democrat. He will not call the show, but he emails us quite often.
Pretty much once an hour.
Yeah, with his disdain for our political and usually spiritual views, but likes the show for some reason. But he finds his way around all that, and thank you for that, Danny. So he has emailed Bubba, and
you challenged him.
I challenged him. I said, I need somebody who's a Democrat. Y'all do see what we see when it comes to Biden, and y'all aren't buying this physical and cognitive report today, are you? And he emailed this.
He said Biden is obviously physically and mentally infirm.
Now, right, he's agreeing with everything we're saying, so keep that in mind.
hope by some miracle he's not the Democratic candidate on the ballot in November, but I will still vote for him over Trump or any Republican.
And there you go.
And that's it.
Well, and listen, I asked this question last week. If the roles were reversed, we would do the same thing.
I know.
And so I appreciate Danny being honest about it.
Well, it does tell
Danny
us.
D.
But he is saying, I will vote for an infirmed Democrat over a healthy Trump.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I would vote for same thing. If Trump was in the exact same position going against a Democrat, that's who I'd vote for.
So it's ideology.
Yeah,
really,
it
the
is.
candidates are irrelevant.
Which goes back to why
So,
if Biden can stay at least cognitive enough to where he can walk around, which I know that's tough, he'll run because it's not about him. It's about the party.
And he'll get 48% of the vote right off the top.
Now, if President Bartlett from the West Wing, who's a Democrat, was running, I'd vote for him.
Danny, I'm just curious.
That's a show, Helmut.
It's Martin Sheen, by the way.
When you email next segment,
right?
Since you clearly are ideology driven, and I'm not saying that's bad, so am I. What is your key issue that makes you a Democrat voter? What is you go, this is it right here. This is where I hang my hat.
I tell you what, it's not. It's not low taxes.
No, you're not going to hear that one.
It's not cost of living.
No. Yeah, I'm just curious as to what the main issue is.
Is it more social or is it fiscal?
Right.
Yeah.
And what's being done so well that you go, hey, I'm in.
That's right. We'll be back 15 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of Rick and Bubba, thanks for your support. And without you, we would have been gone long ago. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix today. Rick and Bubba University student Stretch Armstrong takes phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get into some phone calls this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubs.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part and joining us each and every day.
Well, we've had a great friendship with Phil Waldrop over the years. Certainly some great moments at the Gridiron Men's Conference. We talked about men's ministry and the kickoff of the manchurch.com coming up on Monday. The Gridiron Men's Conference is coming up again Father's Day weekend this coming summer. It'll be in Huntsville this time, though, which is a new opportunity for those of you that may be traveling from all over. So those details we'll talk about briefly, but mainly we're talking with Phil Waldrop about his new book, Beyond Betrayal, and Phil Waldrop joins us now. Phil, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Well, thanks, Rick. I'm doing great, and congratulations on 26 years. That's incredible. You guys must have started when you were, what, 10?
Yeah.
Or something like that?
Well, in all fairness, Bubba was 11. But
was it?
I'm a half a year older.
Right. And our maturity level, we're about 16 right now.
Yeah,
so
we're hoping to break 20 on that.
That's good.
That's
good.
Well, we'll at the end talk about, because we still got some time on the Gridiron Men's Conference, but I really want to focus on your new book, and it's called Beyond Betrayal. And I will tell you, Phil, we talked about this on the show just, because, we're marketing with you and teaming up with the Gridiron, and this has been part of your marketing with us this time. And you wouldn't believe the number of emails I got and said, what was that book you talked about betrayal?
Yeah.
I mean, it really flipped a switch with people in the audience, and this is a book about overcoming past hurts, and plus trying to learn how to begin to trust again. Why did you end up saying, hey, you know what, I need to write a book about betrayal? What spawned all this?
Well, 20 years ago, I went through a very deep betrayal, and most of the time we hear betrayal, people immediately think that it's an unfaithful spouse, and that is a betrayal. But for me, it was a guy who was very close to me. He was a dear friend, and I learned that he was involved in some things that were immoral and unethical, not illegal, but immoral and unethical, and realized that how could a person do that, especially when you're working side by side in ministry?
Yeah.
And even though, of course, he had to leave, it left a lot of scars because nobody told me how to process a betrayal. When somebody you love and trust turns on you, how do you process it? And so I wanted to help people not to make the mistakes I made and learn how to come out on the other side stronger and better.
So I know you talk about this a little bit in the book. It's not that I think a lot of people misunderstand when this topic is taken on, whether it's betrayal or forgiveness of any kind. They think that somehow we're trying to tell them that it doesn't matter what happened to them. That's not what and you make that clear in the book. It's okay to be upset about it.
Well, sure. As a matter of fact, I think God gave us anger. It's a gift from God. People think anger is always bad. Well, Paul said in Ephesians, we could be angry and sin not.
Right.
In other words, I think anger in a healthy way is something God gave us. Unfortunately, when we go through a betrayal, because we're so hurt and emotions are so raw, anger becomes something that's negative. And so I really want people to understand, if you don't go through the emotions, you're going to suppress them, and you're going to start playing whack-a-mole, and they're going to start showing up everywhere else.
Yeah, and then that's going to lead to bitterness, and you know who loves bitterness, and that's the adversary.
A little hate and discontent.
That's right. And bitterness will lead to revenge. As Christians, we may not take out physical revenge on people, but we sure take out verbal revenge. And so when somebody says something about the person who betrayed you, and it's a good word, they just may say they look nice today, and you just feel this need to destroy that person, so you verbally attack them, and until you get past it, you're going to live very bitter. You're not going to be happy, and you're going to be very isolated.
Well, you talk about one of the things. It was interesting how this came up. We're on the Wednesday Bible study here. We're going through the Gospel of John, and we just finished Judas and his betrayal of Jesus. And one of the things that the commentary and you talk about in the book is, we kind of skim over that going, well, that needed to happen. Jesus was going to the cross. But this was a man that Jesus had put in his inner circle, and he was such a good actor, the disciples had no idea who Jesus was talking about and even let him handle the money. Mm-hmm. So talk a little bit about remembering that Jesus himself, that's the reason why he came. to go through all the things that we go through. 21 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. And don't forget, brand new Rick and Bubba shirt today, 3 decades of radio gold. It is moving briskly. In the Rick and Bubba store, you can grab it by going there today. All right, so we know this for the secondhand embarrassment people out there, that national anthems, they are a level 5. And that's not good, because 5 is where it really gets bad. This is where this features impromptu singing really by anyone, but the national anthem adds a little more pressure because it is the national anthem and normally is sung in front of lots of people. So I always ask the question, I know it's I'm belaboring the point, but do they not do a run-through when someone apparently is not able to sing it well? Is there no run-through?
I feel like that this young lady was probably
God love her.
Seen doing it somewhere else,
God
or
love
was
her.
recommended. And
God love her.
I feel like, sometimes you have people try to kind of over-sing it a little bit.
Mhm.
And in this particular case, you have a very young lady over-singing it a little bit.
Indiana Pacers, very young lady, child, okay? Certainly patriotic, dressed like a little small flag. But it does not go well, and it doesn't seem like it's nerves to me. It doesn't seem like that if they'd been any kind of run-through, it seems like somebody would have said, she's cute as she can be, but I don't think anyone's going to be thinking about that.
No, and what you feel when you hear this, how you're uncomfortable, that's secondhand. That's being uncomfortable and embarrassed for the situation.
I want to ask a question, because I know when it comes to children, you have to be careful here.
Very careful. Very careful.
Are we, if you take your child, dress her as a flag, and put her at an Indiana Pacers game to sing the national anthem, which we all will eventually see.
Right.
I don't say be mean, but I'm saying we are allowed to watch this and comment that it wasn't very good, right? Even though it's a child, I don't want.
Let's listen to it, and then
Okay.
you can draw your own conclusion.
Okay. Wow.
So glad Greg's not here.
And bright stars round on perilous path.
You okay, Speedy?
No.
O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets regulate.
Help her, Jesus. Help her, Jesus.
Lord help her. That's what all those players are praying, man. They're all praying that. Oh, my.
Fix it, Jesus.
She's trying so
That
hard.
a flag was still there.
It's a really long song when it's poorly done.
She's a kid.
She's a small child. A little flag. So precious. Beautiful dress. Beautiful dress. What a nice outfit.
For the land of the free. And the home round the
She just loves America so much. Bless her heart.
Is every dog in Indiana barking right now?
Oh, you're terrible.
That note, the high note,
And Greg-
it hurt my ears. I
Greg-
know it hurt theirs.
Greg's not even here.
Yeah.
We almost got away with it.
I wish I'd have worn
I blame
a
the
different shirt
parents.
today.
She obviously can sing because
Yeah,
it had to be some type
it's
of.
not
It was the
terrible.
delivery. Maybe if
That's
she sang
it.
it straight.
That's it.
It's just
That's
over
it.
some.
What I'm
She's
saying
over
is
singing it.
She's over.
She's over singing it.
You know what I mean?
She's a kid, Speedy.
She's a kid. That's bless her heart. That's where I'm going.
I think
be
if
able to
she
deal
would-
with
like
it.
What
the
a
first-
precious little child.
Yes.
What a precious
We
little
don't
outfit.
know. She may be a little brat.
Right. Her
Yeah.
hair, they spent hours on it.
Oh, so long.
So long.
So long.
It took on this. And the presentation was as sweet And I actually will now blame Joe Biden.
Yeah, right.
Fair.
Right.
Because you can't even make anything about America feel pretty right now.
No. That's 100% legit and fair.
You know,
that
she
is
would've-
Joe Biden's fault.
That's it.
Absolutely.
I don't know how, but
Right.
it is.
Not the Pacers'
100%.
fault. Not even her fault.
And the
Bless her.
parents.
I feel like if she'd have stayed the first 10 seconds, if she'd have stayed in that lane, she'd have been fine.
Well, what it is, and Helmsy, we've all seen it. You ever watch, what was that show that everybody was obsessed with for a while, Dance Moms? These moms that you'll get these girls in these dance deal.
Oh, okay.
And your beauty pageant moms.
I was going to say, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Right. Well, there you go. but what happens, and you can hear it in the presentation, somebody's got it in there, and they're trying to get her to sound soulful, really get on it, and a little kid. But I've heard little kids that can pull that off that are brilliantly talented. And unfortunately, I don't see that here. I think that this is one of those things where people are convincing the little lady that she's actually more talented than she is. And so, like, to your point, Hams, I'm still staying with you. We're asking her to do things that she's not talented enough to do when we should just let her sing it straight.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
just
because I've got a question here.
Yeah.
All right, so kind of like Rick, do you remember when you said you and Sherry were going over stuff, and then but when you were actually presenting, you owned it because you hate practicing and walking through stuff?
I've never been a good practice
As a
guy.
performer or a singer, something I know nothing of, do you get in the moment and you think you've prepared, but something takes over and you oversing, or maybe you go to a note that you didn't rehearse because you're just feeling it? Do you think, or did somebody tell her go high at the end?
I think that was all scripted.
Listen,
You do?
Yeah, no doubt.
Because
You don't do
this was bad from the beginning to the end.
And what they do.
Not a bad moment in it.
She's practiced this
Yeah, that too.
45 times.
At least.
Yeah.
Did nobody hear it?
But in the moment, though,
well,
you get
delusional
more,
parents
mom.
goes back to that.
It's the mom. The dad is embarrassed. The mom is like, this is great.
Well, she's so precious. Look at her.
She is.
Look at her little American flag bow.
Yeah.
I saw the flag cry. God love her. You precious child. Precious, precious child. I'm sorry your mom did this.
I counted 9 Mississippi on that. She's probably
patriotic,
She's
though.
probably the funniest, cutest little thing. Probably has the greatest personality.
Fun. And,
Loves the country, loves the
and when
country.
she puts on little shows for the family gatherings, they're phenomenal.
Oh,
She's for
so
a closed
phenomenal.
border. I'm sure she's for a closed border.
Sure.
You know?
Dare we take phone calls? Dare we?
I think we have to.
Greg's not here, so we're a little safe there.
From our end.
Yeah.
But what about the other end?
Yeah.
She probably loves to get like on the trampoline in the backyard and play around.
Let her be
Like a
a kid.
kid.
Not
Like
practice.
a
Don't do
kid.
this.
Right.
Phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
This knows exactly what this feels like.
Oh, absolutely. And I tell people, I think Jesus actually went through some experiences so he could set a model for us to follow.
Right.
And take, for example, with Judas. John said early on that Jesus knew from the beginning he was the betrayer.
Right.
So the betrayal did not come as a surprise to Jesus. But one thing I always thought was really interesting is after Judas went and betrayed Jesus, he agreed with him in the sense that, agreed with the leaders, I'm going to betray him. He returned to the disciples. And as they were having what we call the Last Supper, you remember John said, Jesus got a towel and he washed the feet of the disciples, including the feet of Judas.
No doubt.
Now, Rick, let me be honest this morning. I probably would have used the towel on Judas, but it wouldn't have been on his feet.
Right.
That is one of the biggest moments to think he didn't go over and say, oh, by the way, I'm skipping you.
No, and he didn't take the towel and put it around his throat and try to choke him to death either. He kept loving him.
He did.
And granted, Jesus, I tell people, I'm not sure I could do that. I don't think I could do that, at least initially. But I think Jesus demonstrated for us how you have to keep loving people even when somebody has hurt you.
Well, you talk about, but you're right. In our human state, it's impossible, which is why we can't stay in our human state. I mean, we've got to be supernaturally changed by the power of the Holy Spirit. and through our devotion to Jesus, who then changes us because he does know how to do it, and only he can teach us how to do it.
That's exactly right. And he sets the model, and it's something we need to desire to do. I'm just being honest when I say it would be hard when you've been through it, but it doesn't mean you can't do it. It took me a long time, but I came to the place where I could love people again, and once again, I could wash even the feet of people who had hurt me, and both literally and figuratively. But that is something that if you don't get to that place, you're going to be isolated, and you are going to be bitter, and you're not going to be happy.
How did you do it, Phil? Let's talk about your specific situation. What encouragement can you give folks out there, because you had to go through it? How'd you go through it?
Well, here was the lesson, Rick, that I find resonates with people, was I had thought for years that if I forgave my betrayer, I had to immediately restore the relationship.
This is so important.
Same level of trust.
So important.
Right. And what I discovered was something very simple. In the Bible, we're told to love people and forgive people and to trust God. But nowhere in the scriptures does it tell us to trust people. Right. Because trust has to be earned. It's not something we freely give. It has to be earned. And what I discovered was I could forgive, which means I give up all my rights to revenge, and I don't allow it to obsess me. I release it. I let it go. But it also meant that I didn't have to immediately restore the betrayer to the same level that he was before. And sometimes you need distance and you need healthy relationship. And when I understood that was forgiveness, then I was able to move forward. But until I was able to forgive, I was not able to move forward.
Exactly. And I'm glad you made that point. I've been through some of this. I think we all do. If you've lived long enough, you'll go through it. And there was since there was forgiveness, there's almost this immediate, well, then everything's back the way it was before. And I'm like, no.
Probably never back like it was before.
It still matters. Yeah. Right. And just because we have resolved our issue and I hold no ill will against you, we don't just pop back into our partnership the next day. And I may never be in a partnership with you again because, as you said, trust has to be earned. Forgiveness doesn't have to be earned, but trust does. Oh, we lost Phil. Well, what a great! I think Phil would have said, "Hey, that's right." Yeah.
I think Phil dropped the mic there.
Right. So we lost Phil, but anyway, the book is Beyond Betrayal. And look, you talk about a topic that we all can relate to. We've disappointed people ourselves, and we've been disappointed by people. And this book is so important. It's certainly available wherever books are sold. You can get it at Amazon or anywhere else. Beyond Betrayal by Phil Walter.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In the USA. Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in. Your emails, by the way, are hilarious. Let's go to the phones. Rick is at the Arsenal, apparently, Bubba, up there in Huntsville. Hey, Rick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
That national anthem, it actually brought me closer to God. Because 3 seconds in, I had to turn the radio off and pray.
Bless her, Lord. Bless her.
Lynn, I think the young lady can sing. I think she got some bad coaching advice.
That's sweet of you.
That's the way to go.
That's very.
I like
gracious.
where you're at, Bub, on that.
That's very gracious.
I mean, that's kind of what it is. Isn't it?
I will say this. I think she may be able to sing other songs. I do not think she has the talent to sing that song any version.
Well,
not that one. It's a hard song.
I know, but if she just sing it straight, normal,
Lynn in Prattville, welcome. How are you, Lynn?
Bless her heart. She sounds like a dying calf in a hailstorm.
Hey, you're terrible, Lynn. I thought you were going to do the motherly, God love her, and her mother shouldn't put her in that position, and you go with that?
Good night, Lynn.
Well, I didn't see that coming. Oh, my goodness. What, a dying calf in a hailstorm? That's terrible. Let's go to Ken in Irondale. Ken, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Hey, is this the great Ken Osborne?
Yes, it is.
Oh, my goodness.
Ken, you're not going to be able to call and us not tell who you are.
It's voice man Ken Osborne.
Oh, my goodness.
Ken, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for the word great. I appreciate that. I think there are two problems here with the national anthem. I hear some stage fright. I hear some influence from the past Super Bowls where people who have won Grammys for some ungodly reason are given the permission to murder the national anthem in cold blood because they've won a Grammy or two. And also, there may have been some people I've noticed down through the years are under the impression that if you can yell loudly, you can sing. And if you yell a song, well, my goodness, what a powerful voice! She's just yelling that, she's just bellowing that right out there. And I think there was a lot of bad influence there. And while she may have sounded like a dying calf in a hailstorm, there are some other Grammy winners who have also sounded like at least wounded calves in hailstorms.
But Ken's
yeah, he is.
A lot of problems there.
Thanks, Ken.
Wow.
Ken, good to hear from
Good
you.
to hear from you, buddy.
What an
Especially
honor.
with the way you said it. I think.
Yeah, it sounded nicer the way you said it.
But Ken's mad. You can tell
Yeah.
he is upset with the butchering of the national
Some
anthem.
people are saying that she's actually getting rave reviews online.
Well,
Two
good.
news outlets compare her
that
to
doesn't-
Fergie.
I don't
I'm not
think
sure
that-
that's a
I
good
don't
review.
think that's a compliment.
That's not a good review. I would not be surprised in the fake world that we live in that people have probably told this little girl she sings great.
Look, Fergie can sing. She's obviously sold a lot of records. That's clear. But her rendition of the national anthem was not that good.
It was terrible. Let me say this. I think that saying that little girl sang that well makes as much sense as convincing us the president is robust.
Yeah.
Cognitively and physically. And we heard that today, right?
I guess you can just be whatever you want to be.
Well, apparently, Bubba, we've
I'm going to be an Olympic hurdler today.
Let's go to Dutch in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Dutch, go ahead.
Dutch.
The president, I was raised to vote for the man, not the party. And my daddy used to call that guy that emailed in a yellow dog Democrat. But I'll tell you what, if them Democrats don't change, this country's going to hell in a hay basket. That they override our country, they run the border deal. What we don't have in the next 3 or 4, 5, 10 years if he gets reelected. This country, if them Democrats don't wise up, it ain't the Democrat. It's just we got to stop this border, guys. If we don't, this country's gone.
Thank
well,
you, Dutch.
and the numbers for Biden's handling of the border are atrocious.
No, it's fine.
3.5 years into, is it today he's going, or is it just this week?
He's going down there today, and he's going to tell us everything's fine.
Yeah, Trump.
Yeah, they're going to an area there's no crossing,
and he's going to stand right next to a gaslight. Let's go to Jeremy in
What if
Tuscaloosa.
he gets confused and you know how he doesn't know how to get off the stage and he wanders into Mexico?
That could happen. That could happen. Jeremy in Tuscaloosa, go ahead.
Hey, two things. I know how to solve the immigration problem, play that national anthem at the border, and they will not come in.
Wow, Jeremy.
Yeah, fire it in there. Second thing, I am a right-wing, married, conservative, father of 3, Christian, Bible-toting, Second Amendment practicing, kind of like you guys, and man, I would have nailed it for that national anthem. Y'all have a good day.
I asked Adler if I could sing it better, and he wasn't too sure about it.
Well, he was non-committal. It was just non-committal.
I thought about it for a second. I was like, if the right key and and then I said no.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I thought about it though.
I think you took the war games. It's just better for me not to entertain that question.
Yeah. The only way to win is not play the game.
Don't play the game. Leeds, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey guys, what's going on this morning?
We're good. Hope you're okay, David.
Doing good, doing good. God bless the little girl I mean, really? But my wife said, what was her parents thinking?
No, they weren't.
Yep,
They
goes back to them.
The word, look, as we've all said, because we're human beings and we're flawed, none of us are exempt on being delusional. But then there's different levels of being delusional. I just don't know how anybody could hear her sing that and put her in that position. Right?
Do you think rehearsal
You
went
spoke
totally
a lot of
different
truth there,
or
Rick.
something?
Yeah, right? I mean, was there not a run through?
You know, it's probably, if I had, and I'm just guessing, okay, and I don't know.
Right.
It's kind of like pageant moms.
Right, exactly.
Just the singing version of
Right,
it.
yeah.
And it's probably, there's a lot of pushing and to accomplish things, kind of somehow trying to make up for some deficiency in my life, maybe, as the mom.
Wow. Well, there you go.
Oh, wow.
Mom version of the dad living through the kid in athletics.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Wow, we
the
got some real
pageant
talk.
moms are kind of that.
No,
that's kind of the mode they're in.
Because usually, I mean, this is going to be terrible. What I'm about to say.
And I'm not saying
Terrible.
pageants are bad.
No, nobody said that.
A lot of people
Who
compete.
said that?
But there's another level.
But
and you see those on TV shows.
Right.
Have you? Okay, hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever noticed, to your point, that the beautiful little girl in the pageant, when you see mom, there's a thought you thought, I bet she didn't get any pageants. Can I just leave that right there? Say,
Leave it right there.
Not every time.
Leave it right there.
Not, I'm sure there's exceptions.
I know.
But that would kind of make your point, wouldn't it? By golly, we're going to win one now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you just, when your kids are kids, sometimes, and we've all done it to some degree, you lock in and you get a little too serious when they're little. And I'm not talking about when they're, 16, 17, headed to college, you're in scholarship world, all that. That's business then,
And but even then, it's probably best to ask them, even if they have ability, are you wanting to do this?
Right. That's the key.
Because if I want you to do it and you don't want to do it, no matter how athletic or beautiful you may be, if this is not what you want to, then don't let me drive you to your point, at the level we're going to have to drive to make this come true.
The diamond-studded stars in her hair, I thought, it might be a little far.
Well, yes.
Maybe she asked for it. I don't, probably not. But
let's go to Lisa, Northwest Alabama. Lisa, go ahead.
Hi, guys. Good morning. I just wanted to say that, all these big NFL games, before they have the games and before they have these big events and someone popular is singing way off on their own tune, like saying they're singing their own version of the national anthem.
Yeah, their own arrangement.
I think they've ruined it. They're like 10 octaves, all up and down, all through the song, and it just ruins it. It needs to be respectful.
Okay.
Well, there's a time you oversing that I don't think is good for the song. We've seen overactors before. That's a running joke with them. Sometimes it's okay just to do it normal.
Right. Cynthia, go right ahead.
Yeah, somebody needs to quit lying to that child. That's the problem with this country today. People do not know how to tell these children the truth, and they end up growing up and turning into disasters, all because somebody lied to them.
Well, Cynthia, really,
Cynthia.
We've said this on the show before. You don't want to be mean to a kid, and you don't want to stand in the way of things maybe they could accomplish.
Yeah, and you want to encourage them.
But as we've said on the show, if your son, say for instance, is 5'4", okay, really slow, and does not have a good shot, if that kid says one day, I think I'll be an NBA player because I can do anything that I set my mind to, it's okay to say, probably not this one. There's a lot of things you probably, I don't know. That's an uphill climb. It is, it's okay to be honest. Hey, I want to be, an opera singer, and I want to sing the national anthem at an NBA game. Okay, let's hear you sing. You do have a good voice, and let's get you some help and get you maybe a voice coach, and we'll get there. But I think now we just go, you sing great, even if you don't. No, I hear it. I mean, our standard is so low now. So it's why, surely, Bubba, we can get some kind of award now.
Yeah.
I mean, the standard is so low now. I can't tell you how many times people send me stuff now that tell me it's the greatest speech ever, greatest this ever, and I'll watch it and I'll go, it's all right. It's not great.
Yeah.
it's we celebrate mediocrity, so I guess some of this really shouldn't surprise us.
Yeah.
The standing ovation doesn't mean much anymore. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's past the hour. Thanks, Phil Waldrop, for being with us. Beyond Betrayal. We got links at rickandbubba.com under show notes, which will also include Phil Waldrop Ministries, the Gridiron Men's Conference. This year at the Probst Arena at the Von Braun Center, Huntsville, Alabama, June 19th through the 20th. Larry the Cable Guy will give his testimony. David Jeremiah will speak. Steve Farrar, Josh Rivas will also be there. Charles Billingsley handles the music, and I'll be joining this team and speaking this year as well. And looking forward to that. If you don't have your tickets to that, all details are at rickandbubba.com. And we will have the manchurch.com curriculum there at Gridiron to implement with any church groups or community groups that would like to implement that discipleship strategy, all coming up Father's Day weekend this summer. All right, so, Bubba, as we make our way back, it's time to feel the burn.
Feel the burn. How about the burn with a big win in Nevada this weekend? I mean, he doubled up the nearest guy next to him, and he ran away with that one.
You talking about the socialist?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the communist, Rick. I'll take it that
You know what, you're right. We need to stop calling him a socialist.
Yeah. Anybody that thinks he's going to come and get our guns and he's going to put in, what was his high tax rate he wanted? It was almost 100%.
It was in the 80s or more.
Yeah, and don't forget
outlaw billionaires.
That makes a lot of sense.
Just like one communist.
Hey, all fuel. Do away with all fossil fuel by 2050.
Done.
None at all. Or 2030.
And Elizabeth Warren said, "You're right, Bernie. We're going to invent something. We don't know what it is, but when we do, we're going to keep it in our country, and it's going to be 1 million new jobs.
Millions."
Gosh, well, it's like watching children play games. It's like we're playing pretend. We're playing house. Yeah. I mean, and
if you're just going to make things up, then one proposal is as good as the next.
Burgess, what is your game plan? Well, I was thinking that maybe Superman could come down, and then Superman. What are we doing here? I mean, let's get in the real world, but. One commie leader always has respect for another commie leader, and really, I'll tell you this: Bernie understands communism because he's already told you all commie leaders have a summer camp. I mean, they've got a summer home. Now nobody else is gonna have one, but they'll have one.
Yeah.
So Rick, look at that. Look at those
Bernie
numbers.
is leading
40%,
the way.
20% for Biden. Wasn't it Biden second?
Yeah. So 60 Minutes interviewed the Bern. And I think even 60 Minutes was taken back a little bit by some of his comments, which is a stretch.
Well, in this clip, you're going to hear some 1980s comments and then him defending what he said about Castro. This is courtesy of 60 Minutes, about a minute long. Take a listen.
Back in the 1980s, Sanders had some positive things to say about the former Soviet Union and the Sandinistas in Nicaragua.
And everybody was totally convinced.
Here he is explaining why the Cuban people didn't rise up and help the U.S. overthrow Cuban leader Fidel Castro.
He educated the kids, gave them health care, totally transformed the society.
We're very opposed to the authoritarian nature of Cuba. But it's unfair to simply say everything is bad. When Fidel Castro came into office, you know what he did? He had a massive literacy program. Is that a bad thing, even though Fidel Castro did it?
There's a lot of dissidents imprisoned in Cuba.
That's right, and we condemn that. Unlike Donald Trump, let's be clear, I do not think that Kim Jong-un is a good friend. I don't trade love letters with a murdering dictator. Vladimir Putin, not a great friend of mine.
I don't know, yo.
What
your ideology is pretty close.
Yeah, really. What? Yeah. So this is the famous. I did say that, but I didn't. I don't think anybody in Cuba wants to hear you talk about the literacy program.
Well, I know a few Cubans that Bernie better stay in arm's length away from. I know that because they would punch him right in the nose.
Oh yeah. Boy, our Spanish teacher from college.
Oh, my gosh.
Good night.
All you had to do was say Castro, and the day was over.
Oh, I learned it.
You got a good speech on what it was like growing up in communist Cuba.
Let me tell you something. I learned it, and Bubba learned it, and we just rotate back and forth. hey, today, we have looks a little rough in there today. Said, one of us is going to bring up Castro. That's all we'll hear.
Yeah.
Miss Succo, if I could, before we get started, did you see that Fidel Castro said, and then you just sit back?
Yeah.
And she would just go, she'd tell the whole story about her wedding dress being taken from her.
If you hear
her family being hauled off to jail. I mean, it was.
If you hear her talking about planning her wedding, and that the soldiers came in and took her wedding dress, but just because they could,
right?
Because And Bernie was talking there about, not rising up to overthrow. Well, they couldn't because they didn't have any weapons.
That's right. You cannot overthrow a government with no weapons.
You can't fight people with machine guns with spitballs. Okay,
It wasn't because
Don't
they
worry.
thought, well, this literacy plan he's bringing is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't, like Bubba said earlier off the air, well, Hitler came in and said we got to change our whole society and make our country great again. I mean, and let the government do it, not let the people do it. Anytime the government wants to be the answer to anything, and I say that, I don't care if it got an R or a D by you. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us again today. All right, so anybody in trouble with the IRS out there? Hello, show of hands. Tax issue? Not going away. You tired of all the threatening phone calls yet? 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents are coming to find you. And they'll be targeting you, not the multimillionaires, because they know between them and those folk are a lot of lawyers, and you don't have that. They know you're likely to pay up with interest and with penalties. But they didn't know that you had access to Tax Network USA by going to tnusa.com/Bubba. You do need them, and you need them now. They have proven war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Yes, they know which agents to deal with. They also know which ones that you want to avoid. Something they've asked us to make sure you're aware of is they've learned of a special limited time IRS offer to get you out of this tax problem. In short, let me give you the nutshell. The IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So schedule your free confidential consultation. Let's find out if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Make today the day. Get this done. Put that tax issue behind you. Call 1-800-245-6000. Let me give you that again. 1-800-245-6000. You could just go to the website, tnusa.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we do have a couple more updates today. This one is a Trump. A Trump update. Trump update. Bubba, what's going on with Trumpy?
Well, Rick, the Supreme Court announced Wednesday that it will decide if Donald Trump is immune from prosecution in the federal election interference case on a timetable that keeps his trial on hold for months. The High Court announced in a brief ruling that it would hear oral arguments during on the case during the week of April 22nd and keep Trump's January 6th case being tried in Washington paused until then. It is hearing the case in an expedited fashion, setting up back and forth legal briefs between Trump's lawyers and the government this month. But just by agreeing to take the case, the court pushed back Trump's case at least until this summer. It means it could be delayed by months, even more. And how will this play in if Donald Trump is elected? Now, more than likely, the Supreme Court would not announce a ruling, say in September or October, and feel like they are tainting the election either way. So most experts are saying that they feel like this will delay the eventual decision in this case until after the election. Okay. Now, one option that the court had was to uphold the 3-judge panel decision in the D.C. appellate court that went against Trump and said that he did not have any presidential immunity, and he may not. They may eventually decide that. But by getting this to the Supreme Court and them agreeing to hear it, it will more than likely take this off the table as a factor before the election. Now, that's what these people are saying.
Okay.
That's what some of the writers are saying.
Okay. So that could be big. So you might get a chance to.
Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
So, but, you know, there's all that. Everybody's still concerned, and Tucker Carlson's taking this on. We have the video today, video 5, Adler. Now, of course, Tucker, he'll double down on something. I will acknowledge that. But Tucker is going to remind everybody again that the 2020 election, in his opinion, was 100% stolen.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And there are people going, have we solved those problems? Even if Trump does get there, Speedy's worried about that. Everybody's worried about it.
You just don't hear enough about what's been done.
So here is Tucker Carlson discussing that same issue right here. Here he goes.
100% stolen. Are you
like
joking?
It was rigged to that large of a degree.
They completely change the way people vote right before the election on the basis of COVID, which had nothing to do.
So in that way, it was rigged, meaning
100%.
like
and then
manipulated.
Then you censor the information people are allowed to get. Anyone who complains about COVID, which is like, by the way, it might have hurt Trump, but I mean, it's like whatever. I mean, you could play it many different ways. You can't have censorship in a democracy, by definition. Here's how it works. The people rule. They vote for representatives to carry their agenda to the capital city and get it enacted. That's how they're in charge. And then every few years, they get to reassess the performance of those people in an election. In order to do that, they need access, unfettered access to information. And no one, particularly not people who are already in power, is allowed to tell them what information they can have. They have to have all information that they want. Whether the people in charge want it or don't want it or think it's true or think it's false, it doesn't matter. And the second you don't have that, you don't have a democracy. It's not a free election.
So I know, and there's concern. I know there have been some things, right? We don't just have it just like it was, do we? And we certainly don't have any attempts they've got to have some kind of disease or some scare that seems we have to protect people and let them do things we normally wouldn't. I know we're not there yet. Is the Alaskan pox picking up anything?
You look out.
Yeah.
You still got the October surprise. Who knows?
Well, that's true.
Who knows?
I hope we've changed the, you drop your mail off in the little blue thing and you just drop it in there. I hope that's changed where you can't just pull up on the corner and drop a ballot in.
Well, a lot of states
and then peel off.
Yeah, a lot of states are taking up the issue about what they call ballot harvesting, and should that be allowed? Different states, different looks on it. So,
and we do know this too because we saw this in 2016. We also know that if Trump wins, the Democrats are going to say it was stolen.
Right.
And if the Democrat wins, the Republicans are going to say it was stolen. So we're at the point now where when your person doesn't win, you immediately say it was stolen.
Well, we had that the
two
last
election.
two
elections in a row. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, we'll see how it goes. I don't know the answer to those questions, but I will say this: if there's one way that your candidate won't win, is if you let these things keep you from voting at all.
Yes, that is correct.
Now that you can't let that happen.
Even if people are trying to steal the election, the one sure insurance you have is to overwhelm them with legitimate votes, because there's a scale to this. There's only so much you can cheat and get away before you get caught.
Yep.
And they don't want to cross that line if that is going on.
Tomorrow is Read Across America. Teachers, if you want to be part of that, include your class in the Rick and Bubba, world's largest classroom for the reading tomorrow. Be sure that you tag us on social media with your class at Rick and Bubba. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When you tell me the answer to fill in the blank is the government, then Ronald Reagan said it best. I'm here from the government, and I'm here to help. That's the worst thing you could ever hear. And our podcast talked about this weekend. They've destroyed education in this country.
I hope everybody heard that this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
It was very, very interesting and insightful, I thought.
Yeah.
Bernie, y'all, I'm throwing my hands up. What are we doing here?
Right. Well,
what
look,
are we doing here?
Yeah, the government's role is not, I'll go this far, it's not the government's role to teach the whole country how to read and write.
No.
That's supposed to be the role of a community. It's what it was to begin with.
Bernie, like I said, he's if you go, who was it sent us the video of the crew that went to Cuba and snuck in, and they did we're not going to show you what they show people when they come because of the propaganda. They're going to show you the real Cuba and the ruin that it is in, the disarray it's in. They went to the store, and it's an hour checkout.
Yeah.
And, I mean, all they have is beans. I mean, there's beans galore, but it's one type, and the shelf is just full of it. I mean, just the whole aisle is beans.
So do y'all really want a life where the government decides what's at the grocery store and not the free market?
No.
Is that what y'all want?
See, it's crazy for us to have come and have the level of living that we do, greater than anybody in the history of civilization. And then we are talking about going and doing the things Bernie wants to do to go back to living the way Venezuela. Hey, it worked out good in Venezuela, worked out good in Cuba, it's worked out real good in North Korea. The Soviet Union couldn't even make it happen. It collapsed.
Right. And somehow
China, that's good.
Right.
You see what that brings you. We got our viruses that destroy half the world every few years. What's the deal with that?
I'm going to step out on a limb here, okay?
Oh, there he is. He's going down.
You know, you're talking about a C student from Calhoun County, okay? Close to Birmingham, close to Atlanta, near Perth.
Yeah.
Okay. So
coronavirus free.
But I do have. We'll talk about that by the way when we come back. I'll hit you with this. I just kind of have a very, I've been to Rick and Bubba University. I'm a professor there now. I just don't like trying things that have never worked. What's next? Spring football? Pro football in the spring? Is that the next thing?
The next thing. Wait a minute, Rick. They're about to have week 3.
Have you seen, as a citizen, I'm not talking about the ruling class, Greg, as a citizen, is there anything about socialistic countries and communist countries that makes you say, I'll take a little of that storm?
Yeah, give me a pile of that.
Right. Give me 2 spoonfuls of that. What about it? So
it's unbelievable that we're even having this conversation with Crazy Bernie. He's loved communists for a long time. I mean, he had his honeymoon in Moscow.
Do you remember how we just run commies out of here on a rail?
Ronald Reagan?
Come on.
We had him on the run, Rick.
Bottom of the hour. Now we got one that's going to represent the Democratic Party.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Glad you're with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for an hour. Stretch Armstrong, ready to take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll get to some more of those this hour. Welcome back for a brand new hour. It is Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, Bubs.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us each and every day.
Bubba, I know that we love Tim Tebow on this program.
This kid is a gamer. He's a baller.
And any Tebow update, we're all in. We're all in.
In case you didn't know, I got Tebow'd. He shattered the mold, and all he does is win. All he does is win games. Listen, I got Tebow'd. He shattered the mold, and all he does is win. All he does is unleash.
Tim Tebow, let him go.
It's time.
Turn him loose.
Let him play. Let him play.
On Sunday.
Unleash.
Tim Tebow, let him go.
It's time.
Turn him loose.
Let him play.
I'm going to church Sunday.
Run, pass, option. I think that's my game.
I guarantee you that. I'm no John Elway. He's rewriting the book. Week in and week out.
He's a unique
football player. That's what Tim Tebow's all about.
He's a gamer. He's a baller. Playmaker. Shot caller. He's a gamer. He's a baller. Playmaker. Shot caller. Unleash.
Tim Tebow. Let him go.
It's time.
Turn him loose.
Let him play. Let him play.
On Sunday.
And all he does is win. All he does is win.
Together, gentlemen.
One more win.
All he does is win game.
It don't rain on Tim Tebow. Let's all go with it. Everybody. It's Tim Tebow's on the rain. Come on. It don't rain on Tim Tebow. Come on.
It's Tim Tebow.
So we were discussing Tebow is working to try to get to the big show. He's working his way through the minor leagues, and we started realizing that we actually had a tie to the show with Casey Smith with out front hitting. We've been hearing about this, that he's worked with many major league players. He played in the major leagues. Some of the ties to the show with Casey Smith, including turkey hunting with Gary the Bulldozer Man. And we discovered that as Tim was preparing from last season to this season to work on his hitting, Casey Smith worked with Tim Tebow to get him ready for this season, and Casey Smith joins us now. Casey, hello.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Fired up. Hey.
Appreciate y'all having me.
Hey, Casey, when you get done talking to Rick and Bubba, call me now because turkey season's almost here.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. We got to get ready, man. Got to start scouting.
Yeah, I know your intro was very impressive right to that point.
Yeah, that was it. Well, how did you end up hunting with Gary the Bulldozer Man?
So my wife is potentially.
minutes now past the hour. As we start the brand new hour, Speedy Helmsy here, Eddie Van Adler here, Greg out. Welcome back. Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for over 30 years now. We do appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up again this weekend. We'll be recording that today, Lord willing, and we'll let you know about that tomorrow, so you're reminded to grab that coming up this weekend. So, Bubba, we have a little look around America here. Walking together through the promised land. Bubba, remember, if you want to identify as a woman, even though you're a biological man, you can dominate the sport of swimming.
Yep.
Maybe even get to go to the Olympics if you win all your petitions and cases out there. But if you celebrate, we will not allow you to compete. You cannot. We will take that win right from you.
Are we talking about like unsportsmanlike conduct?
No. Just over excessive celebration, and there's rules to that. And
apparently, you have that in football, but I've never heard of it in swimming.
Yeah.
How much can somebody celebrate when treading water?
Well, apparently, you have to stay in your lane.
Right. So, North Carolina State swimmer has now been stripped of a title after celebrating with a teammate after coming in first. And this is that long one, the 1,650-yard, 1,650-yard freestyle.
Ooh. Is it yard or meter?
It says yard here, but I'm with you. I thought that was meter. But anyway,
Where's the meters?
This is the person who wins. Now, Speedy's telling me that it's his teammate.
Yeah, it is. It's his teammate that comes in second. And they're going to award him the title, and he says, "I'm not taking it."
Right.
He said, "This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of."
Okay.
And he talks about it, and they show the finish too.
Okay. All right.
He's being interviewed.
I think that's the dumbest rule in swimming. Owen beat me fair and square. He should be on that toe of the podium. He was excited. That's a huge win for him, right? He earned that, and that's his emotion, right? That's what we get in the sport of swimming when we do well. We train all year for a moment like that, and to have him disqualified, I think, is the dumbest thing ever.
Do you mind if
He works so hard every day. He is going to be on that #1 trophy. I am not going to stand up there.
Ross, do you mind if I ask you what rule did he break? We haven't even heard of up here.
Whenever you win, you're not allowed. Well, the other teams, or excuse me, the other swimmers are still swimming. You have to stay in your own lane. You're not allowed to jump or cross over the lane line into someone's lane. And in his celebration, which he earned, he came over to my lane.
Oh my God.
No, he earned that fair and square. He will be getting that medal.
Ross, well done.
Real tired.
Thank you.
Thank you for spending some time with us, giving us the insight there on that technical ruling.
What's the diamond?
I like these matching tattoos they got.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd.
So there was still a lot of time. They were over 50 yards ahead of most of the combatants, and this is the point we're talking about with this technicality.
But that's what you do when you win. I'm sorry. Listen, there's not a lot of rules that I have a problem with. That I have a problem with.
Oh, she's mad. She's mad. Well, it would be one thing if he got into an opposing team's lane. Still swimming.
Yeah.
His teammate had finished second. They're celebrating together. They're not. Where's just the ability to logically say, I understand why we have the rule. By the black and white, I guess, rule, maybe that's a violation, but I'm going to sit here with some wisdom, which is, leadership. This, you know how much I hate the zero tolerance, because all it does is just make people lazy in leadership. Is to go, well, I have no responsibility for this, zero tolerance. To go, you know what, this kid's done something that's really cool. He's with his teammate. He's not messing with anybody. I understand the spirit of our rule. I don't think he's violating the spirit of the rule. Good for him. Congratulations.
Yeah, he didn't bat flip
How hard
into
is
the
that?
opposing dugout. No,
Yeah,
that's not what he did.
If you didn't see it, he climbed up on the rope between the two lanes, which had some floats on it.
Saddled the rope.
Sat on top of it. Rejoiced for a minute, and then fell into the lane of his teammate, who was pointing at him, saying he's the winner. He did a great job.
Yep.
I understand why you would have the rule. You don't want people interfering with other swimmers, but he did not impede anybody competing.
No.
And he was celebrating with a teammate. I think that may be a little strict interpretation of that rule.
I like when sports rules stay where they belong. We don't want to give anybody an unfair advantage, and we don't want anyone to be put at unnecessary risk of injury, period. Mm-hmm. When we start policing all this other stuff,
it gets
ridiculous. It just gets – and I just don't understand why they just couldn't simply say, we understand why we made the rule. This really is not what we were talking about.
Probably give him a warning.
Hey, we said no celebrating. He's celebrating. We said no celebrating. He's celebrating.
Give him a warning and give him his medal and move on to the next race.
Sure.
What is the diamond tattoo?
I don't know. He didn't get penalized for celebration. He got penalized for
going
crossing
into the lane.
over.
Right.
So if he had done the exact same thing just in his lane, he'd have been fine.
Right. Really? Yeah. But that's what they said. He went into he went into someone else's lane, but he was celebrating when he did it. But it's just ridiculous. And kudos to his teammate for going, this isn't my trophy.
He was mad about it too.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let me go back to the lane then. Isn't the lane thing designed back to the spirit of the rule so you don't get in somebody's lane who's not finished yet?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, the guy's finished.
You don't impede another swimmer.
The guy's finished.
And he didn't impede a swimmer.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but in the Olympics, I see them going after it's over. They always go into another lane because a lot of times
the point was there were other swimmers that hadn't finished, not necessarily in that lane, but there were other swimmers on down that hadn't finished.
They must have been getting lapped then because he sat there for a while.
Yeah. That was what they were saying.
He was way out.
I couldn't see him, but that's what he was explaining.
It wasn't the lane that he went into.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Back to the spirit. The spirit of it is don't impede other swimmers that aren't finished yet.
Mm-hmm.
His teammate, not another. It is a teammate, and he is finished, and he's right next to you.
Yeah.
And y'all are celebrating, and I don't know why somebody can't just look at that and go, "Yeah, I know why we have the rule, but that's not really violating that."
Yeah.
Good for them.
Like you said, the rules are there for a reason, but not to change the outcome of races when it really didn't matter.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I'm so frustrated by this. I may get that tattoo.
What does it mean? Does
I don't know.
I'd like to know.
Tattoo. I don't know if it's a permanent one or is that part of the team?
Might ought to know before we talk it up.
I was about to say, this is where we're missing Greg again because I promise you he knows what it means.
Yeah.
I bet this is some kind of swimming fraternity.
I think it's a birthmark.
Greg's going to say Illuminati. Greg will say Illuminati, I promise you.
Rick. Really?
Of course he would. I'm not saying it's accurate.
It's like a diamond card.
Yes.
Like
I'm going to shine like a diamond.
Like on a card.
Shine on a.
I don't know. I don't know what it is, and I'm with
Is
Bubba.
It could be.
Maybe I don't want to know.
Is it a wolf pack deal?
Well, I thought that too, but
wolf pack on the diamond chest,
or maybe they're both tri-nips.
Could be,
buddy.
I thought at first
you are Speedy. A lot of people have that.
I thought at first it was the maybe they had started the suction cup therapy, and they had done it in a diamond shape. That's what I thought at first, but then I saw he had the same one on the same spot of his chest, the guy that actually got disqualified.
Is the suction cup thing worth those marks all over you? It has to be really good for me to do that.
I'm going to tell you, our players do it all the time.
Did they love it?
And they say it works, and Speedy's son has done it back in the baseball days. But it is tough to look at. You're like, wow, so your legs and shoulders and arms and all that looks like that now?
So basically you use a suction cup to give yourself a hickey.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the idea is you get blood to an area and it helps it heal.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Well,
cupping is what it's called, cupping.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that.
There's some...
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Yeah, that or dry needle. So I'm sitting here looking at X, and people are like, there's still mystery behind the Wolfpack black diamond tattoo, but apparently it's been a mystery for quite some time.
Oh, really? Okay.
It means love and commitment, but I don't know why they've got it on their chest. I have no idea.
To each other?
I have no idea.
Bubba warned not to go down that
team
path.
thing. Team unity.
Team unity. Okay.
Part of freshman initiation problem.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Biggest fan of y'all's show, and so obviously, listening to Gary come on and all the fun y'all have with that, and I think she had messaged him on Facebook or something like that, and he actually wound up sending us a couple of the Spurmaster calls. And next thing you know, next time we were in Bama, we reached out to him and wound up spending a little time in the woods together. So,
yeah, hey, that Spurmaster, that's quite a call, isn't it?
Hey, no, that thing's impressive. Now I'm not gonna lie to you. Don't tell too many people about it though, because Gary will get mad. Too many turkeys are dying.
Hey, listen, I told Casey, y'all talk about baseball. Quit talking about that call. Hey, I saw a picture of Gary from the weekend. Undoubtedly, he's tried to help, I guess, maybe one of his grandkids. He hadn't coached in like 30 years baseball.
Gary is trying to help coach.
And he used to coach baseball. Mm-hmm. And he got hit in the eye, I think his first time out. Hey, you can't even have nothing. I mean, my first time out there, I got hit right in the eye. So
I think he may need to spend a little more time in the woods and less time on the baseball field.
I think so.
That's,
I agree.
Dangerous to him right now.
Yeah. Well, Casey, the Tim Tebow story is intriguing, and I know that you certainly can't read the future, but I want to talk to you about what it was like to work with him, because he's an exceptional man, and we know that, and of course his devotion to his faith is all that's going to matter when we're said and done, but his work ethic, is it everything that it seems to be? What was it like to work with him to improve his game?
Yeah, it is. And, that was probably the most impressive thing, when I first met him was, the person that you hear about, the person that you see, that's who he is. Like, there's no fake or front to it. That guy is incredible, both from a work ethic standpoint, a mindset standpoint. Like, he's probably one of the most impressive, athletes in general that I've ever worked with. His determination to do what he sets out to do is something I've never seen. So, whether he gets there or not, we don't know. But the one thing about him is nobody's ever going to say he didn't try to work hard enough or give everything he had to it. And I'll share a little funny story about him. So to that point, he got married this off season. He went on his honeymoon. He had the night to shine. He's got all of his speaking engagements. And at one point, I'm sitting there, and it's about 1:00 in the morning. I get a text message, and it's a video. And it's a video of him in his room in the Maldives on his honeymoon, taking dry swings in the living room of his, honeymoon suite.
What?
And I was like, yeah. And I was like, this guy is absolutely crazy, but I love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, you have to wonder, did his wife, does she know what she's getting into here? I mean,
Casey, look, we want him to work hard, but isn't there a time to set the bat down for a little while?
I think in the video, the next one would have been one of my wife trying to take the bat and break it over her knee.
Yeah. Like Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that he was actually going down to the tennis courts, and she would go down and, work out, and he was down there taking flips with tennis balls on the tennis courts on their honeymoon. So, like I said, the guy, he's unbelievable. And as far as a person, that's probably been the greatest thing for me is how genuine he is, sure. How devoted to Christ he is. And it's just been amazing to work with him.
So you've worked with some of the best, okay? And again, I'm not asking you to read the future. I'm just going to ask you to speak to what you know. Do you think, and there's so many things that have to fall into place to make it to the show, but does he have what at least, there's a lot of great players, but you got to at least be good enough. Do you think that he's good enough if all the things fall into place, and can he potentially be major league level?
I think he can, and the reason I say that is, even if you go back and look at some of his numbers in the minors, think about this. His second full year in professional baseball, after taking 12 years off, not swinging a bat, not seeing a pitch, he hit 273 with 6 homers in a shortened Double-A season. I know there's a lot of guys I know play baseball their entire life, played professionally, and they didn't hit 270 in Double-A. And last year, I know he struggled, but, that was some of the things that we were trying to change from a mechanical standpoint this offseason. But, even talking with some of the coaches, the power is unbelievable. He grades out as high as you can get on a big league scale from a power standpoint. His mechanics are there from this offseason work we put in. Obviously, he's a great athlete, so, playing the field is not going to be an issue. I feel like if he can get comfortable in the box with what he's doing, stay.
Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us today. Also, if you're looking to be part of tomorrow's Read Across America, teachers, go to at Rick and Bubba on social media. Tag us with a picture of your class. Tomorrow we'll read, as we've done for many years, Green Eggs and Ham to all the students in the world's largest classroom, hosted by yours truly, Rick and Bubba, right here tomorrow. All right, so Bubba, you weren't here when we gave the last update. I know this is another update, but we are now updating again the ongoing Cam Newton story.
Yeah.
/ the attack of the giant pilgrim. This is Cam, who was attacked by coaches of a 7-on-7 team, and we found out, Bubba, the day you weren't here, they got mad because he was disrespecting. And he said that he was y'all daddy because they were running plays that Cam said were plays he taught them, and that they were copying him, and he was accused of disrespecting, and these coaches weren't going to have it.
Well, Rick, a quick and simple update here. All of the people involved in the brawl involving Cam Newton and coaches at the 7-on-7 event in Atlanta, all folks involved have decided not to press charges.
Okay. All right. So we're just going to say we had a dust up.
We had a dust up. Nobody hurt.
Nobody hurt.
Nobody asked for medical attention.
Right.
So we all going home.
Right. Now, did anybody apologize for disrespecting?
I don't know.
Huh?
No. They almost took down the Wee Ball tent. I wonder if it had been a different outcome if they would have.
Well, that's true. So
boy, Cam really does stand out, doesn't he?
Well, yeah.
He is a big man.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I don't know about punching somebody that much bigger than you. You know, it usually just doesn't turn out well.
Yeah, and then the hat.
Yeah, that hat. How about that hat?
So when he orders them, does it just have a hole in the top?
It may be a local modification.
Does he have? Sure. I know he's big into clothing lines. Does he have his own?
Anybody know this?
Do y'all know?
I do not know.
I just didn't know if there was a special, like a Cam hat you could order.
Well, he may go into a hat store and say, "May I have that same model with a hole in top?"
Yeah, I guess so.
Right?
I don't know. I thought I remember seeing he had come out with something, but maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe it's that he is endorsed by a certain brand or something.
I've never seen the NFL distance themselves from a player that quick. I mean, he goes to a Super Bowl and nearly wins. Okay, got injured. I got that, but then, buddy, I mean, it was like he had leprosy. I mean, wouldn't nobody touch him?
I mean, nobody.
It went away fast. I know they never could get him to stop throwing off his back leg. I got that. But, I mean, he's still pretty athletic.
Part of his problem was he wanted to be a starter.
Right.
And he kept saying, "I want to be a starter. I'm going to be a starter, and I'm not going to play the backup role." And that killed him. If he wouldn't have said that, we'd see more Cam Newton.
And look at how many opportunities those backups are getting.
But let's back up a step.
No pun intended.
The Panthers are 15-1 going to the Super Bowl, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He's MVP.
Mm-hmm.
They have the ball with a chance to win it late in the game. He fumbles.
Mm-hmm.
There's some confusion.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't appear to jump on the ball. I don't know if he didn't see it. I don't remember what the exact.
Not a lot of hustle there.
There was a lot of something going on there that didn't make sense. I don't
be disrespecting.
I don't think Cam would have intentionally not tried to jump on it. I don't know if he didn't see it. I don't know if he was shook up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the deal was. But anyway, so they lose that Super Bowl. Remember the press conference, he pouts afterwards and won't talk to anybody.
Remember that, yeah.
And then from there, it seems like it was downhill.
That's correct.
Now, did he have a car wreck after that? That he got hurt? Remember,
I do
he had
remember
a car
that
got turned upside down.
Right,
was it the season? Was it the off season after that?
Yeah.
Because he never was quite the same after that.
Well, yeah, because you do get to the B part. There were opportunities. People gave him a chance to play a little, the Patriots and some of the others, and the performance was not up to par apparently. But to Helmsley's point, I do believe somebody would have taken him as a backup. And
he got back. I mean, remember he was with the Patriots.
That's what I said. Yeah, but they didn't. I don't think he played very well.
No, he couldn't throw.
Right.
Remember, they ran all the time.
Right. Yeah.
So was that a shoulder injury from football or the wreck or what?
Good question. I don't know.
I don't remember exactly how it went down.
The wreck was in 2014. The Super Bowl was 2016.
Yeah, and I see a 2012 article where he did launch the Made clothing line.
Okay, so wait a minute. So car wreck was before he went to the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So that wasn't it. But didn't he get injured in football? He got a football injury, right, too?
Yeah, but was he involved in 2 car wrecks?
I don't know.
You remember the one that he was upside down, the car he was in? That was before the Super Bowl, right?
And the Pilgrim hat. Didn't have those
Right.
Yeah,
that was later.
Yeah.
So, it looks like the one that we looked at and talked about was 2014, the bigger one. Although, Bubba, there was one when he was sitting on the side just smiling.
Yeah.
That might have been the less extreme one. So he may have been in 2. I don't know.
I think he may have.
Because one time he was just smiling about it on the side of the road.
Right. Let me ask how many car wrecks he's been in. How many?
Let me ask, does he cut the hole in his hat or does it come that way?
They call that the chimney.
Yeah.
Bubba, are you surprised there were no charges? That these people didn't try to charge him with something, or they realize they're going to get charged too? It's going to be you charge, I charge, you charge, we all charge?
Well, probably, and Rick, I don't know.
Right.
I'm just going to take a guess
Don't be
here
disrespecting.
that there may have been somebody in the group that had some other charges hanging around.
Well, how about you?
And they didn't want this pile on top of it. So everybody said, everybody be cool, everybody be cool.
Well, there you go.
Huh? I don't know.
From Cam Newton last year in 2023. He said that obviously he didn't play in 2022, and he said his phone hasn't rang the entire offseason. He said there's a narrative out there that says, Cam doesn't want to be – this has come from him – that Cam doesn't want to be a backup. I never said that. I didn't want to be a backup, so I'm going to take this time to explain who and what situation I would want to be a backup to and for, and he listed some teams off. And he said, this is how I feel. He said, they ain't 32 guys that's better than me. So he addressed this. So at one point there was a narrative that he didn't want to be a backup, and he addressed it.
I remember that. Yeah.
And maybe he should have addressed it in 21 instead of waiting till 23 when it's the phone wasn't ringing.
But he was one of those guys. The original point. Sometimes they all seem to kind of fade a little more of a. But he just went.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
clear.
It went. It was a little abrupt.
Yeah.
And but now back to the clothing line. He does have a clothing line?
In 2013, he came out with the Made clothing line. I think there was some connection with like Belk, the store.
Did it have hats
but
with a
I
hole
don't know if it's still in existence or if it's faded out. I have no idea.
I think Greg's got a few of his.
He does.
Wears them.
He does.
Yeah,
He does.
Okay.
He was in a minor car accident in 2018.
There you
minor
go.
car accident in his Ferrari.
Yeah, it hit a dump truck.
Yeah, I knew there were two, Greg.
Yeah.
But the serious one was 2014, his overturned truck.
And let me say this: his $300,000 Ferrari. I don't know. Wow.
So he's driving my house around.
Bubba, speaking of the NFL, they talked about it in the kickoff hour. We haven't picked it up here. An interesting story on the NFL.
Yeah, we've got a report card.
Interesting.
Coming out on NFL franchises as graded by the players.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And, of course, the Vikings figure into this again.
Bubba, it's all right. Bottom of the hour.
Couldn't win this either.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Confident and continue to see more and more bats. He's got a chance. You can't ever say what's going to happen, but physically he's got the tools. And from a mindset standpoint, you're not going to find anybody that's more determined. So you never know what's going to happen.
Talk a little bit about, Casey, this is Speedy, about his thumb injury and about how a lot of people didn't know how severe it was and what a freak accident that was.
Yeah, so he's actually had 2 injuries. So in AA, he broke his hamate bone, which is that small bone in your hand where the knob of the bat rolls on your bottom hand. Mm-hmm. So that was what shortened his year in AA. And then last year, he was in Toledo, Ohio, and it was like a rainy night. And this is the crazy thing. I've never seen this happen before. He gets like a hard, like one hopper to the outfield. The ball was wet, and it kind of short hopped him. And when it did, it hit his pinky on his throwing hand. But the way the ball was spinning so fast, it actually grabbed the skin between his fingers and ripped it like somebody cut him with a knife.
Hey!
I mean, he got he sent me a picture, and it was so bad that I thought somebody had like stepped on his hand running the bases. I mean, it was bad. And so that put him down for the rest of the year. But I mean, he had like 14 stitches or something.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Love that way. So yeah, I'm there's nothing worse than for you to get a text from Gary the Bulldozer Man, and you always hear his voice in the text. Hey, call me soon. There's call me when you can.
Hey, Rick.
And then there's call me soon. And I will tell you, call me soon is not usually the one you want.
Rick, Gary walked into my office this morning. I had to do a double take. I'm like, wasn't you just here?
I know.
I mean, what's going on here today?
Well, and he says, hey, he said, Motry is telling me to come to the studio again tomorrow. Do you know about this? And I said, I don't. I don't know anything about that. Well, I was just on there Friday. And I said, I know, buddy. Yeah. I know that. I'm very aware of that, of all the things you stirred up on Friday.
And one reason, and that was even more confusing to me because, we had a big blowout at the house last night.
Oh, yeah. You smell like spray tan.
Well, I stayed up a little late, and I ate a little too much. And
You ate too much?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I can't help it, but a lot of Betty's friends are great cooks.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones that didn't have time to cook knew where the bakery was. And
Sure.
so I've got I got a little bit of a sugar hangover this morning.
I bet you
You
did.
know what I mean?
Oh, no.
And I thought, I'm not going to eat anything today. And then there's Dan with this right out of the gate, which is,
I see you fought
which
through
is
that.
another level, by the way.
I see you fought through that.
I know. I felt bad. They just kept on me.
Yeah, this is that's the.
By the way, the next tightrope is over a live
I saw
volcano.
that.
Did you see it?
I saw
mean,
that.
What? How's this going to end? I mean,
yeah. Well, I'll tell you how it's going to end. Somebody in hot lava.
Yep.
But anyway, so or something. He's going to fall at some point, like his granddaddy. But anyway, so we want to thank Patty Moultrie. I guess did she do these or did Dan do them?
she did.
We got
She
brisket sliders, right? What is that?
Yeah, that's with what cheese I call on them.
So
and
thank you.
stuff.
And Bubba's not going to have any because he ate too much last night.
Bubba, I'm hurting.
Can I tell you what every
Must have really had a lot of food.
Yeah, for you to mention it.
Yes. You know, and
can I tell you what
I'm not diabetic yet, but
but you walk.
You know, there's moments where you go, you know, I hit the sugar train a little hard yesterday, and I'm feeling it today.
Well, Bubba, I will tell you this.
Got like that headache, and everybody was so nice, and they, it was. I think everybody was probably out of there before 10 o'clock last night, but then, we sit up and talk for a little while, and it just time got away from us there a little bit, and it was like, my goodness.
Well,
what have I done?
I want to say,
Rick,
this.
you know how you look. What have I done?
I know. I don't know if the lights have changed or you're just transparent today. But when you're on TV, it's like I can see right through you.
I feel like
I mean, you look a little pale today.
You do. The way you got that hair pulled back too.
Yeah, but. Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Love this sponsor so much so I've been mentioning them in other commercials. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Go there now and get these everyday earbuds. Man. And I love the caller the other day. Says, Rick, you should put yours on when you go to the bathroom. That way that public bathroom thing you could kind of get your own little world in there. And you won't hear all the people talking. True. But let me tell you, that's probably not what they were designed for, but that does work. So BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Go there. And it also, not only are they phenomenal, not only do they have the customizable gel tips so you can fit them in your ear perfectly, they will stay there even when you're trying to do a little better or you're active for any reason. It's got 32 hours worth of battery life. You got 8 hours worth of playtime, and you got the sound profiles. You got all that. they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. There you go. And then we're getting you an additional savings by letting you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, and we'll tack on another 20% off the order. So buyraycon.com/Bubba. The audience raves about these. We rave about them. You also can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So the NFL has a report card out today from the actual players. Is that what you're doing?
Yes, the player. This was
kickoff hour hit it, but we haven't talked about it.
This is like the second year they've done this. This is by the NFL Players Union.
Okay.
And I'm going to give. There's a lot of details here, but I'm going to give you a few of the hilltops to begin with.
Okay.
The Dolphins and the Vikings have topped the NFL's report card rankings, with Miami grading out first of the 32 teams and Minnesota finishing second yet again.
Oh, bummer. I mean, let me tell you
Still
what.
second.
Let me
you
tell you.
can't even.
So the Players Union, them and poor Buffalo. The Players Union asked players to grade their franchise in categories such as treatment of facilities, food, locker room, training staff, head coach, and several other categories. The Dolphins and the Vikings proved to be the standard of the league, with Miami placing first in 6 categories, including weight room, team travel, owner, and food/cafeteria.
Okay. Now, those categories we understand.
Meanwhile, the Vikings earned top grades in treatment of facilities, nutritionist/dietitian, locker room, and strength coaches. Both teams' head coaches earned strong grades as well, with Mike McDaniel earning an A and Kevin McDonald scoring an A+.
Wow.
So the Vikings coach got the...
Yeah, I know. Are you okay?
Obviously, this survey is useless.
Well, listen,
okay?
no. Listen, Bubba. This is on the coaching front. It's not whether they win or lose.
No.
That what they're doing
What's
is
my
they're
experience?
grading efficiency with their time. How are they willing to listen in the locker room and team meetings and these type things?
Yeah.
That's what this is graded on, not whether you win or lose.
Yeah, that's
It's whether the players like their coach or not.
Correct.
That's really it.
Yeah. How's he treat me? What kind of guy?
Exactly.
Is he? What kind of leader?
The Jets coach did not rank as highly as some of the others. Robert, how do you say his name? Saleh? S-A-L-E-H? I don't know how you say it. He earned a B grade and was 24th overall in a score out of 32 head coaches.
Wow. Okay. Who's last? Does it say?
I think the Washington Commanders were.
Really?
Yeah. And the Chiefs came in like 29th out of 32, and that's where Helmsy and I landed.
Yeah, I think you should land there because since they're the dynasty right now in the NFL, and the players don't really like their facilities all that much.
Not a whole lot.
They like
of
their coach. They like their coach.
Yeah,
right?
they gave Andy Reid an A+.
That's the only thing above a C on the whole team.
But like they don't have a nutritionist, a dietitian, which that amazes me that an NFL team doesn't do that.
And one of that caliber.
Yeah.
The only 37% of the players felt like they get individualized plans, like meal plans and stuff like that, which guys, we do that in college with a sport that most don't even care about.
Right.
The food, they say the food is lackluster. It doesn't taste all that well compared to all the others. Treatment of families was a big one, and this is kind of your game day stuff where you have childcare. They don't even have childcare on site; it's across the street, and it's only on game days and not all throughout the week. And so little things like this is what they're being reported on.
They didn't get a good card at all.
No.
Other than the coach. That's really it.
Said the locker room is subpar. Renovations need to happen.
Their weight room only got a C+.
Listen to this. The players gave the owner, Clark Hunt, a huge, scathing F-.
Whoa!
And it's because they won't do some of these things that they've been requesting.
I'm really, really surprised that a team that is doing so well, the players' experience is not that great.
Well, and here's what I was telling
outside
Speedy.
of winning,
It's
right?
Like if we went into the Chiefs organization, we would probably look around and go, "Wow, this is awesome!" Like what they got going on here. But when you compare it to everybody else, and I told Speedy this, and I didn't look at the list. My guess was Miami Dolphins were probably top tier. And the reason I say that is because when you watch Hard Knocks in season, you see how awesome the facilities are, how they treat the families, how they go above and beyond to have the child care there and take care of all these needs outside of, so you don't have to when you're on the field.
Let me ask you this. Were you surprised, Hard Knocks again, that the coach of the Jets got such a low score?
Not really.
Okay.
I can see there'd be some personality clashes there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so, because, there's very few teams we get to look into.
Yeah.
And these we do. If you made it on Hard Knocks, we can look.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it goes to show you can have a dynasty and still be rated in all your categories D, C, F, F, D, F, C, C, D, A+, coach, F-, ownership.
Hello, Rick and Bubba. But
I brought that up too.
Yeah.
What if we had a report card that we went off these things, that not necessarily on air content, but how we talk to guests and how the food that comes in here and the equipment we use and how would we stack up? I think we'd stack up pretty well.
I think so. I actually got a really.
Now, are we grading or are we getting?
No. Somebody else grades us. We can't grade ourselves.
I was very, 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 very proud and not surprised. I actually had a friend of mine who brought someone up here for the golden ticket seats, and someone who was very, very excited, and he was just raving about how he was treated. So I love to hear that, and not surprised by the job you guys do as a team. But anyway, one thing about this is I know you have to, like Bubba said, you have to play devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
If you go rushing to the owner saying we don't have a nutritionist like the others, he goes, well, apparently we don't need it. We keep beating them.
Let me ask you this: if you had a nutritionist that was telling some of their players not to go out and drink beer all the time in public and act rowdy, do you think they would follow it?
No, apparently not.
How close would Kelsey listen to a nutritionist? I don't think, even if she was there every day.
I don't think that's what they're talking about. What they're talking about is these, and if you go watch these Hard Knocks, they have specialized individual plans for each player based off their needs.
Yep.
And so they prepare these meals for them so that they don't have to think about that and do that. They go out of the film session, that meal's prepared for them. How it meets their needs.
Yeah.
It's not just some big buffet that everybody goes and grabs a bunch of stuff.
Easy, don't be negative about buffets.
Well, I'm not, but I mean, this is a real thing. This is what happens. Well, we're seeing this in college too. This is going on.
Oh,
I mean,
for sure.
There are schools restructuring. They're going through this right now at Jacksonville. They're restructuring their cafe lineup to meet these nutritional needs based on what the athletes need.
Well, and that's the bigger point you're making, and I can hear the Ben guy going, well, apparently we don't need all this stuff because we sure are winning. But what they're talking about is, no, we're talking about you taking care of our health as individual people. We're not talking about wins and losses. Yeah. We're talking about we're not getting the nutritional attention that we're going to need for the rest of our lives, that we're going to need for our daily health. It's not, can we go out there and do X's and O's better than everybody else? Do we have a great coach? We do. Right. But we'd like for you to care about us as human beings more than just how many games we win.
They're on record for being really good.
Nutrition would be one of those things.
Yeah, they're on record for being really good on the turf, on the field.
No question
about
that.
And what they should be doing as ownership, as coaches even, is how do we make these people's lives better away from there? How do we make it easier for them to be completely focused in the film room when we're breaking down plays, okay? How do we get – because here's the thing, it's a big deal when a guy's got his family and kids and the wife's got to do something, he don't know what to do with his kids. Well, it's easy when they're right down the hall being treated well and they're not having to worry about childcare.
Yeah. Well, and these things do come into play, I would think, because sometimes somebody says, I just want a Super Bowl ring, I don't care about this other stuff. But I think these things come in play, too, in the world of free agency. If I got some stud and if we want to keep winning, I want to take him from Team A and bring him over to my Team B. He may be the guy who's been playing a while and looks around and says, that doesn't sound like a very good experience over there. I've already won games.
Do you think that somebody would actually do that, or are they just going to strictly go with the money?
I don't know, and that's I don't know how much it means when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Well, for the majority of these guys, the money's about the same. Mm-hmm. We always get up talking about these bigger contracts. Those are few and far between. Everybody else is about the same.
That's true. Phone calls are next.
Same range.
10 lines available, and we'll chat with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. America, you're up next.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, I was so sleepy this morning. I took a shower,
And
showing that forehead.
I washed, but I'm not sure I washed my hair. I'm not really sure.
You're not sure?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't really remember.
Bubba, talking about...
I was sleepy in the shower.
Back,
oh, my gosh, I was sleepy in
back
the
to the...
I love the honesty. I don't know if I washed my hair.
I really don't know. I got out, and I thought, something
you
got
know
washed. I don't know what it was.
You know everything you're describing is like somebody that's been out on drunk.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I have a sugar hangover.
And his bags under his eyes too.
Right.
Now you've got me literally focusing on things.
Right. Well, and if
I need some cucumbers quick.
I was once talking to a heroin addict, and do you know what the heroin addict said? When I do heroin, I feel the way I always want to feel.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if this is the thing with you and food. It makes you feel the way you always wanted to feel. So, do you think
we had a great time though?
How many total stints do you have? 2?
No, 1.
Just 1.
Yes.
Okay.
But you don't have a new heart.
Oh yeah, sure, sure I know.
Everybody has asked me. So, since Bubba had his stint, I mean, has he changed a bunch of stuff? And I'm like, no, I think he thinks he has a new heart.
It's going the other way.
And I'm a little concerned about how. Was it Paul? Who were they screaming for at that Kiss concert? We care about your health.
Who was it? Was it Paul?
Was it Ace? Who was
I can't remember who went down.
I think it was Paul Stanley.
I think it was Paul.
About it.
Yeah. I just want to scream that, Bubba. Not that I'm the picture of health. I just am concerned because I think you have a new heart.
I just want the audience to scream. We care about your health. Let them do it.
Yeah.
They seem to not care either what they bring in here.
No,
you're right.
Well, they want to see.
I watched a bunch yesterday try to literally kill Bubba.
I love that laugh.
Bubba, I'll quote Bill Searcy. Wherever I go, there I am.
Wherever I go, I'm already there.
Right. That's such a great line when that counselor was talking. He said, "You just need to leave here and get away from all these people." He goes, "That's not the people."
Yeah.
Because wherever I go,
there's a common denominator here. It's
wherever I go, there I am.
Well, I'll tell you all about the party. We had a nice blowout last night.
I look forward to it. Rick and Bubba.
Now we're Leonard Skinnerd on the hunt. That bad music tells you that it's time for Dan Moultrie to return to the Rick and Bubba show, and Dan has returned. Dan, how are you?
Rick, good morning. How are you?
I'm fired up. I mean, let's get ready. I think I have.
Let me tell you, I was pretty fired up, Greg, and I ate so many of those little barbecue deals. I don't know if we can talk this
morning. Patty just
good.
Keeps throwing us.
She does. Thank you,
carrying us to new levels. Morning breakfast.
Bubba were warm when he walked in, and I got me a handful.
When they were hot, it's better when it's hot.
Bubba said he ate so much last night, he's not going to have it.
I keep asking him how the party was, and I can't get it out of him. I guess he's holding it till 7 o'clock.
Got a sugar hangover.
He's still crying about it.
Said he woke up with a pastry in one hand and a spray tan in the other.
Rick and a broken heart.
Right.
Hey, Greg, and some overwhelming desire to call a counselor. But I
can't believe it.
So anyway, Dan, here we go. Turkey season.
It's turkey season, and you gave me a pretty good marching order about a year ago. You said, Dan, get Gary involved in y'all's business.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you weren't.
Helped Gary, and we did, and I called Gary. I said, Gary, come on, be a guest on the show, and he goes, they may not want me up there. I was just up there a week ago. I had no idea y'all had him on so regular.
He stirred it up.
It wasn't a week ago. It was just Friday.
It was Friday. Yeah.
Oh,
it was Friday.
He stirred it. He got everybody stirred up.
He did.
He said, "Hey, Moultrie keeps telling me to come up there."
Well, if I keep coming up here, somebody's going to have to give me some gas money or something.
Now, Rick, Gary, we've got Gary doing some public speaking out there, and he asked me, he's not sure about what to charge for a fee, and he asked me if I thought $7.25 would be a little out of line. Now, you need to help him.
So
now, listen, we're gonna raise that minimum wage.
That's it.
So Gary, is he doing going to do some talking about how to call a turkey?
Right, pro staff stuff, helping Ashley stuff.
Oh yeah, you do some pro staff.
I'm gonna be selling, Predco.
See the free stuff he's got on.
I done got me a new vest.
I see that. These and Greg's got a vest.
I got me one on too.
Now, these vests are actually pretty cool because this is
stylish too.
Now you don't have to drag out all the different stuff. It's all in one vest.
Yeah, one vest. And these are the Mac Daddies of the industry.
So tell them what's in the vest, how the vest operates. It's got everything you need to put your shells and all that in, right? And here come the phone calls on the phone troll. Coach Helms is on the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Here we go. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. The buzzer's our friend because it keeps things moving.
Yeah.
Barriers are a blessing.
She's a hot one.
She's a hot one. Just keep it moving. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, we start with Mike at Lake Martin. Mike, you got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Monkey grass, guys.
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
I was going to point out for the training facilities, Rocky Balboa, he never fought well when he had all the comforts.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. So you think
when he went out to Russia, that's how he got the win.
The Chiefs keep their players mean by giving them poor facilities and horrible nutrition.
That's it.
Is that what you're saying?
It's like Rocky training out in the woods.
You want to get your kids to daycare? Walk them across the street. Yeah. Stay tough. Tim in the free state of Florida. Tim, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, fellas.
Hey,
you
buddy.
too, Greg. How y'all doing today?
Good.
Look at here. All these players whining about that. They should have put a final question on the questionnaire. Would you trade all this for a Super Bowl? Come on.
Yeah.
That's what it's about, right
Come on
there.
with that, Tim.
Would you trade all this for a Super Bowl win? I'm out. Thank y'all.
Or I think it would be interesting, would you take a slight pay cut to improve the facilities?
Both of those legitimate questions.
It doesn't help. This just showed up in my feed while y'all are talking about this. It doesn't help that the owner of the Chiefs at the stadium doesn't have a regular suite. He has a 3-story, 6-bedroom house in the stadium. I'm showing you it right now.
Is that Clark Hunt?
Clark Hunt.
Yeah.
Well, his family
Wow.
had it. He inherited all that.
He's promised and committed to upgrading the facilities, but yeah, that's quite a little.
His dad was one of the founding members of the AFL. Back in the day.
Now, see, that's a nice setup to watch a game.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's at the stadium.
That's at the stadium.
It's
There's
a
the
house.
stadium.
It's a house, and the back porch has a football field in it.
Right. I go back to this. Wait till you see my backyard. I go back to this again. Mel Brooks said it best. It's good to be king.
Yeah.
Wow. It is.
Chris in Tennessee. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I could say the exact moment Cam Newton lost all respect. If you remember during the Super Bowl game, his defense was on the field. He's laying on his back. The other team made a good play, and all of a sudden he starts stomping his arms and legs like a 3-year-old in the toy aisle that couldn't get his toy his mama told him no to. If y'all remember that and look it up, that happened, and he looked like a little child.
And when was this? Did he say Super? I don't remember that. I remember being questioned about going after the fumble.
I remember him pouting in the press conference.
In the press conference.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
I remember both of those, but I don't remember the thing he's talking about. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just don't recall it. Paul, Mobile, Alabama. Paul, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's up, Biggins?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so I had something to say about Cam, too. So y'all were talking about when he started dressing weird.
Mm-hmm.
I think it all started when he started eating vegan.
Yeah.
You mix the nutrient deficiencies with that many head injuries, and it's a recipe for disaster.
Boy, well said. That's well spoken. Once somebody goes veggie, hang on. Will in Birmingham, ZZK. Will, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to ask if you guys have heard about the Nineveh eclipse that's coming up.
Yeah, well, somebody mentioned that on the show the other day. I think Adler's going to.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's got biblical proportions almost to it. It's passing over 7 cities in America called Nineveh. It happens exactly 40 days before the day of Pentecost. It passes over 12 states, which is God's perfect number of government. There's a whole lot of really cool stuff.
Stay off the internet. Stay off the internet.
We did that last time, and if there's any way you can get to that area to see the totality, it is awesome.
We ran out of
time. There's nothing like it I've ever seen.
Yeah. We ran out of time. Went across 7 cities, all named Nineveh. What? They're not named Nineveh. What are you talking about?
There's several different cities named Nineveh in the United States, I guess.
Okay.
So that's why they're calling it.
I did not know that. Okay, I did not.
There it is. Look at it.
But anyway, it is like you said, but it's an incredible experience.
I didn't really care that much about eclipses until going with Bubba.
Of course.
Thank you, Bubba. And now I care a lot. It is a really cool experience.
Many times you need to experience something before you truly understand it. And you did it, and now you're all in. Now you're taking your daughter.
Yep.
See how that impacted you?
Absolutely.
Father-daughter.
Bobby in
Do you remember
Alabama.
how weird you felt, Adler?
Yes, it's a overhead sunset.
Weird.
It's an overhead sunset.
Weird. Go ahead,
When
Bobby.
all the dogs started barking.
Bobby. An injured Gila monster. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Long time listener since 1994 from Gadsden.
Thank you, buddy.
I just wanted to say about the Black Diamond tattoo. It's got to be their favorite Kiss song, right?
Oh, that is a good. Out on the street for a living. Which is only begun. Yeah, that's a good one. Let's go to Brad in Mississippi. Brad, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Just a question. What do y'all think about the Jackson Dart private jet NIL deal? That's kind of crazy.
Out of the loop.
Yeah, say that again.
Don't know about it.
Well, Jackson Dart, his NIL deal gives him access to a private jet company that he can take private jets basically wherever he wants to go, as long as it deals with football.
Who is Jason Dart?
Time out. This is I'm confused here.
Here he is, right here.
I don't even know who Jackson Dart is.
Yeah,
Jackson
who is this?
Dart. He plays football, right?
Ole Miss.
Very good, Adler. Well done,
Yeah.
buddy. Way to do your research.
Yep.
Yeah, he's Ole Miss's quarterback. He's
Right.
and he's just one of the few of Ole Miss to get a pretty decent NIL deal, and it's just I've never heard of one to where the valuation on it was like $1.5 million. Now I don't know how much of that's actual money and how much of that is just access to the planes, but I know he's got free access to all the to Nicholas Ayer's private jet fleet.
Yeah, he made a
That's
deal
good,
with
yeah.
Nicholas Ayer. Yeah,
Yeah, that's good for
pretty
him.
cool.
Yeah. I mean, that's awesome. Now, I don't know how that would play in. Do you have to pay taxes on that? Because it's a,
I don't know.
He said he just has access to be able to travel for marketing, for training.
But what I'm saying, the IRS, this is one of the things about NIL that a lot of people are worried about because these kids think, I just take this. They don't plan, I will pay taxes on this.
Correct.
Down the line. So they spend all their money. Then because they've had $1 million NIL deal, guess what? They get a $500,000 tax bill and no money. And I'm like, ooh, not good.
Not good.
Because they don't realize, I mean, they're kids. They don't realize you have to pay taxes. And on those kind of numbers, you're going to pay half of it for the most part.
Yeah, with income comes taxes.
And then when you get gifts instead of cash, it's also income. Like when you win a prize. If it's over a certain amount.
I think I saw Lane Kiffin is always he's funny on social media. I think I saw Jackson Dart and maybe his receiver do something like, "Hey man, we're coming back, we're ready." And it was, I guess, cheesy to Coach Kiffin, and he just simply sent out a message, "Please don't ever do this again." And it's funny, it's real funny. But yeah, he's coming back and almost excited. So I said, "Wow, that's crazy, man."
That'll make you come back, and it does make traveling so much easier. Especially if you don't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
But then what Bubba says is, but is it going to be the value of the gift? Is there a tax bill coming? It's a good question. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, enjoy your day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's got a cushion attached to the back for sitting out up against the tree, right?
So when you sit down, it's already under you.
Yeah, already got the cushion.
Oh, yeah.
All kinds of little pockets and stuff and zippers. You like it, Gary?
Well, I don't need but one pocket with mine because I just use one call, but it's got anything. People use mouth calls, box calls, or it's pretty nice.
Yeah, I wanted to get a ruling out of Gary. We got the governor's hunts coming up.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And Bubba is guiding it through the woods, the wilderness, and doing a wonderful job.
Yes.
But Gary, Gary has, he provided a special call. What's going to happen if anybody's using your call in the governor's hunt? I mean,
well, you won it the last 2 years, so that's the reason they won't let you get back in it.
Do you think
they outlawed that call?
Do you think they should ban that from the governor's? Is that unfair, Gary?
I don't know. Yeah, it's a little unfair.
We're going to have to ask Chuck to give you a special deal. So we're going to promote it. If you're going to be there selling call and giving away calls, your call has to be allowed.
I know.
if I don't,
so you got to politic that.
Well, somebody needs to call Kay and talk to her about that.
yeah, that's what I was wondering. Do you think, Dan, because you're in the business, you know how it works.
Yes.
You're in the middle of all of it, gripping and grinning. And do you think there's a chance that Gary's call could be outlawed?
If it's as effective as I've seen it being, he's going to have to start politicking, Rick. You're going to have to show him that side of the business.
That's the reason I tell you,
Rick, we can handle the sales side, but now he's got to be in the politics side.
I know.
Well,
boy. Hey, Miss Kay.
Hey,
Miss Kay, can I talk to you just a minute? Miss Kay, I want to talk to you about the Spurmaster bill.
It's kind of like when Rick and Greg's dad was coaching.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all just let me coach. I don't want to go to all these banquets and everything.
right.
Just let me coach.
I'd rather not do all of that.
Yeah, Gary just wants to hunt.
Yeah, I just want to hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And
if Dan wins that thing again, people are going to be looking at the foot of that turkey to see if it was on a leash. Because that's.
Do people question Saban's winning? Bill, that's all I'm asking.
Well, actually, I would say yes. Some do. It's out. That wear different colors. Yes, they do.
And Rick, you're the king of marketing.
Yeah,
I'm having one difficulty with Gary. All these events, he's going to be there Friday night. He's going to be at the governor's hunt. But I said, Gary, you got to give away. Come in this morning. We need a prize. We need to give away one of your calls with the deal. I'm a little low on inventory.
Gary,
he's got to give a call away every now and then.
I told y'all to quit talking about it, and I wouldn't sell as many.
You said you went, Bubba, you got mobbed on Friday, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
he gave away one Friday. We got to be sure that one gets.
Yeah, I had to. Y'all give me the wrong address, so I had to call a guy and got it. Got the correct address.
That happens. Yeah, what he told me. I asked him.
I knew because the last one that I give away last year, the lady called complaining about it. She never received it, but.
Mm-hmm. You get it handled?
Some knuckleheads, y'all got in there writing stuff down.
Now, did you get it right?
Yeah, everything's settled now.
I was talking to him. I asked him what he was doing. He said, "Hey, I'm going in the mailbox, mail out all these turkeys."
Oh yeah. Well, I'm just glad old Naked Cowboy's not here today.
Yes, that makes
y'all made quite a
that makes all of us.
Boy, the comments I got on that.
I know. I can't imagine what you went through, my friend.
Oh, they said, "Well, why don't you take your shirt off?"
Right.
I said, "I look like a can of busted biscuits up there."
That's good.
A can of busted biscuits. What a visual.
As much rain as we've had, I thought you'd just be in that barn making calls because you can't get out.
Well, I was out there to Dan call yesterday.
Messed him up. So let's run it down. Some things they need to know. So the governor's one-shot turkey hunt, March 23rd through the 25th.
That's correct.
In the great state of Alabama. So we got that. Sponsored by the Alabama Conservation and Natural Resources Foundation and the Alabama Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. It seems like that's the same thing 2 times in a row there. But anyway, so it's trying to show everybody that comes here, what Alabama can do. If you're coming for, maybe you're looking to start a business, maybe you want to invest with your industry here, any kind of nature-based recreation. We want to bring you here for our outdoor life that we have, which it's a big part of the state.
And promoting commerce in the state.
Yeah, you're talking about a win-win. It is an absolute great event for all concerned.
University of Auburn and Alabama are beneficiaries of it with scholarships. It's a great deal, Rick.
And as Dan mentioned, coming up this Friday night in Birmingham, Alabama, it's the Beast Feast, wild game dinner for men at the Metropolitan Church of God in Hoover. And tickets are only $10, and you can get with the church office on that. But how about Dan's going to be there, and he's bringing Gary.
The Beast.
Gary,
I'm gonna sit in the car.
And I got him to give a Spurmaster weight as one of the gifts as a door prize.
He told me, he said, "Hey, Dan's taking me to some church off 459.
You remember what happened last time?
You know what I told him? I said, "Jesus will be glad to see you in church for a change."
People are going to check their calendars and think it's Easter.
It's close, isn't it? Isn't that close? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
past the hour. Coming to you from the Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all here. We thank you for being here. Brand new Rick and Bubba t-shirt launched today. 3 decades of radio gold. That's what you heard Ken Osborne say there. Grab it from the store there at rickandbubba.com. This Friday night, honored to speak to the Shelby Baptist Association, pastors and wives, give them a little encouragement in Birmingham there at Meadowbrook Baptist Church. Sherry and I are honored to be there Friday night. Next weekend, Starkville, Mississippi. The home of 96.1, the Man Church Conference. We'll be there for the 8th and the 9th. A few tickets remain. Get them from themanchurch.com. See Granger Smith, James Spann, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten handling the worship. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Thank you for being here.
It's all we need.
Doesn't seem like a lot.
It's all we need. We know we're living in a fake world where we've just been told that our president, Mr. Biden, is robust. He's in incredible health, mentally and physically, and we should ask no questions. Well, today, this will continue. He'll roll his way to the border, and in a little bit, they're going to convince us that the border is secure, and there's nothing to be worried about there either. Well, a lot of the political opponents of the president and Americans not ready to buy that. So let's take a look-see at a political ad that a PAC, P-A-C, that is pro-Trump, they have released this attacking our current president and blaming him and their lack of concern about the border being secure. They're blaming them on Laken Riley's death because we don't have a secure border, and we know an illegal got in and unfortunately slaughtered this person who was just out for a jog. So here is the ad, pro-Trump, anti-Biden from a PAC. Here we go.
Following some breaking news out of Athens, Georgia. 2 colleges have canceled classes today as police look for a murderer.
Laken Riley was described as a shining light.
Dean's List nursing student.
Police arrested 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra.
Ibarra crossed into Texas illegally back in September of 2022, then was released into the United States on parole.
You're confident this border's secure?
We have a secure border.
We agree that the border is secure.
And we have a process in place to manage migrants at the border.
The border is closed. The border is secure.
We have taken unprecedented action.
Look, the border is not open. Fox News can now confirm that Jose Antonio Ibarra was busted last year in New York City. But ICE didn't even have time to put in a detainer on him because, hey, he was already back out on the streets.
You're not safe in Joe Biden's America is the line. If you're not watching on YouTube, you don't see. Powerful ad from this PAC.
Yeah.
And that's a big complaint from the feds is that ICE and others, they can't even get to the police station or wherever the illegals are being arrested to get them in time. They're already released by the time they get there, and they can't even apprehend them.
Here comes the Biden administration in 2021 bragging about ending nearly all of Trump's immigration policies. Here we go.
And I'd like to understand from you what Trump-era immigration policies have been banned, ended, reversed, and if any investigations are underway by you.
So we have rescinded so many Trump immigration policies, it would take so much time to list them.
So those were all rescinded. Don't miss that. And now here's the mayor of Athens 5 years ago where this horrible murder took place, declaring Athens a sanctuary city. So here we go.
The Athens-Clarke County Unified Government is welcoming to people from all lands and backgrounds and strives to foster a community where individuals and families of all statuses feel safe, are able to prosper, and can breathe free.
So that's not good. And now, folks in Georgia, you'll hear them calling for the resignation of this mayor at this morning's press conference. Here we go.
City doesn't track with either of those. And so that term means different things to different people depending on the context of the discussion.
We know what it means.
Many of the elements.
Liar.
Many of the elements.
Liar. Liar. Liar.
We're here to listen.
Liar. You're a liar.
We're here to listen.
Liar.
There'll be time for questions.
You are guilty and got blood on your hands for this murder, sir.
Many of the aspects that are ascribed to sanctuary cities
We know what sanctuary
are
cities
things
mean.
that are disallowed by Georgia law.
Sanctuary policy, which is what we do.
And we contribute a document every year to the Georgia Department of Audits indicating that we do not correspond to these definitions under state law.
Yes, you do.
And no policies have been adopted
Please
by the
stop
mayor and
lying.
commission
You're
that have
insulting
created
our
sanctuary
intelligence.
city status in
Sir,
Athens.
You need to resign.
One protocol that sometimes arises.
Resign! You allowed
One protocol.
this to happen, sir.
One protocol that
You
sometimes
voted for
arises
this.
is the approach that sheriff's offices and
So that didn't go well.
No,
That did not go well, especially since we played the first cut when he was just bragging about making it a sanctuary city.
Yeah.
Now he's saying I didn't really make it a sanctuary city. I just wanted to. And so the people in Georgia, because of this horrible murder for a promising young woman who was just going out for a jog, they're not happy. No. And see, this is why emotional things can be dangerous when you're not logically thinking these things through. We really shouldn't make decisions on our security through our heart. We need to do those through our brain.
He was trying to pull it depends on what the definition of sanctuary city is.
Yes, he is. Which is a leftist. They love that.
Until we played the clip of West from New York City complaining about how we have these illegal immigrants committing felonies, but we're not even able to turn them over to ICE because of the sanctuary city policy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that's how that worked.
Yeah, it's not
that
good.
sounds like a bad plan.
Yeah, it does. It really does. So we do have people that we know are dangerous and still can't prosecute them. All right, so you're about to hear Bill Clinton from 1995, and you're going to think you're listening to Donald Trump when it comes to immigration policies.
Bill.
Now keep in mind, this is how far the Democrats have drifted. This is Bill Clinton, one of their heroes, in 1995, talking about immigration policies. Here we go.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
You know what? I'll go with Bill Clinton's playing right now.
Right
Anybody
now.
else?
Right now.
Huh?
Let me say this.
I never thought I'd say this compared to Biden. I miss Clinton.
No,
It's got to be a demo.
Well, it goes back to Helmsley wanting to vote for Martin Sheen on West Wing. I mean, you give me that versus Biden all day long. And I hope that some of you that vote Democrat, you see how far your party has drifted. And because this is just logic that Clinton is talking about, I think you would have gone to Clinton and brought up sanctuary city ideas, and he would have thought you were an idiot.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, you heard what he said,
right?
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Right.
Huh?
So there you go. There's your. But we're doing all this so when you see the ridiculous presentation you're about to see, where we're going to be convinced that first that the president is perfectly fine, robust mentally and physically, and the border is safe. You're about to be sold. You've been sold part of it already today. Yeah. The rest of it is coming. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, 26 years strong. The Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport Wheel of Meat still in play. Could happen any time this week. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy here. Moultrie was by. If you missed last hour, there was an opportunity to match Moultrie. Stretch Armstrong is our Rick and Bubba University student today. He takes your phone calls. We'll be chatting with you this hour. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Well, and let me tell you how glad he is to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, it was the viewing party last night at your house, and still wasn't ready for you to say that it included a spray tan booth. That was a mobile spray tan booth.
Let me be clear. As a good husband here, I'm supporting my wife.
Sure.
And, you know, she set a lot of this up, and you know, I just did what I could to help implement her dream.
I've just never heard of a spray tan party. I guess I'm out of the loop.
Well, it was it
I remember
actually
Precious Memories and all those things.
No, it was a viewing party for The Bachelor that had a spray tan booth at it. It was kind of a side thing.
That's funny.
And I was shocked at how many people got spray tans. I mean, I thought it might be
there,
one or two.
You might as well do
Oh,
it.
yeah. Everybody was getting all sprayed up.
I wanted you to show up this morning.
For the show, I wanted you to get one.
I did too.
Well, at one point,
I got one on air one time.
I tried not to be in their area too much. I mean, unfortunately, the food was in that area, so I had to go through there every now and then.
I bet you went through there quite a bit.
They saw you a lot.
I bet if I was trying to shoot a buck and you were the buck, I'd have got you. I'd have just set up over that food in my tree stand.
The lady who was doing the spray tans, which was in our garage, by the way, she came in. I think everybody had pretty much got done, and she said, "Before I break down, I'll be glad to give you a spray tan."
To you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
I'd like to.
And I said, "Well, I said you've done a great job, but you've been painting sports cars out there. You ain't got enough paint for a bus. You know what I mean?"
Plus, could that spray paint work? Spray paint work through the chest area?
Worse than that, the back hair.
Yeah, it'd sit on that hair and wouldn't get to the skin.
You know what you'd have? You'd have a bronze skim over at Forest.
The bronze forest.
So we had a great crowd. I think there was probably between 15 and 20, when everybody was coming and going. Several weren't unable to make it. The weather, by the way, was horrendous.
Wasn't
last
that great?
night. It was
It
terrible.
was.
We had a fog so thick you couldn't see on our street, and it was just horrible. But so I shuttled people up and down, and I think the girls had a good time. And boy, the food. They brought the food, Rick. Oh, my gracious.
Yeah, man.
My goodness. So,
You like that?
yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty
Nothing
good.
like a good snack.
So, and, saw The Bachelor and, had all the comments about that and had a little fun with all that. And
Let me ask you a question.
We had a few
Do they-
things, a few little surprise things going on. And
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, I can't talk about it.
Is that the stuff you sent us?
Yeah.
Separate?
Yeah, that's off. Yeah.
Okay.
But
Do they scream at the TV like, "Yeah, you go, girl"? That's right. I mean, do they
Like
do
we
a lot
do
of
ball
that?
games.
Yeah.
A little bit of that, some of that. Yeah.
Oh, well, you weren't in there though.
You kiss him,
so
girl.
You don't know
that kind of thing.
You walk away. That's right.
A lot of it is more like they watch and then they discuss it during a commercial break.
Okay,
Like,
I didn't know if
he
they
should have
hollered
done
or
that,
something.
or she shouldn't have done that, or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, analyzing.
He don't deserve you. That stuff like that.
Yeah.
Man, I wish that was me. They screen that.
Yeah.
And I noticed
I don't think they
they're
screen
showing
that.
some highlights here, and every time they show The Bachelor, I can't get away from this giant scar down his forehead.
Yeah, he hit himself on the golf cart.
Oh yeah,
Did he?
Pistol
Yeah.
Pete.
Yeah.
So, during
when we were talking, Betty and I were talking about that last night. It seems like that scar has been with him a little longer than it should. I mean, I don't know that he got it treated properly, or surely there's a better way to do that. Right?
when I just saw the picture, that is exactly my thought, because I think we even may have talked about when he got hurt during the shooting of it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like don't you think ABC could have got a better surgeon than that?
I started to say
I mean-
they maybe should have got a plastic surgeon guy to fix
Right,
it
yeah.
instead of the.
That's the least of his worries. Rick, my gosh, he's madly in love with 3 women.
That's the way it works. We all know that happens.
Madly.
Hey, that happens all the time.
All the time.
Based on what I heard about 2 of the women, I didn't know where he might have got that scar.
Oh, wow.
Well, my question to the one who was
Isn't that-
surprised. Did
isn't
she
that-
not ever watch the show?
What's that?
This is Windmill Guy. What did she think?
I know.
Was that snuck up on you?
Yes.
I can't believe you did that. Did you not see last season?
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Another Rick and Bubba University coming out this weekend. That's the weekly podcast, most every week. It's a 45-minute conversation. Bubba and I chatting with different people, and thank you for your feedback on that. Gary Burley will be our guest coming up this weekend. He co-wrote a book, Glory, The Struggle for Yards. It's some incredible stories of some turn-of-the-century African Americans that you may have never heard of, that they were pioneers in professional football, including the first official, the first coach, and we'll hear their incredible stories and the story of Gary Burley coming up this weekend. So don't miss that wherever you get podcasts. Bubba, are you familiar with Herb McGee?
Herb McGee. I saw that name. Was it on our rundown?
I didn't know he was called one of the greatest basketball shot doctors to ever walk the planet. I didn't know that.
Oh, Herbie? No, I didn't.
Yeah, so Herb McGee, and this is one of those things, he's going to talk about something about improving yourself through something. Now, some of you stand back. He actually says if you want to improve on something, you work on it.
No.
And you work on it consistently, not every now and then. You be consistent, you be disciplined, and then you'll get better at something. Now, I know that may rattle the room. I know that may. I think I can feel the earth.
It's incredible to even think that.
How
dare you?
So here he is, just draining free throws. I mean, Bubba, draining them. Okay. Here he goes.
You go out to practice your shot. If you shoot the basketball and it doesn't go in, there's a reason why. Okay? Now, this is me as a kid. I'm outside practicing my shot. Everybody else is playing down the other end. They're saying to me, Herb, come on down and play. We need a guy. Not yet. Not until I take 500 shots. Because I'm going to do it every single day. And every single day I shot the ball 500 times all throughout grade school, high school, and even in college. I'd go to a playground. I grew up in West Philly. I'd go to a playground and shoot it 500 times. And if I missed, here's what I used to do. I'd say one of these shots misses.
He can't even miss.
Let's say that shot missed. I would go to my book and mark down that the shot missed. No. I would mark down where it missed. When you release the basketball out of your hands, it can do one of 5 things. The first thing is a good thing. That's in the basket. The next 4 are bad. These are the 4 things. When you shoot it, you can hit the front rim, the back rim, or the right side, or the left side. So when I was a kid, playground, shoot 'em up. If I hit the front rim, I figured out why. If I hit the back rim, I figured out why. If I hit the right side or the left side, I figured out why. And I worked to correct my mistakes.
See, and what would happen today, he's telling you what it took to get to where you can drain them like that.
Yeah.
And today, we would say, well, it's unfair that he can hit free throws that good. And he's got something that I didn't have. Somebody was unfair to me that I can't hit them as good as he can.
That's it.
You know, my son will tell you, we watch a few basketball games together, and he will tell you, it drives me insane. People can't hit free throws.
Well, Herb McGee,
I mean, right, like four-wheel drive right up the wall.
Yep.
Because you have some of the most incredible athletes playing this. Mm-hmm. And we go down and we work schemes out to throw the ball, penetrate, kick the ball out. Also, we get what? A free look at the basket. Mm-hmm. Free throw, you got a free look. There ain't nobody around you anyway.
It's in the name. It's in the name.
It's free.
It's called what?
Free.
It's a free throw.
Free.
No defense.
If you had that open a shot anywhere else on the court, a coach would tell you to take it. Because it's a high percentage, you're going to make it.
Why? Is there anybody defending you?
And then you have these guys, and they're great athletes. They can do tremendous things, jump out of the gym, and they get to the free throw line, and they cannot consistently hit free throws. And if you look at the numbers of what they miss, many times it's the number that's the difference in the game.
Well, and like Herb would tell them, Herb McGee, you know what I mean? He's a shot doctor. Herb McGee would say, why are we doing anything until they take 500 free throws every day?
Yeah.
That needs to be the first thing we do.
Yeah.
And he says if you'll take 500 and every time you miss, mark down why you missed it and keep banging on your craft. I know this is a concept that may blow your minds.
You'll get better.
You actually get to where you hit most of the shots. But it takes incredible discipline, and it takes you, being meticulous on what you're correcting, and the results are the results.
Yep.
Consistency. Consistency right there. All right, so now we get into something that's just kind of a freak of nature, and this is this. How you say this guy's name?
Victor.
The giant that plays for the.
How do you say it?
How do you say his name?
Victor Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
Watch him playing. This is the NBA, and look how gigantic he
Rick,
is.
he's like 7'5", right?
Look
Isn't
at
that it?
him.
And he handles the ball like a guard.
And Adler
he was the
speedy.
number 1 pick by the Spurs.
Yeah, one of them put on the notes today. It looks like that kid in the neighborhood that's bigger than everybody. But this is the NBA.
That guy is the guy he's blocking is 6'2".
Okay, so he takes a guy 6'2", number 23,
flat-footed.
He doesn't even jump. He stuffs him and then just takes the ball away from him like he's a kid.
So that man, that's a grown man he's blocking.
An NBA grown man, not just some guy who walked up.
This ain't down at the YMCA.
No,
this is a guy who plays NBA, makes millions of dollars playing basketball.
Now, have you seen him play, Bubba?
Yes.
I mean, okay.
Yes. Yeah.
They say he's got good feet.
He handles
could
the
be
ball.
the greatest of all time.
He handles the
is
ball.
Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah, he does.
Yes.
He's really getting into his game now, I think. You know, to begin with, everybody thought, well, he's going to score 75 points.
Well, no.
And that's not the case. But, yeah, when I've seen him, I mean, he dribble behind his back, go down the lane. He can do about anything he wants to.
Go Spurs.
Look at him with Shaq and Charles Barkley. How he looks. This is Shaq and Charles Barkley.
He said, "Hey, little fella."
Shaq said, "Hey, little fella."
Look at him looking down on Shaq.
That don't happen much.
Who looks down on Shaq?
Shaq is 7'1".
Who does Shaq look up to? I mean,
him.
Barkley go under his shoulder.
7'5" for real.
Barkley looks short next to him.
Barkley would fit under his shoulder.
I mean,
little fella, how
you doing, little fella?
Look at Barkley.
Look how,
oh my God,
little Ernie looks.
You know how big Barkley is.
My goodness.
Wow.
All right. Also in sports, Kentucky football fans, good news. You had a fight in your locker room.
Yeah, I'm going to predict Kentucky will have a great year this year.
I guess
they're meaner than they've ever been.
This is some kind of off-season melee in the Kentucky football locker room. But I will tell you, if this is your team, this is a good sign.
Yeah.
What we got
Thighs
here?
is mad. Thighs is mad and shirtless. So
All right.
there you go.
Thighs against. Oh, good night.
I mean, they are.
That's boy. We're haymakers now. These are.
Oh, he made a mistake. He's got socks on.
No, don't fight in
no.
socks.
Oh, watch how people get hurt right there.
And that's when they broke them up.
Yeah. Somebody about to get hurt now.
Absolutely.
And this looks like this is just winter workout. This is really good news.
Kentucky's going to be good this year.
I'm telling you, if you're a Kentucky football fan, I know this is uncomfortable to watch.
And
please don't miss.
I'm going to predict one of the best teams they've had.
The locker room was really good. They allowed it to go on as long as it needed to go on.
Right.
Because sometimes this stuff's just necessary.
Sure.
Yeah.
But
And so
it'll work itself out.
They broke it up when it needed to be broke up.
Right. Please don't miss.
But the guy slamming him on the floor shoulder first, that's not good.
Well, you can't get in the middle of that.
No, then you get hurt.
Yeah.
Somebody said somebody was disrespecting.
Y'all please don't miss the guy on the towel standing up on the bench.
I saw him. Just got out of the shower and he's just watching.
And he's videoing.
Yeah. Right there, look,
on
the left.
He's up out of the way. He's like, I ain't getting in that.
And right here, you got
that's
problems.
where it got real serious.
Yeah,
Right
it
there.
got real serious.
Double unders on him, and
that's when they broke it up. That's a good thing.
He took him to the ground, Adler.
Yep.
right.
Most fights end up
Probably
on the
best friends today.
ground. There you go.
Yeah, if he can think straight with that after hitting that head.
We'll talk to you, America, right after this. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up with phone calls.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What do you mean you can't believe he did that? What are you talking? So what happened? So basically on the 2 out of 3.
Well, you have Maddie who has a more traditional view of marriage and wanting to save herself for her husband, and she explained that to him. And I mean, obviously at this point he has not been on that wagon. And I think what she was expecting was that there would be no more of that from that point forward. But
I go back to Greg's point. Did she not watch the window?
Yeah.
How surprising.
And he,
you know, when they read that note and say, "Here's this one key," or you can go to your own rooms. They keep the one key.
Yeah.
Well, that's on every year. That's not new.
Right. Well, it would be like, I mean, if somebody says, "Well, you can believe this Bubba got there and ate one of those briskets."
Yeah, believe it or not,
I'd be like,
put him in the room with the brisket and he ate it.
I'd be like, I from what I've gathered, he went for the trifecta.
I mean, it wasn't even that. It's just she was a deal breaker because evidently he had a different deal with others. But again, I go back to, and that's surprising. How have you not watched the show? Especially this guy.
I don't know about it. So this guy's already been on the show.
He was the windmill. You remember the girl in the
No,
windmill?
I don't. I know what y'all mean by that.
But do you remember that?
I know what y'all mean by that.
He was the guy.
Yeah,
You
okay.
won't come off the windmill.
I've
heard windmill 10 times.
Greg, let me tell you this. I never saw that, but the way you've used windmill, I get what happened.
That was a big deal.
Right. Now, what was he?
He was the windmill guy.
So basically,
And she just thought magically he wouldn't be the windmill guy
I
anymore?
guess.
Yeah.
So basically, Maddie last night said that she thought that he was hoping that he would not
be the windmill guy,
go that way again, and that she was disappointed in, and it showed what looked like her leaving the show last night. But they kind of left it hanging. So we see the other two at the rose ceremony. She disappears. They're all going, "Where's Maddie?" We cut to the bachelor's mom crying, "Go get her, bring her back," all of that. So we'll have to see.
And if it holds true to pass, though, it's going to look like that they're going after her, but I bet it's not.
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, usually
they always set it up to look like.
The only thing I saw on one of the previews, which I knew this would be the case, and it will be the case according to Scripture, is that suddenly, and this is the way it's supposed to be, is suddenly she is deemed to be the one that is crazy. The rest of us are the ones who are doing everything right, and this is the way. Of course, this is the way it is. You mean to tell me she thinks that we shouldn't be doing that and he shouldn't be doing that? She's the one that's weird, not us.
Well,
and
she was
which is classic commentary on the world.
And she was in a tough position because she was trying to not say, "I'm not giving you an ultimatum, but I've got to be true to myself and what I'm going to do." And I thought she did a great job with that, and we'll see how it plays out.
Now, but
again, reality TV, we know it's not a lot of
entertainment.
Now I noticed they'll tear that sugar up.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Now nobody's holding back on that.
Were there any tears shed at the viewing party or anything once they saw her leave? Was there any boo-hooing or?
I don't think anybody was
not from
boo-hooing.
you, not from you.
No, I
but
don't
just
think anybody was boohooing.
Yeah, I'm kind of like you, Greg.
I think Bubba was crying.
I'm kind of like you because I know the standard.
Well, I was nervous for her. I was nervous for her dad. And she did a good job though. I thought she really did a good job.
I always
it's tightrope, treacherous waters.
It is. It's tough. I always it's the famous turning point, and I've dealt with this. In everybody's life, it doesn't matter what it is, but in some of the men's ministry stuff, I notice with men especially, I call it the famous turn the table. I wonder, I don't know whether she did this or not, if she would have said, "All right, let's turn the tables here. I'm telling you that I'm in love with you. I'm even telling you I'm considering marrying you. And in the last 6 days, I went out and slept with 2 men. So that's okay with you? That's fine?"
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That doesn't bother you at all? Well, because guys are often, they conveniently think them being a hound's no big deal, but boy, they don't like women to be a hound.
I think that's where she really, hit the spot last night when she said, if I'm going to stand there and you propose to me and I'm going to think, well, you was with somebody else 6 days ago and 7 days ago or whatever the time was. That's that's kind of tough.
Yeah, it's one thing to say, "Hey, look, I've got kind of a sketchy past, but I'm not that way anymore."
Right.
Some things happened years ago. Right. Certainly, look, I fall into that.
6 days ago. That's tough.
But when you're
that's
sitting
tough.
there,
When you have a
know
marriage
what that
proposal
show is,
6
though.
days.
I know. No, you know what you're getting into.
That's my point.
And I guess to Greg's point. That and now if Windmill Guy had said, "Look, I used to be the Windmill Guy, but I've given my life to Jesus. I'm now a follower of Christ, and I'm a godly man, so I would be a good choice for you." But did that happen?
No.
No, this is business as usual.
Negative. It looked like it showed her.
Right. But what I'm saying, when you go,
I'm not going to compromise and walking on.
When you go on the show, though, you know
sign up.
what kind of guy.
Oh yeah.
You know what kind of guy he is.
Yeah. Sure you do.
16 minutes past the hour. Here we go. Phone calls coming in. Calvin Speedy Wilburn's got the phones for you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll talk to you, America. You can dial us up right now. While you're calling, simplysafebubba.com asks the question, do you feel safe? Is your property, is it secure? Well, now more than ever, crucial, especially if we don't plan on closing that border anytime soon. Simplysafebubba.com. Go there right now and get the most advanced system available anywhere. Every inch of your place can be secure because of the new technology developed by simplysafebubba.com and then backed by new technology. 24/7 professional monitoring
Fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. SimplySafeBubba.com offers everything you need for protection, like HD cameras for indoors and outdoors, the advanced motion sensors, entry sensors, protect doors, windows, rooms. There's not a place you can't put one, and a collection of hazard sensors to protect against pipe freezing. Hello, 2 Arctic blasts in a row, Southerners. For those of us that aren't accustomed to that, now you'll know if your pipes are freezing. Fire, smoke, carbon monoxide, they have it all. System is easy to set up yourself without any special tools or know-how required. So if you'd like to find out more, you can go to simplysafebubba.com. We will get you 20% off. And when you go with the Fast Protect monitoring, what you want, another advancement, their monitor, with the folks that are monitoring your property, they can see and interact with intruders in real time. Go to simplysafebubba.com, get that 20% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find them under the sponsors button. They also give you a 60-day risk-free trial. To the phones we go. Let's start with Daniel out of Montgomery, listening to us, Bubba, on I-92. Hey, Daniel, go ahead.
Daniel.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, Daniel.
Hey, Green Acres.
Thank you for the call. Pick up the pace a little bit. Okay? All right, here we go.
All right, so I got a request, since it's the last year. I need Speedy. He's got to take a day off from being president of the Mama Mowing Fan Club.
Yep.
But I need him in the Funmobile at Bass Pro Shop as Greg does a belly flop into the fish tank.
Greg jumping into the fish tank, which a lot of people have done. We've shown it every time it happens. The Funmobile it doesn't run anymore. Yeah. I don't know what we would put him in, but we could send him in something else. What? I
don't know if I want to jump in that tank. There's some scary looking things in there.
No, well, that's why Greg's going to do it.
Yeah.
You and I would just sit here and enjoy every second of it.
Yeah, I wish they still had that little deli area. I could go over there and sit and watch.
Not a bad idea, though.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Anthony in Mississippi. Anthony, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Anthony.
Hey, I just wanted to add a little something to that story you did about the guy shooting basketballs. I heard an interview years ago with John Cook. He's a professional golfer, and he was playing in a tournament somewhere out in California. And Tiger Woods was not playing in the tournament, but he was on the practice tee with a 9-iron and a stack of golf balls. And he stopped and talked to Tiger on his way to his tee time and asked him why he was there. And Tiger said, well, I wasn't happy with the way I hit my 9-iron last week, so I'm just practicing. So they said goodbye. John went to his tee time, came back 4 hours later, and Tiger was still in the same spot with another stack of golf balls hitting that 9-iron.
Yeah.
And that's why he was the greatest of all time.
Yeah, you see that a lot, and and it was one of those things that led to conviction in my own life. Is I realized that everything that I had become good at or knowledgeable, there was consistency and there was time spent on it, and that's probably why spiritually I wasn't very mature and I didn't know much about the Bible because I'd never applied those same principles to my spiritual growth. But it is true that anything that we will consistently and with discipline do reps and bang on our craft, you become pretty good at it.
It takes what it takes, and most people are not willing to go through it. By the way, you played with John Cook at one of these Regions things, and we've had him on the show.
Okay.
How about that?
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Yeah. Cool, man.
Cool. Cool beans, man.
But it is true, and we can all see that in our life. Now, I don't desire to be able to hit 500 free throws, so I'm not going to put that time in.
Right.
But so take that same.
There's things in everybody's
that's
life.
Right. Yeah. Those same principles and say, what do you want to be good at?
Yeah.
And then apply that principle to that.
Yeah. It's like getting up in the morning to come to this show. So we practice that.
And we're
360-something days a year.
And if you look, we hit most of the shots. If you look, we hit most of the shots.
It's actually work days a year is about 255.
I know that I'm about
250, 260.
For me, it's a little more because I got to do the best of it.
Oh, that's right. I'm about to really mojo us, and I don't want to say it, but if you look at our record of being late, it's a very, very good record. Yep. I'll just say that. Can I just say that?
I think for 31 years, you're safe to say that.
Yeah, right. But I mean, in those days, we haven't been late that many times.
Once or twice.
Yeah. Wow. Let's continue. Let's go to.
Now, we had a few slide in here during the
Sure.
national anthem.
Oh,
but,
no doubt about that. That doesn't count. Remember, we don't count it late. We don't count it late here unless you're not here for the first segment.
Right. You gotta be here for the first segment.
Let's go to where was the guy in Texas? There he is. Nick in deep out of the heart of Texas. Go ahead, Nick.
Hey guys, I don't know if Greg's in there, but I just
not.
got done shooting a case of trouble. I know he probably knows something about that, but
okay.
I just wanted to tell y'all I love hearing callers call in and tell you what their favorite thing is. One of my favorite things, it kind of flies under the radar sometimes, but when a caller calls in and they've got a bit of a goofy voice and you hear Speedy slightly off mic mocking them, that just owns me every single time.
Well,
you probably get to hear that quite a bit.
You do, and Nick, here's the problem: it's people like you that encourage that.
Yeah.
And some people in the audience that angers them. But see, people like you, Nick, is who Speedy's playing to, and I hope you're happy.
See what you've
well,
done?
I'll say this: as soon as I hang up, he may make fun of my voice, but you know what? I'll laugh at it.
There's no greater compliment than for Speedy to make fun of your voice or Greg to be rude to you. So, Nick, thank you, buddy.
Come on.
We'll see you. We continue. Let's go to Eric. Eric in Alabama. Eric, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, good. Well, this is where we need Speedy. Eric, go ahead.
Where's he at?
I got a request. Since this y'all's last year on the radio, I love to hear the 7 o'clock in the morning songs, and I think why not hear it one final time?
Oh, sure. You told me just play it once before the year's over. We'll be happy to do that.
Yeah, we'll do it one more time.
No, Speedy, you're terrible. See what Nate did? You see what Nate did? Nate, that's on you. David out of Tuscaloosa. David, go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass guys.
Thank you.
I just got a quick question. Whatever happened to Conspiracy Eric?
Well, isn't that the question?
Yeah.
That in and of itself is a conspiracy.
Yeah. When your name is Conspiracy Eric, what do you think? You're always hiding from conspiracies.
Yeah. So they may have finally gotten to him.
If
David,
he hooked up with Trilateral Trade Tommy, there's no telling what they could get into.
That's true. That is so true. Remember, he went away. We lost Tommy.
I know.
Pretty quick.
I would like to hear them again at least once this year.
Yeah.
Both of them.
But, they always warn that they eventually will disappear. And then when they have big gaps like this.
Yeah. It just feeds it.
Now, Tommy's gone. We hadn't heard from Tommy in years.
No.
So I don't know what they did to him. Nate in Oklahoma. Nate, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, it's the first time. I just want to congratulate you guys on your success of the show. I'm a little jealous of these lifetime listeners. I didn't even find out about you guys till 8 years ago, but I've been a faithful listener since. It's been a lot of joy, a lot of fun times, and I appreciate the effort. I'm self-employed, and I understand the work and effort it takes to get something off the ground and the dedication it requires. And so hats off to you guys. I was kind of like Helms. He said he didn't even want to talk about it for a couple weeks. I'm not even sure. I don't think he has. And I'm kind of the same way. I kind of just wanted to be in denial. But Lord willing, I'll be in the studio tomorrow. So looking forward to seeing you guys again. And
oh, really? Okay.
My denial came to an end when I just had to realize, Bubba got fired, Speedy's terminal, and Rick's wearing a tank top. The show's over. It's over.
Now, what was his name?
Nate.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nate.
Nate, thank you. It's very kind of you to say all that. And since you're self-employed, are you hiring?
That's right. Think about this, what he said. You've been doing something a long time when a new listener has been listening 8 years. Well, I'm new to the show. I've only been listening for 8 years.
I just started 8 years ago.
You realize how many shows don't make it 8 years?
No.
We continue. Rick in Alabaster, ZZK. Rick, go ahead.
Guys, I love the show. Y'all have done an awesome job for 30 years. Speedy, this is for you, man. If you do not use that voice you just used for the kickoff hour tomorrow, it ruins my entire year. Please, that voice, the entire kickoff, the entire show, it's the end of it all, just roll with it, please, for the love of all things good and holy.
See, this is not helping. This encouraging this kind of behavior. Y'all don't understand what y'all do when y'all encourage members of the team to do things.
And honestly, they don't need any encouragement.
They don't. No. They don't need it. They're self-motivated. We'll be back. We'll check anything we missed on the table for the hour, and for a lot of you, that'll be for the day. When the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this. Don't forget our number, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and the website, rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, watching the Democratic Party right now, and I saw some of this last night. They, you know how sometimes you do a strategy. I will go this far on the Republican side. It's almost like the Republicans who were anti-Trump. It's like they can't figure out where he came from. Well, you created him.
Exactly.
You created him. He's alive. But
the extreme left and the do nothing conservatives created the Trump monster.
So same thing with the Democratic Party. I saw Laura Ingraham unpack this last night, and she did the same analogy that Bernie Sanders is Frankenstein, and they have created him. And she said, who would have ever thought that going into college campuses and indoctrinating college young people who are about to vote into basically a socialistic view of this country, they would start supporting a socialist.
It's free, Rick. It's free. Don't you get it?
And so they're trying to dial that back in. They're panicking because Bernie Sanders has become the face. Bernie and the squad have become the face of the modern-day Democratic Party, and I think most everyone knows that the country certainly has slid towards socialism, but I don't think the country has slid to the point that a socialist can be elected against Donald Trump. Now, I hope I'm right about that. It would be terrifying to think I was wrong, but so then they try to look for who is the person. If only Joe could just hold it together. If we could just get, big-hearted
and
Joe.
And they could quit finding audio every other day of Bloomberg eating somebody up that they need.
Yeah.
Did you see the latest?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, the audio.
Okay, we got that today too, maybe.
Boy.
But Biden, Bubba, sadly, it just looks like that the wheels are coming off. God love him, because I think a lot of it has to do with his age, and some people age more gracefully than others.
Stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
So the Democrats need good, big-hearted Joe to try to get his act together, but the gaffes continue. And this is talking about leading the free world here. Have you heard the latest?
If you haven't heard it, listen closely. He's running for president.
And you're the ones that sent Barack Obama the presidency. And I have a simple proposition here. I'm here to ask you for your help. Where I come from, you don't get far unless you ask. My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Candidate for the United States Senate. Candidate for the United States Senate. Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other guy. Give me a look, though, okay? Biden,
vote for the other what?
Candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other guy. Give me a look.
Vote for the other Biden.
What is he saying? I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other guy. Give me a look, though, okay?
What does that mean?
Vote for the other Biden. I didn't even catch that one.
I don't.
He's saying he's running for Senate, and look me over. If you don't like me, vote for the other Biden.
Is that part of the edit? Did it get clipped off or something? That doesn't make sense.
It seems like
the Senate part is as clear as it can be.
Well, it is, and he's slurring his whole thing.
He is, Bubba.
Yeah, he is.
He sounds like he's talking with a mouthful of marbles.
I know, Bubba. Seriously, honestly, guys.
Trust me, I know about that.
Yeah. This is
Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
Stand up, Joe.
Now that part is very clear.
Yes, it is.
Hey, Joe, you're running for president.
Rick,
you
that's
know,
a big
too,
one.
what is so
That's a
strange
big one
about this? Joe Biden's commercials do not have Barack Obama in them, and Barack Obama has not come out and supported him. Of course, I understand the president might want to wait till late in the primary to do that because he doesn't want to offend people. But if you look at their campaign ads, you think Michael Bloomberg was a VP because he can't get enough Obama in his commercials.
No, you're right.
It's all about Obama.
Adam said he would like to update us. Remember, he called and said his son said he was going to vote for for Bernie, and we told him,
"Thank you, we appreciate it."
But the Democrats have indoctrinated young voters into socialism. Now they're panicking because they're trying to vote for a socialist. You did this.
Yeah.
Adam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Give us an update.
Yeah, well, I got home about 9 last night, and luckily I watched y'all's documentaries and stuff, and it was up there. Oh, he was mad when he seen it, too. He knew as soon as I caught him in the room what happened. But the thing about him is he got a full ride to UAB. He's a smart kid. He got his own job. He bought his own car. He pays his own insurance. He pays his own cell phone. He works. So I couldn't understand why I made him do all this stuff. And that's why it was so shocking. So when I brought it up, he's like, well, I just like his tax plan. I don't care about the free school and all of that.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba show as we're wrapping up our final segment for another hour.
Rick, I am excited today. I'm going to get a haircut.
Oh, buddy. I mean, and let's face it. It's
Shaving a haircut.
It's time.
Yeah, it's overdue. I missed last month, and so unavoidably, and so we'll be going to get that today. I figure if I didn't get it cut today, I'm gonna have to borrow a barrette from Adler in there to keep my hair up.
Yeah.
Make me a ponytail or something.
I use hair ties, friend. Okay, hair ties,
whatever you call them. I've never had one. So
Yeah.
I just about.
Very
I even mentioned to Betty, did we want to leave a little in the back?
Oh, watch it.
Oh, yeah.
Watch
Get a
it.
little-
Not the silver waterfall.
Please get a little bit. Get some flow.
The glacier. It'd be the glacier back there.
Shaving a haircut.
Well, when you popped in the office today, I said, well, I hope today's the day.
Well,
I mean, I've never seen your hair in the condition it was in this morning.
It's totally out of control.
Right,
and,
right.
When you go in and you've missed a month, like I have, and they get the cut, and it looks like somebody has murdered a squirrel or something. You know what I mean? In the floor. I mean, it's hard. They just gray hair, white hair everywhere.
Sure. It's somebody's dropped a little snow on the floor.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have to get out the big shears to
Now,
get through all this.
are you going all in, or are you going to just do a little trim?
Oh, I got to get it cut way back. I mean, I got to get my summer cut going.
What do you
here,
tell them how to cut it?
Like you did last time.
Okay.
But I missed the time,
okay.
see? So I
have it
got
in the
2
system.
months growth on this.
So, wait a minute. So Greg's not here today. He'll be back tomorrow. So you're going to come in with a fresh haircut when he comes back?
Honestly, we don't know if Greg will ever be here or not.
Oh, no, you're right.
So
Yeah,
it's 50-50 chance.
Right, yeah.
Something else could happen.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean,
Are you going to spike it?
his dog
I
will
wish
have
I'd
more
have wore
puppy.
another shirt today because there's some in my lineup I needed to wear when he was not here, and I really didn't know till I walked in.
Yeah, I didn't know either till late in the day. I didn't even have time to adjust and wear a shirt I always wanted.
So I needed to get one out of the rotation. I could wear black anytime.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, sure. So anyway, I'm glad you're handling that. I mean, I know that you get uncomfortable when your hair gets long, and in the front part, it's like it just doesn't know where to go. I mean,
it's out of control.
You
I feel like a hippie.
Well, do you spike it ever anymore?
Not this long.
That's what I was
I'm
wondering.
talking when you get short. Like,
I can when it gets short.
Right.
But it's so long now. I mean, it would look like I'd look like.
No, you couldn't.
What's that guy that we had from the circus?
Oh yeah.
Climb the pole.
Bello.
Yeah, I mean, I'd look like
Bo and bellow and Bo.
I don't think I could get it to stand up. I think if I put the moose on it and went back, I'd look like Daddy D, with the hair slicked back.
Oh boy.
I may have to go to that look.
Please do that,
huh?
please. I'm begging you. Please go to that guy.
I've got such
get
a
some
big,
product and comb that back.
I've got such a big faux head anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like you'd put for rent up there.
Yeah, but I need some
you
product.
You look like the Godfather.
After the haircut today, I need product tomorrow. Please put some product.
Well, I'll
in that
probably
thing.
give it one day to breathe.
Yeah,
just come in here and mean business.
Right here, look.
Give it a day to breathe.
If I could just have hair one day, I'd go.
Doggone it. So that's.
Well, I'm looking forward to that. I hope they got the shears. Got the deep cutters ready to go.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a bush hog. Yeah.
Yep. So be careful. Those of you that are members of PETA, when Bubba leaves, there's not a bunch of squirrels that have been killed.
It looked like somebody took a baseball bat to a nest.
Who sheared this possum? Speedy's done it again in the bathroom a few moments ago. We call that in this building the place of awkward moments. Speedy's done it again. We harken back to Speedy. Speedy seems to have a record of misunderstanding people's medical conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And, our favorite one is the time that he thought the person here for people with disabilities was here for people with diabetes, and began to tell stories and testimonies about his family and their battle with diabetes, only to discover the man was here for disabilities. Right. It just happened again. I understand you wish somebody well with a heart procedure today.
Yeah, you know how the urinals, there's two of them that's down.
That's all. Yeah, because I've only got two now.
So I go in. And
who are these people tearing the urinals?
Who are they?
Who are you?
Every dude knows that you give. If you have 4 urinals, then you space it out. You don't go right up against somebody if there's others available.
No, of course not.
But that takes that away today.
Then now we're all side by side.
Yeah.
No other choice.
I go in, and there's a gentleman in there that I talk to from time to time. Just hey, how you doing? Whatever. And
small talk.
I gave him that again. Hey, bud, how you doing? Well, headed to the heart doctor. And I thought, oh, really? That's a serious visit.
That is serious. You know that.
And I said, man, I hope everything goes well. I mean, I got to take my dad today, and I go into that, just a checkup, routine checkup. And he mumbles something else. I couldn't really hear him, and you don't want to lean over if you're both at a urinal, because now you're like, why are you looking over the wall?
No, there's no looking over the wall.
You don't want that.
People talk.
And so we continue to small talk it, and then I think he might have sensed that I had it wrong too. I'm not sure, but I was very passionate about how I was going to pray for him.
Because you care about people. You're an overgreeter.
I actually said I was praying for good results.
You said that?
I did, and he said, "Yeah, I don't know if I'll need new glasses or not." And that's when I realized he said, "I doctor." Yeah, he didn't.
Hope it goes well.
Yeah,
be praying for you.
Hey, praying for good results, buddy. Hope it goes well.
Well, that's nothing to mess around with.
Yeah, he goes, I mean, wow, I could get cataracts, he said. I could
Well,
have cataracts.
Well, you know why? When you said you were going to pray for him and you hoped it went well, he had to elevate the potential eye problems.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You forced him to elevate the potential problems today.
I know, and I think he was uncomfortable. He got through it, but I just want to let him know that I realize now I made a mistake. I think it was that weird, awkward social moment when you leave each other, and it's like, I think I got it wrong. I know I got it wrong.
It's
He's talking about eyes.
It's disabilities all over again.
It's different. It's different.
It's not heart.
But it's kind to pray about somebody's eye exam.
Well,
it is.
I think maybe he was surprised.
I mean,
said that.
he starts like,
how
what
about
do you
this?
know that I don't know?
Yeah, but I did it again.
Nobody wants a bad eye exam.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
my wife
who
says
wants that?
My wife says I can't hear anyway.
No, well,
and I think I thought he was looking down, mumbling, and I didn't want to lean over.
Yeah.
I should have just been quiet. I did it again. I was talking to myself coming back. Like,
why do you
just
keep
be
doing
quiet.
that? Just leave it alone. Just use the bathroom.
Gosh.
I found myself in that same situation with these two, and these two urinals, and these people. I know we've talked about this. This isn't new. That come in with the Bluetooth thing on.
Yeah. So they start talking
because back to us now not being able to hear that well anymore, and I'm standing there, and I hear a person mumbling next to me. I mean, talking, and I said, "Say that again." And he just looks at me and says, "Huh?" I said, I didn't hear you say that again." And he goes, and he points at his ear. I'm on the phone. And I'm like, oh, sorry about that. Why? But I mean, should you be carrying on a conversation?
I don't know.
All right, let me ask y'all this: when the person says, "I'm in a phone conversation," while urinating, which is odd,
That is.
and I've heard people in phone conversations while doing the other one, which I think is doubly odd.
Ooh.
Do you then feel like you shouldn't flush the toilet because it's going to be heard by the person on the phone?
Man.
Do you think you're making racket now?
I
No,
flush.
you talking about
I
you
flush.
talking or somebody?
Somebody else. Do I owe it to them not to flush?
No.
You got to take
That's
care of your
completely
own.
on them.
I bark one off.
They shouldn't be in there with.
That's
the
on
phone
them.
again.
That is
completely on them.
That's something you do at home, not at work.
Right.
Yeah.
Do y'all like, that's my new thing of not being able to hear well. Do y'all like, say that again? Or do you like, I can't hear you? My thing is say that again. Say that again?
What now?
Or come again.
Yeah,
I say
something.
do what?
I'll say do what.
Which I need to stop saying that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do
I
what?
probably should have said do what when he said doctor.
Mine is say that again. Is that bad?
My favorite is when, no, it's not bad. My favorite is when the person that's actually on the phone flushes the commode and then tries to explain to them he's in the bathroom. They got that.
They really
With you
did.
flushing.
They really did.
They picked up on that.
Unnecessary words.
Yes.
Thanks for being with us. If we wrap up our time together, Lord willing, we'll chat tomorrow. You got more Rick and Bubba. Hang in there. Find out how to get it all by going to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.